Okay, thank you, Laura. Thank you, Marcy. Welcome, Mega. I am very excited to see all your faces. We have how many people? We've got 26 people, so we've got a couple people that are still making their way to Mega. Um, Couple questions. What was your big takeaway? Anyone have some big takeaways from your Monday Mega class?
A lot of info is going to be thrown at us. That's my big takeaway.
And
Digestion.
were there some new concepts that maybe widen the perception of all of this? What do you think? Yeah.
Yes. So my mindset has changed since Monday. So now I'm not afraid to do anything anymore. It's just like, okay, I get fired. I need to call everybody. So because of you, I mean, I got one prospects already yesterday. So it's good, you
That's
know.
amazing.
Yes.
Changing lives one word at a time. All
Mm-hmm.
right, that's amazing. So the big takeaway of Monday should be, in my mind, that if they can do it, so can I. If there are these agents jumping in the business that's got less than 3 years in the business and they're making $1 million, there's nothing that they have that I don't. If they can do it, so can I. That the interest rates are not that scary. Obviously, the buyers are not afraid because just in one metro, we have 6,000 homes that have sold. That's 12,000 sides. That billions of dollars worth of commissions are changing hands in real estate, and that 85% of the agents are falling out of the business on a regular basis, which means there's a 15% core. And that 15% core is doing 95% of the business, but that 5%, which is huge, is up for grabs. And there are so many people that are agents that are moving out of the state, that are retiring, that are leaving the business, and they're alienating their customers. Just look at how many homes are on the ground right now that have been built in the last 5 years, and how many of those people purchased directly from the builder without an agent at all. There is so much opportunity. The big takeaway is there's so much opportunity. And agents just need to feel like when they wake up unemployed every day, that they're not waking up into a profession that has already been claimed, that they're not waking up to a profession where there's no opportunity, that they're not waking up to a profession that is stalled or has quieted or that is falling apart. All of that is self-doubt. Those are those little thoughts that get in your head that is self-deprecating. It pushes us to not focus on the core job of prospecting. We have 3 or 4 phone calls we make one day. One of those phone calls is someone who's angry bird, and it makes us just hang up the phone and say, I'm not going to do this anymore. Somebody has to give you guys the inspiration to tell you that you can jump on the phones, you can make the calls, you can convert people, you can sell real estate. It's not all been claimed. There's a massive amount of opportunity. And so that's what the first class is let's get the objections out of the way. Let's get the roadblocks out of the way. And there are a lot of agents out there who have a glass ceiling and they've got success blockers too. So let's get the success blockers out of the way and let's focus on productive conversations about how you guys can find success, long-term success in real estate, how you can be a successful top producing real estate agent just like you knew you would before you got your license. That's what I wish for you. That is absolutely a reality. There are people who are jumping in the business that are in real estate school right now that will do $1 million in commissions next year. The question is, what are they going to do that you're not? And what are you going to do that you haven't before? If you're not making the income that you did before, then something has to change. If you haven't found the success from before, then you have to do something differently. And I know exactly what it takes to be a successful real estate agent. I have failed a million times, and I'm going to show you exactly what not to do to fail and exactly how to find success in this business. And it starts with income producing tasks and focusing your attention on income producing tasks. What is the one thing that a licensed agent can do that a non licensed person can't? What is the big thing?
Get paid.
Sell homes.
Sell real estate.
Get paid.
It's not about getting paid, is it? What is it at the heart of what we do?
Helping people.
Represent people. Represent people.
Represent
That's right.
people.
That's right. Representation. And what are the two basic, well, what are the three real basic, at the core level, the three basic representation agreements we have? By the way, one of them is with me. You have an independent contractor agreement that gives the agent the fiduciary duty to the brokerage and that allows you to work under a brokerage, bringing your license active, which means you owe your fiduciary duties to Realty Texas. And then the other two is the buyer representation agreement and the listing agreement, and it affords you the ability to have conversations regarding buying, selling, and leasing homes. That's the big difference, is that your unlicensed assistants that you will someday have or already have or in the process of hiring, because you realize that if you're making $520 an hour, you can't afford to be your own assistant. And so hopefully that light bulb is now on and burning bright. The licensed assistant, they can put up signs. Have you been putting up signs? They can put up signs too. They can print flyers, just like you can print flyers. They can put properties in the MLS, just like you can. In fact, every single task that you do, 90% of them, the assistant can do. But what is the one thing that the assistant can't do that you can? And that's set appointments and advise people on real estate matters. So that means your license has one feature, that is setting appointments and having conversations about buying, selling, and leasing homes. So that means all of the administrative work is not licensed activity. The only thing that is licensed activity is being forward facing to the consumer and advising them, which means all the other tasks are a distraction. All of the other tasks are in your way of income producing tasks, because the only true income producing task in real estate is prospecting. I know a lot of you decided to go out and grab the shift book, and I am grateful for that. I'm going to read you a passage out of the shift book again. It says, so what matters most? And this is a paragraph, or this is a chapter about prospecting and your business and what all your business entails. And it says, so what matters most? If we step back and we look at our businesses, we can see that there's actually 6 competencies at the core of what it is that real estate professionals do. First, we lead generate, capture and convert leads to appointments. Second, we present potential buyers and sellers and get representation agreements signed. So the first one says we lead generate, capture and convert leads to prospects. Remember, in our 4 competencies, the first one was prospect. And so that's the first one here. Second, we present potential buyers and convert leads to appointments. Well, that is prospect and then convert. So that's number 2, which is convert. Third, we show our buyers and market our sellers. Basically, the third one is we close them. We close all of the duties as part of the representation agreements we signed. And then it says fourth, we write and negotiate purchase contracts, and it goes on because they've broken these down more. And then it says fifth, we coordinate our resulting sales to closings. It goes on and it says, I believe that there's truly 4. They break it down to 6, but it says out of these 6 core competencies are really an outline of our basic sales job. It says presenting, showing, writing, negotiating, coordinating closings, and managing money are all activities that can be delegated. Let's say that again. Presenting representation agreements and presenting offers, showing properties, writing offers, negotiating, coordinating closings, and managing money. According to the Keller Williams model, Gary Keller, he says all of those things can be successfully delegated, especially when you work in a team environment. But there's one thing that can't: lead generation and conversion to appointment. The skill level that it takes to generate a lead, capture the appropriate information, and convert that lead to an appointment is a distinct skill set that takes extensive practice over time to develop at a very high level for that to be successful. So let's talk about that. If the number one thing that brings you money is lead generation and converting that lead to an appointment, that's the one thing that agents want to outsource, isn't it? Let me pay a third party for leads and then let me have some third party set appointments for me. But see, if someone is good at that job, that's where they're going to make the money. If someone is really good at that, what do they need you for? If someone is really good at generating leads and converting leads to appointments, basically getting hired, what do they need the salesperson for? It's actually flip-flop. What's happened is the agent themselves has put themselves in assistant position and hired the person who's actually bringing money into the organization. So we have to flip in our mind of what our priority should be as a salesperson and how to make money as a salesperson. And how a salesperson makes money is on two things. First, it's going out and finding the client, prospecting, whether that's lead generation, whether it's on the phones, whether it's calling your database, whether it's running ads, whether it's knocking on doors, whether it's doing open houses, whether it's going to city council meetings and wearing your badge and talking with people, whether it's going to the chamber lunches or the chamber breakfasts, whether it's sending out your postcards. All of these things are all lead generation. Even having a booth at a festival like the Pecan Festival or some of the festivals in your local cities, or having a little booth at one of the farmer gardens. All of these things, prospecting, that is the gig. Getting your name out there, getting your face out there, shaking hands, meeting more people, and setting appointments. That's where the money comes from. The more time that you spend doing those types of tasks, the more money you will make. The more time that you spend administratively setting up Instagram, actually doing reels, and creating all the reels, which a lot of agents come to me and say, look, I don't know how to do this. Show me how to do this. And they spend hours and hours and hours and hours creating a reel when there are a lot of third-party sources that can create those reels for you. Probably because they're experts at it, they can do it quicker and cheaper than you. And then you could have taken all of that time and laser focused it on more phone calls, calling more people in your spheres, and doing more productive things. Because remember, we talked about what one of my favorite coaches says: God isn't making any more land or any more time. If we have 24 hours a day and we're going to break that up into 8 hours sleeping, 8 hours working, and 8 hours of life, this means you have 8 hours a day to productively go out there and find clients. And that's what being a salesperson is all about, is going out and finding clients. So how can you take this 8-hour day? Because we are going to be showing clients, we're going to be taking clients out in the car. We are going to be helping negotiate and showing up at inspections and showing up at closings. And there's going to be a lot of tasks that's going to pull you out and away from your prospecting. And that prospecting time is really how you service all of your clients. It's really how you bring money into your business. So how can you maximize that time? So if you're doing flyers and you're putting up signs and you're putting up block boxes and you're doing all this administrative stuff, then it's going to be more than 8 hours a day that you're working. If you want to save the money of having an assistant, then you're going to have to increase the amount of hours that you work. So if you want to have a more balanced work life, stable life, then maybe a couple of agents can come together and co-op an assistant. Or you can find a person that helps you with your signs and your lock boxes, and help you with administrative stuff so that you can be laser focused on your prospecting. Because as we're going to learn today, you should be spending 3 or 4 hours a day just on prospecting. And if that's the case, then that means that you're going to have 4 hours servicing your client and 4 hours bringing new clients into the business. Because if we're continually servicing clients and then doing admin stuff in the background and you're not spending hours a day prospecting, it is the reason why we haven't made the money that we want to make, because our sales department's closed. How successful would Dell Computers have been with no sales department? How successful would have Apple Computer been having no sales department? Who is your sales department? ever?
No.
Lisbeth?
I'm my sales department.
Mhm.
How many hours a day is your sales department open?
8.
About 10.
24/7.
Okay. Now, let,
Not 24.
let me ask you this then. Can your sales department be passive? Can Dell just have a phone and say, okay, we're going to wait for people to call me?
No.
Okay. So if you have a sales department, what is the opposite of passive?
Active.
Aggressive.
Active. We have to have an active sales department. Yes?
Yes.
Yeah.
How many of you have had an active sales department in your business? I see lots of smiles because light bulbs are going off right now, isn't it? You know, sometimes when I go back and I read the independent contractor agreement that you get from Texas Realtors that we all brokerages in Texas use, it says that the sales agent's job is to go out and bring business into the brokerage. That is their defined job. And a lot of sales agents get in the business, they go to the broker and say, okay, where are my leads? And they put it on the broker to give me leads. But is that what the independent contractor says? No. Do we do that anyway? We do, because that's one layer. But the reality of the salesperson is we got to go out there and work. And I can tell you, Lisa, in your first year, how many open houses did you do? And don't make it up, be real. Ormsby?
I did 100 open house in my first year.
Sorry, Jack, somebody walked in and I heard, what was the question?
What was your when you got your license, did you do open houses?
Yes, I did open houses every weekend without fail. I might have missed maybe 3 in an entire year. And I even did holiday weekends.
And how I know this is true is because I worked with Lisa, and Lisa and I both were always the first person to get to the office, the last person to leave the office. And by the way, that's still true. But we were always seeing each other stop at the office on Saturday and Sunday morning before our open houses getting ready. Always. And we saw each other marketing our open houses and printing flyers for the open houses and getting prepared for them. And it was always a bustling Saturday morning and Sunday where maybe we would have a couple of appointments earlier that morning, hit our open house, get done with the open house, and maybe we're either writing an offer or showing another property from someone we met at the open house. The mark of a busy salesperson are people who are doing open houses on a weekly basis. And don't think for a moment that open houses are a thing of the past, because quite frankly, I think COVID really underscored how important open houses are, because we have our entire coming soon and marketing plan wrapped around doing open houses because we need to be out where the consumers are. The consumers want to see the houses. They want to be out there and they want to be able to check them out, which is why open houses are so successful, is because the people who want to buy a home, oftentimes they want to go to the car lot and they want to be able to look at the cars without having a salesperson attack them. They want to be able to jump in the car and they want to be able to test drive the car without feeling like they're going to get pushed into buying this car. They want to have the freedom to be able to look at the house and walk it through and feel what that feels like without feeling like someone's going to pressure them into buying it, because nobody wants to be pushed into buying a home. Nobody wants to be sold a home. People want to be able to buy a home on their own terms and when they're ready. And that is the beauty of the open houses, because a consumer from Realtor.com, Zillow, and Homes.com, they can look through the open houses, see a couple they like, and be able to go out there and check them out without feeling like someone's going to extract a quart of blood from them when they walk in the door. And we're going to teach you exactly how to take that approach when you're doing the open houses, not passively, we're actively, but it's also through scripts and role play. We're going to show you how to get them to give you your number, how to get them to give you their contact information without even really asking for it. And there's some scripts that are really, really effective on how to do that. So,
And Jack, can I also say, don't think that you can just do one open house and nobody came in and that's the end of it. You have to be persistent. because you'll have days when no one comes in, then you'll have days where you're so busy, it's hard to manage how many people are coming through that open house. But persistency pays off.
Yeah, I think, I mean, goodness. If Thomas Edison had given up after the first light bulb, we'd all be sitting in the dark.
I was gonna say, same thing. I did open houses every weekend, sometimes multiple open houses, and I was there. I had gotten my first listing 3 months in, and I was at that listing every single weekend doing an open house. The next door neighbors told the sellers, "You have a really good realtor. She's always there." And
I
I
think
ended
she
up
moved into your
selling.
house.
I ended up selling their house too.
That's
So
awesome.
they notice, the neighbors notice.
One of my and Laura, you're up next. One of my very first my first listings too, I did open houses during the week. I found that it was very successful doing open houses around the time that people are waiting in that colossal line to pick up their kids from school. And if your listing is around where people will see those signs as they're going to pick up their kids, oftentimes before or after they have time to swing by and take a look at the open house. So sometimes during the week, you'll pick up a different audience that's not available on the weekends and vice versa. So don't think it has to be Saturday and Sunday. It can be during the week. But if you have an open house that's vacant, I used to have a friend in Southern California that was a top producing agent, and he had a little desk that he could set up that was in the back of his car. And his office was the open houses. His office was vacant properties. And he would go to work 40 hours a week and he would come in the vacant house and he would just host it open the entire time he's working, making calls. People would come in, and it kind of like the model home approach. And he would leverage those. So he's continually having people walk in the door as he's sitting there working. And it's a brilliant idea, and it was very, very successful for them. So please, I hope that you guys are going to have a new level of commitment to getting out to where the people are, whether that's an open house or also all the other things that we've spoken about, which is just getting out there with your name badge on. Laura, I saw your hand up too.
Okay, the last open house that I did, it was horrible, and I'll tell you why it was horrible. I mean, I had like no one, and I did this for like 3 or 4 weekends. And the reason why is because I was selling an existing home when, in the same community, they were builders there, for about the same price and a lower interest rate. So how do you compete with an open house on an existing property when there's builders right around the corner?
Yeah, so that's a really good question. All right, let's talk about that. And we're going to get into that. We're going to break that down very, very deeply as we get into the open houses. First of all, if you have nobody coming into your house, that is an advertising problem. That's not a builder competition problem, because the buyers don't know, 90% of the buyers, they don't know what the price is. They don't know what the interest rates are. They don't know what the incentives are of the builder. They don't know that the builder's paying closing costs. They don't know all of that stuff. And so they should have stumbled in not knowing all of that stuff, because they're not going to know that stuff until they ask. So if you want people to show up at your open house, it means that you have to advertise that home at least a week ahead of time. What's interesting is most agents on average spend 15 minutes, or certainly less than an hour, advertising their open house, and then they go there and they sit there for 4 hours. The shift book says, hey, why don't you do it around the other way around? Why don't you spend 4 hours marketing the open house and go sit there for an hour and have a lot more productivity? We don't spend enough time marketing our open houses. And the question is, okay, then how do you properly market an open house? We're going to spend 7 hours on that on our grand open house marketing that is going to come on 6/8/6/19. There's an entire class on how to do the grand open house marketing, how to properly list it, and how to get a lot of people. I can tell you that I'm going to surprise you. We're actually going to even have in Mega. I'm doing a grand open house right now on one of my two of my listings. I'm in the throes of it. And the expectation is on a grand open house weekend, I usually have 30 people come through at least on my grand open house. You will see an entirely new set of people. And I'm going to give you a little bit of the secret of how that is. We have found that between 11 p.m. and 2 a.m. in the morning, this is a Boomtown study and a Realtor.com study, that's when people are on Realtor.com, between 11 p.m. and 2 a.m. in the morning. Why is that? Because they're busy doing dishes after putting the kids to bed. After the kids put to bed, then they fall down on the couch, grab the iPad, and then they start searching. And that's usually after 11 o'clock at night, all the way until 2 in the morning, and sometimes even later. Those are the peak hours of Realtor.com. And when are they doing it? They're doing it Monday night and Tuesday night. Why are they doing it Monday night and Tuesday night? Because Saturday was all about the kids. And this is your class A buyer. That's who is really purchasing 80% of the homes right now. So your majority of your buyers are inundated with everything family. And then Monday night after the kids are in bed, this is the first time they've had an opportunity to take a deep breath. So Monday and Tuesday night are the two busiest nights for Realtor.com and Zillow. And the busiest times is from 11 p.m. to 12 p.m. 11 p.m. till 2 in the morning. So then then I have to beg the question, are agents Monday morning putting their open house online and advertising it Monday morning for the upcoming Saturday and Sunday? No. Are they doing it Tuesday morning? Nope. Are they doing it Thursday? No. Are they doing it as a last minute forethought on Friday to get it done and put in the MLS at the very last minute for their Saturday and Sunday open house? When is the last time you threw a party and you wanted 60 people to come? Did you tell everyone the day before the party and expect a good result? Because that's what's happening with open houses, or people are advertising the entire thing the day before and no one's coming, and they're just like, the open houses don't work. But the reality is that people didn't have an opportunity to see it. I'm going to show you guys as part of the class that's coming up that we got to get the open house marketed and online Monday morning, so it's available and seated for people to see Monday night, Tuesday night, Wednesday night, Thursday night, Friday night, so they have an entire week of advertising and pre-marketing. So Saturday morning and Sunday morning, everyone was able to see it. We're going to talk even more about marketing and advertising and postcards and signage and advertising and how to properly advertise an open house to get more people to come. We're going to talk deeply about that. But advertising it as early in the week, which is why we actually run ads at open house events. And our rule here is, if you don't have it advertised, if you don't give us the information about your open house before Tuesday at noon, we won't even advertise it for you, because it's a waste of our own money. And we know that. So we ask all of the agents, when you do your grand open house marketing, that you get us that information Monday. Not all, it doesn't always happen. Photographers get the photos back late, things happen. So we always extend that to noon on Tuesday, but that's our drop dead. If it's not advertised by noon Tuesday, it means that it's not going to be there. 80% of the people who would have saw it Monday night didn't see it at all. Now your last audience to really see it is Tuesday night in the advertising spectrum of who your target audience is to show up at the open house. And if you've not got it by Tuesday noon, and you roll into Wednesday, you're not going to have a very successful open house. Now, you asked a very specific question. You said, I'm competing with the builders. That has nothing to do with how many people show up at your open house. Your people at your open house, they may find out information later that comes back and says, yeah, the builder's being able to offer a better deal than I am. Okay, well, let's look at that too. Always the people who are the first person to sell in a neighborhood are going to take a hit because they are up against a builder. Now, oftentimes, the builder doesn't have inventory done, and people are moving into town and they need a house. They don't have the luxury of waiting 30, 60, 90 days for a house to be done. They need one right now. And if it's at sheetrock, or if it's at cabinets and they're telling you that's going to be done in 30 days, they don't know what kind of flooring. They're looking at this house and they want a house that they can wrap in head, know that's going to be done when they're moving here. Because most people are moving into town, they need a home immediately, which means that home that's on the ground and done has an advantage that the builder doesn't. I go to the builder, walk in, let them know, hey, this property is listed. Here's some donuts and coffee. If you have people who need an immediate move in, please send them my way. We've got this listing. I learn what their incentives are, and then I try to figure out how am I going to mitigate that. Part of the advantage is they can move in right now. showcasing the upgrades that was put into the property and pricing it right obviously is going to be a really big deal. And so you are handed sometimes impossible situations. The builder's paying all of the closing costs and they're buying down the rate to 5%, and they're offering a $30,000 discount. So they're priced at lower than what you can sell your property for, and they're giving a lower rate. And on top of all of that, they're paying all the closing costs and they're offering an agent a 10% commission. Okay, that's going to be a really difficult situation for your listing. Maybe they're going to have to lease that property. That's a possibility that they're going to have to get a tenant in place and lease it for a little while. But that's not going to be on my first. I'm going to dig deep and try to figure out what are all the options for the client. Make sense? Okay. Thank you, Laura, for the question. I think it was very productive. How was your mega mini yesterday with Lisa?
It went well.
Lisa helps you guys unpack what you learned in Mega, make sense of some things. I know some of you, always in the first Mega, there's a lot that you're going to jump into Mega. I'm going to send an email before the Mega class and after. So getting familiar with those emails, getting familiar with the homework, understanding what's going to be required of you through this entire Mega process. That's what the Mega Minis are. It's kind of lab time to kind of figure it all out. And maybe if you've missed things. And so it's very helpful because she is your lab instructor. She is your tutor. She's the person who's going to hold your hand through the entire Mega and assist you. So that's one of the real good reasons for you guys to be attending your Mega Mini. And today we're going to be talking about the importance of memorizing your contract paragraphs and why we ask you to do it, and also your code of ethics and why we ask you to do that as well. Knock, I see your hand up. Hi.
Hi, Jack. I don't think I received any email after Monday. Is that right?
I've sent out an email Monday. Yes, I sent out an email Tuesday morning.
I didn't receive it.
Mhm.
I know I took the test and I didn't pass that test. I was at the funeral, but I got done, but I didn't see any information.
And
Maybe I'm missing.
that is a conversation that I ask you to bring up into Mega Mini. Conversations regarding teams, conversations regarding emails, conversations regarding exams, all of that. I want you guys to bring that to your Mega Mini because, like I
Okay.
said, I need 150 hours with you guys. And so that 3 hours a week that's in your Mega Mini is designed for back-end administrative stuff that you guys need assistance with. But all of you should know that before each Mega class, I send an email, and in that email is information about the next class. And then after class, I'm going to send you a video that has a link to my walkthrough of the exam, which I send all of you. Raise your hand if you got my walkthrough of the exam. Okay, thank you. And in that also is going to be the slides for the next class. So before each class, it's going to be the slide deck for that class. After the class, it's going to be the homework and the exam that goes my exam walkthrough with you, so you can see why the correct answer is the correct answer. And so I spend some time. I think that last video was 15 minutes because I walk you through each one explaining it. So if you're not getting those emails, you can get with Katie or Miguel, or you can also bring that up in Mega Mini because you guys do need to be getting your emails. Okay. Thank you, Lisa, for all your hard work in Mega Mini. I know it actually went really well yesterday. I was really super excited about that. How many of you were deer in the headlights yesterday watching our ISA 2s? First of all, how many of you went to that? I saw about half of you went to that. So that is one aspect. That's one layer, picking up the phone and calling the customers who've registered on our website. Some of them don't remember registering. Some of them do remember registering. Some of them hang up on you. Some of them are really good, productive conversations. What we've done is we've taken the customers who we've called and we were able to get a hold of them, and then we got in with an agent. We take those phone calls and then we unpack those. Those phone calls are not supposed to be more than about 4 minutes. Some of those phone calls went on for about 15 minutes. And that's never supposed to be the case. So we are also working on that. I also, yesterday, sat down in the ISA room and I made about an hour and a half worth of calls myself and got on the phones and called clients. Hi, this is Jack from Realty, Texas. I saw you registered on our website about 123 Main Street and had conversations with them. I actually were able to create 3 rooms and get them with agents just so that I myself can be in there and seeing what you guys are doing and feeling what you're feeling and feeling the system and making system improvements so that I'm not just telling you to do something that I personally am not doing. I'm asking you to do something that I am personally doing. And it's very productive for me to be in that room just to fill out the systems. And from that, we already made a couple of enhancements, and we always are. Okay. Today's a big day. Today's day is power starting your business. We kind of got through the mindset stuff from Monday's class. Today's Wednesday's class is about really power starting your engine of your business. Whether you've been in the business for a really long time, whether you're starting the business, today's really going to be a lot about the nuts and bolts of what we should be spending our attention on as a salesperson. You guys, a lot of you raised your hand. You said, yes, I do. I really do want to sell 50 homes a year, at least 1 a month, maybe 2 a month. That's kind of the threshold where most agents come to me and say, I'd really like to close at least 1 home a month, but I'd really like to do 2. Well, if you're doing 2, how many is that? 24 homes? 36 homes? And so that's where you start feeling like you have consistent income. And consistent income is really, really, really important as part of your mega journey to understand that you can have consistent income. And when we find that consistent income in our business, it really helps us let go of some of the stress that we carry as a salesperson. There was a couple of slides that we didn't finish out of our last class, and I want to get through those really quick. When you're in a business, when you create a real estate business, you have to plan and you have to have goals, and then you have to act on those goals and those plans. And there's a thing called plan integrity. You have to have goal integrity and plan integrity. That means establishing a written set of procedures for yourself that you're going to follow. Imagine, raise your hand if you feel like when you got your license, you were just faking it until you make it and figured I can just keep going that way. Just faking it, just figuring it out. No idea what I'm doing. Zero clue. No business plan written down, no set of procedures, no time blocking, nothing written down. Maybe I've got an idea that I'm going to take a class here or there. Maybe I'm thinking about doing an open house, but I don't have a strategic plan set down on Monday through Friday. And I asked a question, half you raise your hand when I said, if you were your own boss, would you have fired yourself by now? And we all kind of smile and think about that for a second. You are your own boss. So I really want to put you guys in between brackets and remember that you have to hold yourself accountable and that you need to put pen to paper and you need to create a plan. And we're going to help you with some ideas of what a plan might look like for you or what a plan for a lot of agents are. You can pick from that and you can put together a plan that actually works for you. And that's part of our goal planning process. Lisa does a goal planning process every single year in January where she invites agents to sit with her and then they plan out their year together. And I really recommend that you guys take her up on that, because if you don't have a plan, then you've got no goals in mind written down to really achieve. Now, if you had a job, does your employer have a plan for you? Do you meet with them and have regular updates?
Yes.
Do you have projections maybe in front of you, or standard operating procedures, or certain processes that you have to have in place? So you need that same thing for yourself. So we have to really remember in our brain that as a salesperson, what is the salesperson's job? And first and foremost, it's showing up. And that's the beginning. Setting the goal and showing up, and then getting really good at each one of those tasks, which is kind of sharpening the pencil and learning more tools for the toolbox. But it's first, we need a structure. We have to be operating within a structure. What time am I going to work? And when I get to work, what am I going to do? If I looked at all of your schedule for Thursday, let's say you were not a mega right now, and if I looked at your calendar for Thursday, do you know what you're doing tomorrow at work? Do you know who you're calling? Do you know what tasks you're doing? Do you know what income tasks, what income producing tasks you're working on tomorrow? So when you show up to work, do you have a plan of attack, or do you just let life come at you when you get there? Which means that your business is running you instead of you running your business. So are you in control of your business? That starts with goals, and then the plan, and then acting. When you don't have this, when you're not planning out your business, there is a cyclical cycle that begins. And it's agents out of desperation or need, either one, some in between. I need more money. I know my dues billing is coming. I have this bill that I need to pay. And we often make as much money as we need, but that's not what we're really wanting to do. We're wanting to thrive, which means we have more resources than we need. That's called living in abundance. But we are really good at, I know how much I need, now I'm in crisis, and then they prospect and prospect and prospect, and it forces them to start making some calls, and boom, a deal gets put together. And if it's the only deal they have going, there's a lot of stress, because we need the fruit from that, but the fruit isn't ripe yet, and we can't pull it off the vine too soon, and we have to nurture it properly. But suffice it to say, if something falls apart and that doesn't make it to the closing table, then we have crisis, which is how we become less than arm's length from a transaction. But we work really hard to prospect, and boom, we've materialized a transaction. But then it closes and we're right back where we were before. And sometimes we're going to prospect and prospect and prospect, and we get to the top and we have 3 deals closing, and we're like, this is awesome. This is exactly what I thought real estate was going to be like. I've got 3 checks coming, and I know what my compensation is going to be over the next 30 days. And this is good. This feels good. And then they all close. And then you're right back where you started from, and you have no clients, and you don't know where your next check is going to come from. And that becomes very stressful, because not knowing when your next paycheck is going to come is a very stressful place to be for a salesperson, which is why it's so powerful to have your pipelines filled. Because if your pipelines are filled, you know where your transactions are coming from, you know who your next clients are going to be, and you know where the money's coming from. And the number one reason people find themselves with 3 or 4 transactions, they did a lot of prospecting to get them there, and then they close them and there are no transactions, is because the moment they put the transactions together, they stop prospecting. They prospect, and then they stop, and then they start doing what it is that they thought real estate was going to be in the first place, which is talking with clients about a transaction, showing homes, negotiating the deal, going to the inspection, and they thought that's the job. And now I'm doing the job that I thought that this was going to be. So they do that, and they like that. The dopamine, the serotonin is happening. The clients are grateful for you for the most part, especially if you're doing it right. You just kind of feel good through that transaction, and you immediately stop prospecting, because the prospecting part can be painful, because it comes with rejection. It comes with work. It comes with uncertainty. And most people don't love prospecting. But the reality is if you love real estate, you have to take the good with the bad. And if you have to hard code in your time prospecting every single day. Because if you don't do it every day, then what's going to happen is 1 day is going to go by, 2 days is going to go by, a week is going to go by, 2 weeks are going to go by. The transaction closes, and then sometimes you didn't even ask the client throughout the entire transaction for a referral. How many of you have worked with a client and got them all the way to the closing table and never once asked them for a referral? One small thing you can do when that happens is do a mind shift change and say, okay, thank you. I am so, so grateful to be working with you. Over the next course of the month, I am going to be dedicating all my time to you, which means I'm not going to be able to be prospecting and looking for business. I need your help. I need you to help me find my next client, to replace you when we close, so that I know who my next client's going to be. Now, remember, Monday's class, when I asked you to put that influencer in your head and asked you to think if you asked them the question, or if you said, I want to be rich or I want more money, how you felt about saying that, if it kind of gave you a cringeworthy feeling inside. Well, that's probably as the max, right? On the pendulum swing, that is as bad as it's going to be. That's the most intense. Taking an influencer and saying something like that. But there's varying degrees, and if you back that up, a small percentage of that concept is looking your client in the face and asking for a referral. It's the same feeling for agents, and sometimes agents can't bring themselves to ask for a referral because it doesn't feel natural. It doesn't feel right. How many of you feel kind of uncomfortable asking your client for a referral? And most agents have that. So, do you deserve to live a life of abundance? What is it that you actually do? If it is true that you're a salesperson and you want to be successful, then I have to get you over that uncomfortableness. I'm going to tell you a little story. How many of you know what the narcissist personality disorder is? Okay. Is it a healthy personality type? There's a spectrum, but everybody has a little bit of narcissism in it, and a lot of bit of acturism. There's a scale. I know agents like Barbara McLaughlin, for instance. Some of you know her as an agent, just the sweetest person. Lisa Ormsby, just the sweetest person, just very kind people. And they love helping people. In fact, Barbara, she is up there in age a little bit, and she's got a walker that she's using right now to help her stable because she's had some issues with her leg. But she shows up even like that to her client, says, I know you're moving, I'm going to help. Like, Barbara, you're not helping them move. I mean, she's got good intentions, but no, Barbara, we're not going to be helping our clients move. But she just wants to help in everything she does. And she can't bring herself to ask for referrals because it doesn't feel natural herself. Well, I've helped gear her with that. But I look at Barbara McLaughlin and I think to myself, if there was ever an agent that deserved a referral from her client, it's her. If ever there was a person that deserved it, it would be her. And then I know other agents who are not here that are pure narcissists. They don't give a flying flip about their clients at all. They don't. They care about themselves and themselves only, unilaterally and solely. But they sell themselves so well that they're getting referrals from everyone, and they don't care about anyone, and they're outproducing you. How does that feel? What does that bring to you right now? What does that thought bring to you?
It makes me angry.
I think it's what it brings to me right now. It's like, okay, you know what? There's something about that you need to learn without losing your your
Altruism.
thrilled, like the thrill that I get of connecting and helping people, you know. Because I'm not here, I'm not, I love helping people, it's my core, but it's not charity. And I do a hard work and kind of like maybe act on it a little bit. Maybe if I have to, even just like at the beginning, you said, you know, we sometimes we fake it until we make it, you know, but just learn a little bit of that attitude or that posture of self-confidence without losing yourself of, you know.
Isolde, have you ever had an agent that you worked with that you really liked before you got a real estate license?
Yes.
Okay. If that agent had come to you and said, Isolde, do you know anyone who's looking to buy, sell, a lease? Your referral would mean the world to me. Would you have been offended had they asked you that?
No, because I
Would
want to
you?
help. I would have thought about someone to help them.
That's right. And so I want you to think about that forever in that moment, because when you have someone that you know's got your back and they're really caring about you and they ask you for a referral, we want to help them. We want to help those people who are helping us. We just don't know how. So when they tell us how we can help them, we do it. And so now I need to gear you guys with the power of asking for referrals, because every time you're in a transaction, you should be, with love and grace, asking them for referrals. And so that is the number one thing that you can do to replace each client, is asking them, who do you know that can benefit from my services? Who do you know that's looking to buy, sell, or lease a home? Because your referral would mean the world to me. That's my favorite script, especially for the yellow personality type. They really are able to express how grateful they would be for getting a referral from their client. And if you take it from the perspective of being grateful, it's very, 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 very successful in getting referrals from your client. Versus the thing is that people don't mind giving referrals. And they're giving all the referrals to the narcissist. They're not, because they're asking, because the narcissist understands that they need the referral to help themselves. So I need to help my yellow personality type, who is nurturing and caring and really has a lot of empathy for other people and wants to have a successful transaction. They want them to have the best outcome. It's not about me, it's about them. So they put on the servant apron of gratefulness and a public service, and they help their client, and they've got empathy for them. They're doing the extra things to make sure that nothing's missed. They deserve a referral. They deserve to stay in the business. I want to see them stay in the business because we need more of that in real estate, right? So if I can help my agents compete against the narcissists, which they are out there, then I have won, because it pains me to see agents who are empathetic and good at this job leaving the business because they're not selling transactions, and the people who are narcissists staying in the business and thriving. That pains me and it angers me. How many of you lead with empathy? Raise your hand. How many of you, with your hands raised, are doing the number of transactions that you want? That pains me. So let's have a fundamental shift in our brain that says, I am going to protect my client by asking them for a referral to make sure that referral doesn't go to a narcissist.
Narcissists, I believe, have to exist to build. I mean, if we didn't have a narcissist, then maybe the drive wouldn't be as strong either. I mean, everything has I feel like a side, but narcissists, it's also just a numbers game. I mean, to them, it's a numbers game. They ask everybody because that's just a part of who they are.
But they're being successful in their closing transactions. So how
Right.
do we?
And a lot of times that's, sometimes maybe the client actually wants a narcissist because they know they're going to get it done. I don't know.
But maybe they're not, because the narcissist is going to have a really hard time with fiduciary duty because all they care about truly is themselves. Do they care that you're going to close on time? Not my problem. Yeah, they're going to pay $16,000 to get the mover to actually have to reschedule the mover. That's not my problem. I'm going to continue prospecting. Yeah, this thing's falling apart, but I don't really care. It's going to close one way, it'll work its way out. I'm going to get paid no matter what.
I don't know a real estate narcissist. I know a lot of other kinds of narcissists.
Well, Lee, I'm your broker, and I know lots of people who are, because I deal with the bad and ugly.
Yeah.
I have to deal when things are on the rails and they come to me, I see all of that. So I see a different side of real estate. And unfortunately, I really think that if Lisa and I knew what we knew right now, we would not have taken this route. That's the truth. Now we're here and we're 100% dedicated, but I came into this with the idea that all people are inherently good and that people really care about this profession, they care about their clients, and that we're going to attract agents that do that as well, and that the care that I put into every transaction is the care that my agents are going to put into every transaction. And I can tell you that when my agents don't have 1/10 of the care for the customer that has my name on it, pains me and makes me sad. So because I see a side of things that you guys don't, I want to protect you guys, and so does Lisa, and we want you guys to win. And I just saw a bunch of people who have empathy saying, yes, that's me. I really care about my clients and I want them to succeed. Are you making as much money as you want? And their hand went down. So those people is who my audience is right now. Those people who I want to teach and gear to find the success, which starts with asking referral, because those are the same people I asked, did you ask a referral? And they said no. I've gone through an entire transaction. They said that they had gone through an entire transaction where they hadn't asked the client for a referral. They hadn't even asked. And the reality is we have to ask someone 3 times before they really, the first is like, yeah, I do want to help you. And then they get busy. So we have to keep reinforcing that message. And it feels very selfish. It feels very one-sided to ask someone for help. And most people, they want to give and they want to work really hard. And they have this attitude that says, I'm just going to work really, really hard. I'm going to do a really, really good job and success is going to come to me. And unfortunately, that's not true. Do you remember yesterday when we had those 5 action words? Seek and you shall find. All of those 5 that I showed you, all of those are action words. It wasn't, I'm going to do a really good job and waiting for the world to come to me. You can't passively be successful in real estate. You have to act, which means we have to step ourselves outside the comfort zone and actually be humble and a little bit vulnerable and ask for the business. Because if you don't ask for it, you don't deserve it. And that's really hard for people to wrap their hand around. But if you don't ask for the business, you don't deserve it. The number one reason agents fail in the business is because they can't handle the fear and the stress when they have uncertain income and nothing in their pipelines. And when you don't know where your next check is going to come from, that's scary. The prospect of uncapped income, that's why we got our real estate license often in the first place, is yes, I can help people. I can do this amazing job and I can get dressed up really nice and go out into the world and be a professional and be proud of myself and have my own business and help people. But I can also make a really good living doing that. All of it falls apart when the really good living part doesn't materialize. So the prospect of uncapped earning potential is one of the reasons that people got into this business. If this business got paid $4.50 an hour, how many of you would be here right now? And some of you would. But the reality is the income is part of this. We have to make a living. We have to make a living. We have to help our kids. We want to let them go into school. We want to help pay for their college. We want to help buy them a car. We want to help take care of our aging parents. We want to leave a legacy behind of multi-generational wealth. We want to leave the world in a better place. And that takes resources. So when the prospect of uncertain income becomes more stressful than the benefit of having the perhaps uncapped income, because remember, uncertain income and uncapped income, right? There is going to be a balance. And when the uncertain income is higher than the uncapped income, and this becomes the big stress, people leave the business. It becomes more attractive to leave and go get a job where you can work a certain amount of hours and you can get the paycheck and you can be earning 401k plan. You can have your medical benefits from the employer. They're paying your taxes. You don't have to deal with your IRS stuff that's coming later. And more importantly, you're building a retirement. Your retirement, your medical insurance, paying for your taxes, and having a those things, all of that, that is a bucket that has to be in your commission. And if your commission is just enough to pay for your bills, then there's a segment, there's a bucket that's missing, which is your retirement, your health care, paying for your taxes, and being able to reinvest money back in your marketing department to have the sufficient collateral and photos for your listings and bringing in additional business. There is one.
I just want to say, someone called me to do an open house this weekend. So I'm excited about that.
I am excited for you. Open houses are a really big deal. Today is Wednesday. So you really need to probably get back with that person who asked you to do it. Make sure it's in the MLS, make sure it's advertised, and begin that marketing. We'll get with that, but make sure it's advertised as soon as humanly possible so that you can have the most success. How many of you have ever done the Ford script or know what the Ford script is? Laura has. Okay. The Ford script is a a mental note that will allow you to reach for something when you get into a conversation where you don't know where to take it, or where your brain is coming up with a blank, and you're standing in front of someone and you're trying to have a conversation and it's just not naturally going anywhere and you're starting to feel uncomfortable. How many of you ever had that happen? How many of you ever been in an elevator and you're looking at the person who just got in the elevator and you think, oh, I know I should say hello to them. And you are thinking the door shuts. I should say hi. Okay. And then you go down 10 flights of doors and they walk out and you never said anything at all. And they never said anything at all. How many of you ever have had that happen? That is a sign that maybe you're not the bright, colorful personality that just talks to everyone. That is, by the way, one of the hallmarks of a successful salesperson is they are not shy. If you have a little bit of shyness in you, that's not a bad thing. It's also not something that I would say that, oh, if you're shy, you're not going to be a good salesperson. I will say that if you're shy, you have to learn some tools that's going to help you overcome your anxiety about having conversations with others. And the Ford is the best script to do that. We're actually going to be putting you into some group breakout sessions, and some of your homework is going to be to go out and have at least 4 conversations with strangers using the Ford script. And the Ford script is 4 things that you can talk with them about. Number 1, people love it when you ask them questions about their family, about what they do, what business they're in, about sports and things that they like, recreational things, and dreams. So, do you have kids? Boom. That one question will turn it into a huge conversation, which you may never get past that because they will talk about that until it never ends. What line of business are you in? Oh, do you have any kids? No. Oh, what line of work are you in? And then they start talking about their work, and that turns into a firing inferno, and that conversation just takes in. You need a little bit of kindling sometimes to start the fire. And once the fire is going, then you're good. But starting it is sometimes the hard start. So you can always have forward in your brain, family, occupation. Um, One of the questions could simply be, hey, I'm thinking about going on vacation later this year. And have you ever been on a cruise? What do you do for vacations? Where do you go? Do you guys have a favorite spot? And have them start reaching in for that, and boom, oh, I've been to Greece, I've been to Egypt, I've been inside the Grand Chamber of the Pyramid of Giza. I've taken a riverboat all the way down the Nile, and tell them all of these really cool things that you've done on some of your vacations, and poof, it never actually ends, which actually all of those things are true for me. So we're going to be putting you in group breakout sessions about using the Ford script, and I know that that's going to really benefit you guys. Okay. One other thing is this. On your listing agreement, you have a broker compensation and then an item number 2. How many of you have ever seen this? How many of you have never seen this before? So, what do you think people do when they're presented with this? Do you think they appreciate this? Do you think they get angry? Do you think they question it? What do you think the results of this is in real practice? Because I can show you the real practice.
People like options, so giving them options is always good. Plus, I don't know if you guys noticed, like whenever you get that tip, when you're out in a restaurant and you put a tip and you get 3 options, you tend to always choose either the middle, or if you're feeling happy, you tend to choose the higher one. So I've heard of the different options, and I've heard of agents getting 10%.
I like it.
But
I like
I
it a
haven't
lot.
tried it.
So, what do you think? In reality, in all of this, what do you think people are going to do with this?
I think it depends on the type of personality the person has, because you have those that are more passive that might lean towards the lower end because they don't want to ask for too much. And then you might have the people that are not afraid to jump in and say, hey, if I can get 8%, give me 8%. So I think it just depends on the personality of the person who needs to choose.
I love it. Okay. So how many do you think are going to actually circle maybe 7? What one do you think people will circle most on average?
7.
The middle ground.
If you want to raise, give people options. And so what is not an option in this, by the way?
Discount.
Anything under 6.
That's exactly right. And so this is a very, very, very successful program. I'm going to show you guys on break. I was actually looking for it and I couldn't find it. My very first listing, I did this, and Colin and Amanda during circled 7. And this was, gosh, this was 2 decades ago, but
Hey, Jack, can you hear
yep,
me?
I can hear you well.
When you have these options, depending on the percentage, do you provide different services for each percentage? Or not necessarily you, but do you include different services? For example, if you're gonna get, you choose the 6%, you get the marketing, the open houses.
No,
No?
no.
Okay.
I don't make
That's
it.
a good question, though.
I don't make it about me. Who do I,
Is that
who-
called a tier listing?
let me answer his question first. Who should you make the additional compensation about? Why do you want to take a listing over 6%? What benefit would that have the seller?
So we can have more buyers interested in that property.
How?
So it basically benefits seller by promoting property and compensating buyer's agent,
Okay.
sharing your
More
commission.
attractive for other parties to bring people because of there's more because of more compensation.
That's exactly what I was trying to say. Thank you so much.
Dimitri started the conversation that's more attractive to buyers, and then Isolde kind of threw in another side to it as well, and then both of them, the real advantage is because you have more buyer agents trying to compete to sell that home. More buyer agents are trying to help, but more than that, the reality sets in that whenever I have offered a bonus to the buyer agent, my negotiation of the option period was a lot massively cleaner. Why do you think that is?
Because they don't want to lose that transaction.
Exactly right, because they know that they absolutely 100% know that if they bail on this transaction, wherever they go, they're going to get paid less. And so they are looking for solutions to try to bring this thing together, which is, by the way, kind of our job in the first place, is to look for solutions to make all of this work and advise our clients on solutions. And so whether you want to like this or not, you're buying the buyer agent's loyalty during the option period. And I tell my sellers that. So when I offer 7%, we are giving the buyer agent a bonus. And when we give them a bonus, we have more buyer agents trying to sell your home. We're buying the buyer agent's loyalty during the option period, so we have less issues on average during the inspection process. And yes, this is split equally. So I'm getting a bonus as well. But this is all about providing the buyer agent a bonus to be able to sell this home. And remember that the reason that the seller pays the commission to the buyer agent because it allows for a larger buyer pool. If the buyer has to pay for the buyer agent compensation, we're going to have a smaller buyer pool because fewer people have the ability to pay the buyer agent cooperative fee as well as their down payment, as well as their closing costs. And so the seller ensuring that the buyer has proper representation and paying that representation allows for a larger buyer pool. And the larger buyer pool means you have a higher propensity for multiple offers. you have a higher propensity to get list price. You have a higher propensity to sell the home quicker because the commission is not only the advertising budget that sells the home, but it's also paying the buyer agent cooperatively and making sure that not only does the buyer have an agent who's going to help make sure that the buyer is being counseled by someone who's arm's length and can see big picture and not let them get cold feet and help them through the transaction, but also have more buyer agents out there helping me sell your home. That is the reality of commissions. Okay. Kay, Ever, and then Ever.
Yeah, I'm just confused about it because I've never seen this before. Like to me, I'm looking at it like this can be chaos only because of where I've been in a Maryland and DC market where people there are agents who discount their commissions. So why would a seller want to pay this much when they interviewing other agents and then another agent can come and say, "Oh, I'll take the listing for 5%." That's my only concern because to me it's like I don't want to even make it about commission. I just want to make it about the service that I provide to you. So giving them this option to choose can cause them to have other options to interview other agents.
Okay.
Isn't it?
So do you tell them what the compensation is before you actually sit down and interview them in the first place? When we go out to a listing agreement, when we have a listing appointment with our seller, we go out there and we present our listing agreement in person. I can tell you, I've sold 1,000 homes in my career. I've sold homes in California and I've sold homes here in Texas. And I can count on one hand the times where I've really had to negotiate my commission. 99% of the time, 99.9% of the time, my clients sign the listing agreement and they have never said a thing about the commission at all. They didn't even bring it up. For those people who are in this class right now who have had situations where people have signed listing agreements and not said a thing about the commission at all, raise your hand. 100%. That's the reality, is that most people, they're not going to even have a conversation about the commission at all. So giving them a choice at least creates a conversation. So the question is, what are you going to do differently? Are you going to leave it blank and ask them, how much do you want to pay me? Or are you just going to put 6 and not give them a choice at all? And what happens for those people who do want to give you a bonus and you don't even give them that choice? Ever, and then Dimitri.
I was gonna ask, it's not about a listing agreement, but I think it was either the buyer rep or the tenant rep that I was looking at. You know, in one of those contracts where it's you're required to put what the percentage is gonna be. And I was thinking, you know, starting July when we're not we're required to put an amount. Um, how is that gonna work? Are you gonna put in
No,
a range from like 30 to 50%?
no. So August 17th is the deadline. It is going to take effect in the middle of July. It's still a percent. We'll talk about that later in class, but the percent is not going away. There has to
No,
be.
what I was saying is, are you gonna put a range? Because like, let's say if you're required to provide that in the beginning where you have a rep agreement and you put 30%, but the landlord or the owner is offering you 50% of and I'm talking about a lease rep, then do you have to change it, or is that when do you want to put a range? You know, usually it's going to be between 30 to 50%. Just like you're giving different multiple options here. Are we going to do the same when it comes to buyer rep or tenant rep agreements?
So first of all, we are a firm and the brokers, that's the commission, not the agent. So we already have a commission set in our Realty Texas policy. And so I would defer you back to policy to look at what that says, but also remind you that what the Austin Board of Realtors and Texas Realtors is saying is that there is no prohibition about getting an amendment signed to the representation agreement at the point where you're in a transaction and the numbers are different. And so we're also dealing the same thing with bonuses. People are going to be putting in bonuses and putting in language that says that this is going to be a fixed amount bonus, and that using that same language that says that I'm first going to attempt to collect the bonus from you, the listing agent, and if the listing agent doesn't pay the bonus, then I'm not going to collect it from you. And so that's how we're handling bonuses, because right now they say that bonuses aren't a thing. We're going to talk about compensation more, but it's not changing any which way. We're already doing it now. And so we're gonna have the bonus section in there, and we're going to be looking at it as if they're offering something that's greater than what we're being paid, then we're going to amend the representation agreement to equal the additional compensation. It's very simple.
Okay. Yeah, I figured that, but watching this, I was just trying to get creative and see, okay, maybe I can put a range, but I guess not.
We can't put a range because a range, it says an actual ascertainable amount. So it has to be a specific amount. And what the National Association of Realtors has said to me that really made my light bulb go off when I was in DC and I was listening to the chairman of the National Association of Realtors, Kevin Spears. He said, look, guys, if you're looking for a way around this and you try to find a way around this, what you're really doing is trying to find a way to no longer be protected under the settlement agreement. And if you're not protected under the settlement agreement, then you're not protected under it, which means you can be sued for these class action lawsuits. So everyone who is standing under the umbrella is not going to get wet. But if you step away from the umbrella, you're exposed to the elements. So we can't do something that's going to put us in jeopardy of not being protected under the settlement agreement. Remember, it was a $7.5 billion outcome, and they paid $400 million to settle, and they did that to protect each one of us. So there is definitely going to be a right way and a wrong way to go about this. But I always like having this conversation regarding the commission 6, 7, 8. This is not a practice that we force you to put, but it's very productive. Those agents who are doing it, often people are circling 7. Now, let's talk about the difference. I think that sometimes agents, they trivialize they don't trivialize the difference between 6 and 7%. What is the difference on, and by the way, a lot of your sellers are very good at math and they already know the numbers. They can do it really, really quickly in their head, like I can. What is a 6% commission on a $300,000 home? Or more importantly, what is 1% of a $300,000 home?
3,000.
That's right.
3,000.
You're talking about a $3,000 difference. And if your seller knows that they purchased the home for $200,000 and they're trying to have an agent work their hardest to squeeze every single bit that they can, and they have a property that's being listed for $600,000 and they're making a $300,000 delta, which is often the case, they want to hire someone who's going to do whatever they can to sell that home for as much as possible. And it's not going to be the difference between an agent getting really good photos and doing really good open houses and really doing really good marketing. And I did all of that and I got to sell the home for $3,000 more. What do you think the difference in when you properly prepare a home for market, which you help them with understanding how to properly get the property prepared for market with terms of landscaping? And then you help them declutter and destage the house and stage the house so that it looks good for photos. And then you get the right marketing collateral done, and it's excellent. You use twist tours and video tours, and then you have a grand open house weekend. How much more do you think that home is going to sell when you did that versus an agent who just listed it, did nothing to help them prepare the home for market? The photos are just whatever it was without doing anything to prepare it for market. The tree wasn't trimmed, the grass wasn't cut, it wasn't edged, the driveway wasn't power washed, all of that. What do you think the difference between those two homes? Do you think it's going to sell for more? Or do you think it's going to sell for exactly the same? Lisa, what do you think? It's going to sell a lot more. $35,000 more? $40,000 more? So that Does anybody in here really think that by properly getting the yard fixed up, properly getting the home decluttered and getting the right photos and getting the right media and putting on the market like that, do you think the home is going to sell for more?
Yes, better cover bill.
Do you think that that more is $3,000 more? Or do you think that it's more than $3,000? Do you think that maybe the seller 3x'd their commission? Maybe even 6x'd it? Maybe even 10x'd it? Maybe it sold for $30,000 more? So do you get what you hire in this world? If I'm selling the most expensive asset of my lifetime, am I going to try to find somebody who's going to try to help me sell that for as much as I possibly can? And is that person worth it? $3,000 more?
Yes.
A million times, yes. I want you to be available for me when I call. I want you to answer the phone when I call. I want you to negotiate hard for me. I want you to help me prepare my property for market. I want you to do everything you can to try to get me multiple offers. I want you to talk to every single person that comes into the open house and try to convert them. I want you to market this on every single website possible. I want an extremely good vanity description placed out there, and I want a video tour. And I want you to do everything that you can, pull out all the stops to represent me in selling this home, because I want as much as I can possibly get for it. That is what a good agent does. And that is what you get with a full-time, professional, experienced real estate agent. That's not a discount broker. Discount brokers sell homes for discounts. It's not that they discount their services, they discount the house. Okay.
Jack, I have a question. I don't know how to do the little raise your hand thing on here. I've seen a whole lot of where they say I'll sell your house for 1% if you use me to buy your next home. What do you think about that?
Well, I have known a lot of agents who are no longer in the business with that practice.
I haven't seen it as much lately now that you say that, but I just remember seeing like on big billboards, that advertisement.
Yeah, so Jana, how many homes do you want to close a month? Would you like to close 2 a month? Would that be a sufficient amount of income? Would you be
As
happy with
many
that?
as I can.
But if you did on average of 2 a month, would you be okay with that?
I'd like to do more than 2.
Okay. So are you wanting to close 500 homes a month? Is that possible?
No.
It's not, is it? None of us.
No.
Do you think you could even close 20? Would that be possible for you?
A month? No.
No, it's way too much. So how many closings
Yeah.
do you want every single month? Let's say 5? What I'm getting at is that we are not selling Tic Tacs at the local corner where we're going to put up a billboard and we're doing volume.
Right. Even when I sold
You're
my
gonna
house and before I became a realtor,
Okay, hold
and
up,
I was
hold up,
getting
hold up, hold up, back that train right up. And you're gonna say that word correctly. It's gonna be a 1-syllable word, and I'm gonna be so impressed when I hear it right. Realtor.
realtor. I'm Texan. I know we add syllables.
All right.
I tell my mom all the time, how many syllables are in that word? Realtor.
All right.
So, and I remember I was getting a divorce. So the realtor I used did that. Because when he represented us when we built 2 homes in the same neighborhood. So he did the 1%. And then once we closed on the other homes, he gave us back some of his commission. So that's why, and it took 10 months to sell my house. So that the market has shifted, since then. and
Mhm.
then shifted again. So, but anyways, I was just given like one of my experiences.
So the agents who are out there having conversations with their spheres, having conversations with their friends, calling every single money they know and saying, hey, when you know someone who's looking to buy, sell, lease a home, your referral would mean the world to me. Someone who's looking for an agent to help them sell their home. When you're standing in your home and you're having someone come over to help you sell your home, they're usually a little bit apprehensive. They're a little bit afraid. They need someone to help because they have no idea where to begin themselves. Sometimes the homes need work and they don't even know where to start. Maybe they don't even know how to find a landscaper to save their lives, and they've got so busy with kids and everything else that they haven't had time to take care of everything, and they need help. And you are not paying them. You're taking this whole thing on contingency, all of it. And you guys need to remember that. You are taking this on contingency. If they're going to come and ask you to discount your commission, okay, look, if you want me to discount my commission, then you can write me a check today. But if you want me to take all the risk, then this is what my commission is going to be, because there's a possibility that your home doesn't sell at all. And that I have taken photos that cost me thousands of dollars and I spent hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours. If you want me to take all the risk, in the middle of this whole thing, you could have a hailstorm. Your house could get hit by lightning. Who knows, a tornado could come through town and destroy your home. And I spent 1,000 hours on your property and helping you, and me never get paid. I am taking all of the risk to help you sell your home. And if I'm going to take the risk, my fee is very low for that kind of situation. One of the attorneys of the National Association of Realtors during this entire lawsuit, and I've got it actually stored on my computer here, said, look, if we're going to take that kind of risk, attorneys wouldn't touch this for less than 30%. 30%, not 6%, 30%. When we take things on risk, we're going to take 30% of proceeds. We're not taking 3% on each side. The fact
And they
that
don't even do that. They ask for retainers. Most of them, they don't even dare to.
100%. 1,000% I sold you. You guys are taking this whole thing on contingency and then going out there and having conversations about discounting the contingency that they haven't even paid you for? It's nuts. It's absolutely ludicrous. We are going out there and having I can tell you the transaction that I closed about 3 weeks ago. I had my painter epoxy their floor, paint their garage. We had to have all the locks and chain on the sliding glass doors, all the knobs were broken. The landscaping was a complete mess. The house needed to get power washed. Turns out there was mold under the sink, and so I had to have a mold remediation company come out there. I was a subcontractor for free. I had at least 9 different contractors out there helping them prepare their home for a market. And I was out there, and Miguel was out there probably, I'm not kidding, if I had to ask Miguel, at least 30 times we had an on-site on that property to go out there to meet someone to let them in. And they didn't pay me a cent until the property closed. So I want you guys to think about what you do a little bit differently, because if they were writing you a check that day and you want to discount that check that you get that day, maybe, okay, you have a guaranteed paycheck. Maybe that's a little bit different, but you're taking it on contingency. That's risk. Does that make you feel a little bit different? Does it make you look at things a little bit differently? We need to have productive conversations about discounting our commission with our clients. I took a listing this last weekend, and my client had a conversation with me about, he's like, well, I heard after August that commissions are going down. And I said, well, I think the reality is after August, commissions are going to actually go up. Because I think what's going to happen is a lot of listing brokers are going to charge 6% or more for their listing and not pay the buyer agent anything. And the buyer agents got to pay their own. So I think listing agents just got a 3% raise. That's what's really going to happen. And he just stared at me, and I said, and look, and by the way, this is, and I said, one of the comments you made was the law's changing. The reality is nothing's changed. The rules for realtors means that we just can't tell the other agent how much we're going to pay compensation to the world. We have to keep it a secret. The reality is we have to keep commissions a secret. We can't advertise the world. We can't tell the buyers what is being compensated. It's now a secret. We've removed transparency because we're being required. And I shared the whole thing with him. And he's like, yeah, he's like, that's horrible. He's like, this is good. I think things are going to get more expensive for agents and or for sellers. And I said, I think so too. That's the reality of all of this. When you really look and understand commissions and you understand the behavior of agents and brokerages and you look at the model of what just happened, the transparency that we had in commissions before allowed for behavioral norms to occur. Those behavioral norms, now everything is going to be hidden. It's going to get more expensive. Okay. You guys are going to have a unique value proposition. I'm going to send you on break because we blew through that break. The really productive conversations. I know that there's going to be more conversations regarding commissions in this particular mega than ever before because of what just happened with the lawsuit. So I expect more of this as well. When we get back from break, I'm going to put you in a first breakout session and we're going to spend 10 minutes talking about your value proposition a little bit. And what you're going to be doing to prepare for your value proposition video. And I'm going to give you a couple of tips and tricks before you get into your breakout session. So it's 11:30. Let's come back at 11:40. I'm going to stick around for a couple of minutes because I know you guys have questions, some additional questions. So you're officially on break. When you come back at 11:40, hit me back. But for the next 5 minutes, I'm going to stick around and answer questions for you, for anybody who has them.
So you were saying on the
No.
buyer's agents, the commission, how does that work? Now you said the seller's commission's going to go up, but then you said we should something about giving the buyer agent a bonus, offering a bonus. So I was confused because then you said something about the buyer's agent isn't going to get a commission. I know I heard it like wrong. I just got confused on how you were explaining that.
There's a lot going on in the world. When a listing agent takes a listing, it's negotiable. We can't say that there's a standard fee, but the firm, us, when we take a listing, we take a 6% listing, and that is what we were paid. The seller is paying us 6%. That's our list. That's what we get paid. And for years and years, we gave half of our commission away to pay for the buyer agent's compensation. So we got paid 6%, but we gave half of it away. So we're paid 6. They've paid us to do our job, but we give half of our commission away to pay for the buyer's agent. Why do we do that? There's a couple of reasons. We know that we want to have the biggest buyer pool because it's really to our advantage that property sells. And when we pay for the buyer agent's compensation, what we're really doing is making sure that we have a bigger buyer pool, because buyers need representation, especially with the biggest purchase of their lifetime. They need a trusted advisor. And buyers right now, especially history of the world, they struggle for a down payment plus closing costs plus commission. So if we take half of our fee and we pay the buyer agent fees, it means the property is going to sell faster and probably for more because we've increased our buyer pool. Now, we for years have used the MLS to notify the world of what we were paying the buyer agent. It's very transparent in what we're paying, but it's not going to be in the MLS anymore. It's not going to be syndicated to the world of what we're paying the buyer agent anymore. The brokers in a transaction, while the transaction is happening, has to negotiate that compensation. Now, our firm policy, we have always ran a very ethical, transparent firm, and that's how we're going to always be. So how we conduct these changes and of moving forward through these new requirements of buyer representation agreements and compensation, our practices will remain exactly the same because we've always done the same thing. We've always taken a 6% listing. We've always split it in half, always offered a 3% to the buyer agent. There's the agents in the last year and a half, as it really went into a strong seller's market, that were still taking 6% listings, but offering 2% for the buyer and getting paid for. They're offering a 2% because they knew that they were going to get multiple offers, and they felt like, well, I can just keep 1% for myself. And they did that. We didn't do that. We have a policy against doing that. The commissions are set by the broker of all firms. We didn't do that. We said we're going to split it halfway. But even in that situation, when homes were selling in multiple offers and bidding for hundreds of thousands of dollars more, some of the listing agents out there in the world didn't do a 50-50 split. They took a 6% listing and, like I said, paid the buyer 2% and kept 4 for themselves instead of 3, right? So knowing
I did see that.
So knowing
I,
that
I saw.
and knowing that practices like that are occurring, what do you think is going to happen when a transaction actually gets into multiple offers now? They didn't make a pre-promise. That promise wasn't out there at 3%. So now agents during the transaction are going to determine how much they think the buyer agent should be paid because it's going to accompany the offer now. Oh, well, you didn't even show the property, or you made me go out and open the door, or I got 5 offers, so the commission's now going to be 1% because I'm not working really. I got so many offers here that I know I'm going to sell it. So if you guys want to participate now, it's 1%. Those types of practices are now going to start happening where the listing agent takes more and keeps more. We're still not going to do that because we're advertising the commissions on our website. We can do that. We're legally allowed as the firm to advertise the commissions on our own website. But there's a lot of firms that's not going to do that. And they're going to pick the compensation during the transaction based on the merits of that particular transaction. So it means that we kind of believe that listing agents are going to start possibly making even more money than they did before, not less. And that the buyers now are going to have to figure out their compensation model with their agent. So we believe at this firm that it is to the benefit of our seller to offer and to expose that offer on our website to try to pull in the biggest buyer pool possible to help our sellers sell the property. We believe that's a benefit to the seller, which means we need to be talking about that in our listing agreement. We are going to put this commission on our website and make it transparent so we can advertise it to the world to make sure that there's not a single buyer that shows up to this property that has an issue buying the home because of a commission. Because that harms you and it harms the number of buyers that show up and it harms your ability to get in multiple offers. Every practice that we employ is trying to get your home and sold in multiple offers. Because if we can sell your home in multiple offers, the buyers are negotiating against each other instead of against the seller. And it puts them in a powerful position. That is where I was going with all of that.
I even had a little over a year ago, I did a lease for someone, and the leasing agent tried to, after like we were in the process of finalizing the contract, asked me to take less, and it was already on the lower end, and she asked me to take less during the process. Was that legal for her to do that during the process, asking me to take less?
Okay, so let's also look at how commissions are paid. The buyer or the tenant, they pay the brokerage for their fees. And the listing broker simply reimburses some or all of the fee. How much you are compensated is not how much the listing agent pays. What you're compensated is what you agreed to in your representation agreement with the buyer. That's how much you're compensated. So what they're really asking you is not to take less. They're saying that they're going to reimburse the buyer for less. So then our question is back to them. So I have a representation agreement with my buyer. So really what you're asking is for you to reimburse the buyer less for this particular transaction. We're still in the process of negotiating that. I'd have to bring that back to my buyer because they're going to have to factor that in as part of the negotiations. Is that what you're asking me to do? And now all of a sudden, and I say, and by the way, I'm going to let me send that out to all parties here and put that request out there because is this a counter to the transaction? Because you're countering the transaction. And that's going to scare the listing agent because they're going to hear that the commission is part of the transaction that the buyer is paying, you're gonna have to talk to the lender about that. The seller's gonna get wind of that, and they're probably gonna backpedal away from that. Does that make sense?
Yes, the leasing agent was the owner of the property too.
Great. Let me get with the tenant because I have a representation agreement with the tenant, and the tenant is paying my fee and they're paying me this amount. So now I'm to understand that you're going to reimburse the tenant less for my fee. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
That is and that's the question that you're asking the owner slash listing agent. And if they say yes, that is the answer, and then you go back to your client and you have to have that conversation. All right, so this is the deal. Now my fee is this much. This is what we've agreed to, and as we talked about in our original presentation, that I'm going to attempt to collect the entire fee. But in this situation, they're saying it's going to be this, so this is going to be the difference. It's going to be $175.22. And they're like, okay, I got it. And then you move on. I don't talk to my clients about percentages because they don't know what that is. But on commission stuff for leases, it's usually small numbers, small enough where when you tell them what it's going to be, now they understand. Good questions. I like it. Meg, did you have a question? I saw you unmuted for a second. No, okay.
So I have something really quick. I knew a realtor that said that they would not even take a home from MLS if they saw where it says 2.5%. They weren't even gonna show that. And I know it's not the right practice to do, but now what you're saying, like the sellers can set, basically they can set their own commissions. Um, if I guess I'm kind of confused on that part, meaning if they said they're going to only pay like 1%, can you get the other 2% from your buyer?
Thank you for the question, Rebecca. I really appreciate it. Okay, so this is the thing.
Desktop.
Who? Oh, two people had their who asked the question?
I asked one question.
Okay. Yep. All right. So thank you for the question. I appreciate it. So when it comes to fair housing, Article 10 of the National Association of Realtors Code of Ethics and Standards of Practice, which we all subscribe to, it says that we can't make housing unavailable to someone, or we also can't do what's called steering. We can't pick the house for the client, and we can't layer in over the properties that we're going to show them based on our own compensation. So none of that can be the case. The buyer sits with us at a buyer counseling session. We have a conversation with them regarding our representation agreement, and they agree to compensation. And when they agree to the compensation in the representation agreement, that is how much we're going to get paid. And then we tell them, regardless of what we're going to get paid, or regardless of what they're offering out there, we will show you every home that you want to see, and that we will tell you and disclose to you as we're showing these homes how much compensation they are willing to pay. Now, there's some situations where we've gotten a compensation agreement signed at 3%, and they say, I don't want to see any homes for less than that. Okay, well, I will make sure that I let you know which homes are offering what real time, but I'm not going to create a list that excludes homes based on compensation. And so if there's one you want to see, I'll make sure that we have a conversation about each one. But you can't filter the properties based on compensation. Even if the client asks you to, you still have to send them the property. You still have to show it to them. Now, we can have a conversation with them and saying, this is what they're paying. And the buyer can say, I don't even want to see it. Now, I don't know a lot of buyers that's going to really do that. I think they're going to say, I love this home. And if this home is going to cost me an extra $1,500, we need to negotiate that in the transaction and take that approach.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Anybody else have any questions as we're coming back from break? Okay, so I'm very excited about the rest of today's class. Today's a very productive class. We're going to be jumping in and we're going to be talking a lot about contracts today and the importance of contracts and some lingo in the contracts, because we're going to create some fundamentals and create some, and there's going to be a bunch of test questions, but we are going to jump into fundamentals today and just create some groundwork stuff. There is a value proposition project as part of this mega, and the value proposition is your all of the work that you put into your vision statement and your mission statement as an agent. And then when someone looks at you and says, why should I hire you? You need to know what your value proposition is. What are you, when someone says, why should they hire you? Why should they hire you? That's a very important question. And we're going to send out a couple of videos after Mega for you guys to watch about the importance of a value proposition for a real estate agent and for agents to understand their value. But as a group, why do you think it's important for an agent to know and be able to reach to a value proposition and have it articulated? Does it matter?
Yes.
Nellie says yes. Why do you think it matters?
Yes, it does, because you have to be able to let the person, whoever you're offering your services, be confident in yourself to let them know exactly what you're going to offer them. It's like knowing your product, right?
Mm-hmm. And you're exactly right with that. In fact, that was a very, very good comment that you made, because the product that we sell is the very services that we're being hired to provide. And so the services that we provide is at the very heart of our value proposition. Knowing our job and what we really do as a real estate agent is part of the sales job, and then knowing the entire process and having a commitment to education and going out there and getting all of that extra education to know the contracts well, to know the process well, to know how to walk someone through getting the property inspected and inspection reports, and all of that is services that we're providing our client. So when you're having a conversation with a client and they ask you the question, why should I hire you? You've got to feel confident in that answer. And if you don't know how to answer it and you ramble on for a really long time because you have no idea what to say, it diminishes your value. And you being able to have that confidence at an open house or having a conversation with a buyer and being able to roll off your tongue your script for your value proposition, it's very powerful. It doesn't have to be long. It doesn't have to be 3 minutes. That's more of a conversation than a value proposition. It needs to be something that's uniquely yours, something that's very personal to you that you would want to share out there in the world, and it should always be positive. It should not be, well, when I was an agent or when I was a buyer, I had a really horrible agent and I decided that I'm going to become an agent. That's not a value proposition. Um, and the value proposition also should not be discounting your compensation, because that's also not a value proposition. Is what value do you provide your client and why they should hire you versus all the other agents. So this is going to be our first breakout session, and I'm going to put you guys into groups of, I think, 5 or more, and please pick a group spokesperson and talk about this. Talk about what are some things that you really bring to the table as value for your clients, and write them down and grab that top 5, the top 5 things that you really believe that brings your clients value in using your services. Let's first figure out those. What are the value that you bring to the table, or what is the value a real estate agent brings to the table? And I want to hear all of those values, and then you guys will hear that as a group collectively, and then that will give you guys more things to pull from and to think about when you're in your mega minis and you're crafting your value proposition. Okay, so you're going to get a breakout room invitation, And we're going to have 6 rooms. So we've got some staff people here. I need to move out of the rooms. Okay, you should have your invitations now, and I'm going to be putting you guys in there for 8 minutes. Please remember, pick a group spokesperson for your class and talk about what value you bring to your clients, and then have someone, your group breakout captain, write those top 5 down, and then your group spokesperson is going to talk in front of the entire class when we get back out of the group breakout session, and they're going to share your top 5 with the class.
Jack, where are we for the invitation? Oh, there you go. Never mind. See it.
Did you guys run out of time? I always feel like in those breakout rooms,
Yes.
Yeah, we kind of did.
There was absolutely not enough time for sure.
I just called it an episode of Survivor.
An episode of survival. So this was a little taste. You guys are going to have a lot more time to be able to unpack this, because certainly we're not going to unpack our entire value proposition in 8 minutes. But hopefully we heard some really good words. Hopefully we heard some sound bites, some things that we can kind of broaden the ideas of what we're going to add to what initially will be our vision statement, and then craft our vision statement into our mission statement and start working on it. So this is just a little bit of a taste. All right, group 1 is Adam, Janet, Joyce, Ling, Rodolfo, Shannon. Who's the group spokesperson out of 1? Who did you pick?
Shannon.
Okay, Shannon, you're up. What did your group come up with as your top 5?
Well, we got 4. We didn't really have time for the 5th one. So.
Okay.
Responsiveness of our communication, your background, being personable, and being an advocate for a client.
Okay, so I have communication, personable, advocate.
And your background, like your past background, what it can bring forward into your new profession, like being a realtor.
Like experience?
Yes.
Okay. Communication, personable, advocate, and experience. Thank you, group 1. All right, group 2. We have Amanda, Camille, Julie, Rebecca, Elizabeth, Natalia, and Nellie. Who's a group spokesperson out of group 2?
I'll take it, Jack. So one of the first things we discussed is that, of course, we are a brand new agent. So, of course, they're going to want to start questioning our experiences. But first, we're going to make sure they understand that we have a full staff supporting us. We have brokers with over 2,000 including in transactions that we can always lean on. We always have that reach back support from our company. We're also going to make sure that they know that they are our number 1 priority. But bottom line, we work for them, right? We will always place their interest first, right? And all that. So that's one thing that we do. And somebody mentioned again, availability. We are always available to them, right? We will answer our phones. We will not procrastinate. We'll do everything for them in a timely manner. Keep it in mind that we're working and supporting them. Committed. We're gonna make sure that they understand our commitment to them, to this process, regardless of what it is. If we don't have the answer, we have the reach back capability. We have in-house lenders. We have everything that we can reach out. We have all support we can reach out to, showing our commitment to them. And satisfaction, the ultimate satisfaction is theirs, right? They walk away from the table happy, we are happy. They get to tell us when they're satisfied and what is it that we can do more to garner their satisfaction or to help them forward. That's it.
Well, that's fantastic, group 2. I saw a bunch of mic drops in there. We had experience, we had fiduciary, we had priority, we had commitment, and we had satisfaction. These are really good components to a value proposition. So I am thoroughly impressed with group 2. Excellent. Group 1 also did a good job. All right, group 3 is Marcy, Adam, Deandra, Derek, Ever, Katie, and Emilium. Who is the group captain out of 3?
I think that would be me. And ours focused, like everybody else's, we focused a lot on experience, and we broke it down And in the 5 sections that we broke it down to would be relocation. We have multiple agents who have personal experience in that, them moving from different states, and part of the training that we're getting in within our team, knowledge of the experience in the process, being able to share with our own personal experience, and again, sharing the support of a team who has plenty of years of experience in transactions, and using that as a support team. Dedication, that's something that we want to focus on and make sure that they understand. Sharing part of our action plan, understanding and walking them through the process. And that will lead to transparency and great communication, keeping them in the loop and setting goals and walking them through it. That's where we feel that our value, we can provide the most value.
Okay, that's excellent. I really like the transparency element of that too, because that's not one I hear often enough. So good job, Ever. Good job, Group 3. Group 4, MJ, Des, Griffin, Kim, Maribeth, and Teresa. Who's the group captain out of Group 4?
That would be Jack.
Hi, Teresa. Good job. All right.
Thanks.
What'd you guys come up with?
Okay, so our top 5 were our experience as an agent, and that we would, if there were basically our team that backs us up at Realty Texas, if there were some questions that came up that we could not answer, we have a whole team. So I think that's a huge reason. Also, our reliability agents to keep our word as we go through the transactions, to be in a follow-up process always. And as you say, they hire us the first 30 days. We're going to be with them all the way around. Our local knowledge, i.e. the geographical competence of the area that we are helping them find a property or selling the property in. Our connections, i.e. loan officers, contractors that they may need to prep their house or to help them through the after the inspection, and then our negotiation skills as well. I think that's 5 or more.
Experience, reliability, competency, and then the last one was your negotiation. What was the 4th one?
Our connections that we have.
I like that.
Loan officers, contractors, etc.
Not to cut you off, the 4th one was the marketing strategies.
Marketing strategies. There you go.
And then the 5th one was negotiations.
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you, Teresa. I'm putting these down in a Excel spreadsheet, and I'm going to be putting it into the chat so that we can all share in these nuggets. All right, group number 5, Samantha, Guadalupe, Laura, Meg, Mohammed, and someone named Zoom user. So
I'm sorry, Jack. It's me, Jamara Alexander.
Okay, let's do it.
Okay, I'm the leader for group 5.
Thank you.
So our number 1 is integrity. We feel like we are going to show up when we're there. We're going to be honest. We're going to be ethical. We're going to be there for our clients. Our second one was eager availability. We are all very eager to help each other, to help our clients, to help our team. We're all happy to be here and we're all available. When they call, we're going to answer. Our number 3 was problem solver. As problems arise, we're going to be there to fix it. And if we don't know the answer to it, our next one was honest attentiveness. We're going to be attentive. We're going to be honest. And if we don't have an answer, we're going to find someone who can give us the correct answer and take it back to our client. And lastly, we chose compassion. We are all compassionate. We're ready to help each other. We care about our team. We're not narcissists, and we're going to get the job done.
Ooh, oh, I love it. Beautiful. I mean, absolutely fantastic. All right. I used a couple of words that were similar for you. One of was I used the word solutions. So how about integrity, available, solutions, attentive, and compassion? Your number 3, you had a couple of words, so I broke that down into solutions. I hope that's okay. You guys did fantastic job. Good job. All right, so now we are on group 6. Knock, Dimitri, Isolde, Matthew, Mike, and Stephen. Who's the group captain out of 6?
I can is Isolde.
Okay.
So we came up not much with so many words. We did come up with 3, but we basically decided what made us come up with this 3. We talked about experiences that have happened to us in the past where we wish we had that value memorized and we didn't. We shared when
That's powerful.
we shared an example where I help a client and I made them look at at their future, things that they didn't even know. Their kids were 12 years old, 9 years old, and I told them, your kids are going to be teenagers. This is going to be another stage, another chunk of your life. It's going to be different. The needs are going to be, you're not going to have kids anymore. You're going to have like I remember thinking about the floor plan and thinking about this, and I'm bringing all this value, right? And then almost at the end of the transaction, they're like, okay, well, how much are you gonna give me of your commission? Because my friends are getting the commission, and you know what? I'm just wondering, like, are you gonna share something with me? And I got so mad, but you know what? At the same time, I got to myself because I didn't have a value statement, UVP, and I came up with it, and all of us kind of like related with it, and then we started bringing all the words, like, everything that I've done, don't you see the value of this? And and then there we got the dedication. That's one of the words, because I had to explain to him, you would have never found this community, you would never found this floor plan, you would never, your house is already, since we started the deal and it was finished, it's already $60,000 more, so you already won. So don't you find the value in that? And and he immediately, he's like, yes, absolutely, sorry, I just wanted to know. I mean, I thought I could just throw it out there, since all my friends are getting discounts. And then I was like, you know what, well, there's also brokerages that you can find discounts. You can have Redfin, you can find, other ones, and they're not going to connect with you, and they're not going to really be dedicated to the needs of your family. So I'm like, oh, okay. So all the group came up with, there's the word dedication. And I found the value of that through experience, because I did it and I had to justify it or give an explanation to this client. And then we have on another word that it was more like integrity, and make him feel and trustworthy. We came up with that word: dedication, integrity, and trustworthy. And I think the professionalism, that's another word that pretty much it encapsulates.
Okay, that's you guys had a really good dialogue about the importance and the need and use case for a value proposition. Your value proposition usually comes up first, not at the end. So had we had a conversation about the value proposition up front, sometimes it paves forges a stronger road ahead. But also, I just want to throw out there, when we have a conversation regarding compensation up front and we sit down with our clients in a buyer orientation and go through the representation agreement, that was the time to have these conversations. And that conversation, had we had a buyer consultation up front and we sat with them and took them through each paragraph and made them understand what's to come, then that's when we talk about compensation. And that's when we have that conversation, not at the closing table. And I think that's really important. And that's kind of where a lot of these lawsuits came from, is buyers kind of starting the process in reverse. They want to see the house. We meet them out there. We show them a couple homes. We get them with the lender. We get them under contract. We slip in the representation agreement along with the contract. And then we pop out the other side of that at the closing table. And now they want to have a conversation about compensation. I think that's one of the good things that's coming from these lawsuits, is that we're now going to be, as part of an MLS rule, we're going to be required to get the representation agreement and have a very candid conversation about compensation before you start the process. And I think that even more so is going to be requiring you guys to understand your value and what the proposition is, and letting them know, look, the reality is that I'm taking all of this on contingency. If you guys want to pay me up front, we can have a certain conversation about discounts. But if I'm going to take this and give you guys my time and give you the best of me, and I'm going to take the whole thing on contingency, and get paid a month from now, or 6 weeks from now, or 2 months from now, or through this process you decide to rent and you're going to buy next year or the year after, then this is what my fee is going to be from the compensation on the transaction. Fair enough? And then they'll be like, yeah, fair enough, because then they're going to get it. And if they really push back, by the way, what line are you working? And then they tell you and say, what is you get paid on what schedule? I really need you guys to be bringing to the forefront of the conversations of your commissions that you're taking this on contingency and that they're not paying you up front. It's very, very important that you guys be sharing that with them, because they are not looking at the realities about how they would feel in a scenario like that, because they probably wouldn't be willing to do what you're about to do for them. And when you open up that entire conversation, it changes things. I've put in your Teams group as well as our chat here the 20 words that you guys came up with as part of this exercise. So it's in our chat. It's also in the Mega 14 Teams group. And those are all 14 solid words that you guys can use as part of this, as part of what eventually is going to turn into your vision statement. So those are excellent, excellent vision and mission state words. Once you kind of get the vision statement worked out, and then your mission statement of what it is and why you got into this business, your value proposition starts becoming more clear. And so the crystallization process of really what your value is first needs to have what I call your mission statement, your vision statement. Then your value proposition starts coming out of that. Real estate contracts. Test question. The contract is your most important tool. Why do you think that I've added to Mega and I've come up with this idea that the contract itself is your most important tool? Why? Why do you think that? I mean, is your phone a tool? Pretty important. Your car a tool? Pretty important. Why would I take the leap to say that the contract is your most important tool?
It's like our rubric for success. Like if we fill in all the blanks, if we make sure that all these things are done and they're done correctly, it'll get us to closing.
Mm-hmm.
I was
Not only
gonna
that, it's going to keep you out of trouble if you
beginning to the
understand.
end.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I look at it as it's the beginning to the end of that transaction.
Mm-hmm.
And also, Jack, that if we do know the contract, then when we receive one from an agent that may not know it as well, that certainly gives us the advantage.
Mm-hmm. Mike, I see your hand up. You are on mute, Mike. Let me click the little button that's going to pop up. There.
The contract is the only thing that we have that's legally binding.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's the thing that we need to have completely correct for the transaction to close.
Okay, I love that. 100%. Okay.
I feel like it's one thing that can show a client that You have knowledge, your expertise, and you are a good good negotiator.
The class that I'm teaching you guys on 626, it's the contracts class. What did I call that class? Anybody?
Bulletproof contract.
Ooh, good job, Mohammed. He's been through that class a couple times. And we could never take that class. I probably have taken 1,000 contract classes, and every time there's a contract class, I still go take it because maybe there is an angle that I haven't considered. I think that reading the contract is a lot like reading a Bible or a book. Every time you read it, you get something and you look at it a little differently because the contract, we come at the contract in a lot of different angles, in a lot of different situations, and have to read it through a buyer perspective or a seller perspective or of a perspective through VA or FHA or conventional or lots of different scenarios. So, okay. I call it bulletproof contracts. Why? Why bulletproof?
Because you're minimizing mistakes, or areas that you can, yeah, I guess just mistakes would be bad.
Okay,
It
so
keeps us safe. The client doesn't get hurt. Yeah, exactly.
okay, all right. So let's talk. Partially that's partially why, but let's talk more about the shooter. Who is trying to shoot the contract?
The listing agent.
Could be the shooter. Could be the
Well,
listing agent.
well, it depends on if it depends on who you're. It depends on who you're representing, who's trying to shoot the contract.
Everybody.
It's anyone that's unhappy.
It's like
That's
getting
not-
into a little field, and then you
Cannot-
are bulletproof, and
cannot
this
be
will
challenged in the court.
guarantee your victory.
Say that again, Osali, and then Mohammed.
Um, uh, this is my mic. Yeah, it's just like getting once you get into a good contract, that's your weapon to get into a little battlefield where the goal is victory.
Okay, I
Amen.
like it.
Cannot be challenged in a court.
And that is the answer.
I would say it's your armor since you're bulletproof. It's
Mhm. Thank you, Shannon. Okay, so Shannon is showing up with her armor, so am I. But where are we showing up with the armor? Where did Muhammad just say we're showing up to?
Court. In court.
That is exactly right. So when you're in court, do you think they're trying to find holes in your contract? You think they're trying to poke holes in your contract? Well, guess what? My contract's bulletproof. There are no holes. You can try to come at me with a bazooka and it's not going to poke a hole in my contract because I have created an enforceable contract. Now, I can write a contract on a napkin if I want. Perfectly okay. You can close a transaction on a napkin. But can one party feel like they've been harmed and one party get cold feet and back out? Maybe. Because the idea is it's not when everyone's behaving is the question. It's when someone's not behaving is the question. In a contract, the buyer has made promises and the seller has made promises. And through those promises, they both have to hold each other accountable for those promises. And when the promises were made, if there's a technical flaw in the contract that makes one provision ambiguous, ambiguous means it can't be enforced, which means your job as an agent is to create an enforceable agreement, which means when it goes to court, that it will be enforced by a judge because a buyer decided to breach and the clients decided that they were going to elevate that breach to a default and the paragraph 15 default provisions kicked in. And now you have to take that contract to court to force the other side to pay the damages. But if there was a technical flaw in the contract, then there will be no damages because there is no contract to enforce. So it's not about the buyers and seller behaving in it by the grace of God and the grace of the buyer and seller getting to the closing table because you were able to mediate them through it. It's when mediation fails and you have to have the contract enforced based on the rights and remedies that the parties agree to, and the agent created a flaw in the contract, thereby making it not an enforceable agreement, which means now you are the one getting sued because you didn't protect the client by creating an enforceable agreement in the first place. And because it wasn't enforceable, you increased their risk and thereby hold the liability of the risk that you increased. So looking at it from the broker perspective, I created the class and I call it Bulletproof Contracts because you're trying to create a enforceable agreement. And who enforces an agreement? A judge. The judge enforces it, and high paid attorneys are the ones trying to poke a hole in it. And they know this stuff better than us. And if we have a technical flaw in our contract, then they're going to exploit it. They're going to make you look like a fool in the courtroom. And more importantly, your client's position could be harmed or deteriorated based on a flaw in the contract. So first, we're going to go through some very basic, and we're going to get really deep in the woods when it gets into contracts in week after next. But we're going to go over just some foundational things in this class. Contracts are formal. Contracts are confusing to clients, and our job is to be able to take something complex and be able to explain it to them and make it simple. If what we're explaining to the client is just as confusing or even more confusing than what the words were in the contract itself, it means that the agent doesn't understand it. And when a client is looking at you and they have no idea what it is that you're trying to explain to them and you're making it more complicated, now they're going to lose faith. They begin to lose faith. Well, I don't understand what you're telling me. This doesn't make sense that it doesn't make sense. Make this make sense. And if you can't make it make sense, there's a problem. And that starts by reading it. First, we have to have read it. And please call yourself out if this is true. Who of you have yet to pick up the 1 to 4 and read it all the way through? And I'm not saying scan for blanks and figure out what you're supposed to put there. I mean, actually have read even the pages that have no blanks and read it from beginning to end. Most agents I have learned have not actually read. They've kind of gotten an idea of what they're supposed to fill in the blanks, but when it comes outside the blanks, they don't know. What is the representations paragraph? What is the notices paragraph? What is the default or casualty loss or prorations or agreement of parties or settlement and other expenses? What are all these 23 paragraphs? Do we understand what the purpose of them is in the contract? What it's designed to do, and how to explain it to your clients? So part of our job is to advise the client about the forms in the first place. Should we use clear and concise language to explain the forms? The better we understand it, the better we'll be able to break it down. And do you think, I'm going to ask because you know the answer to this because it's rhetorical in nature, but do you think the client expects you to know the contract? If you hired an agent, this is going to be a difficult one to answer for a lot of agents, but do you think the client expects you to know the contract better than you actually do?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes, yes.
Okay. So if the client expects you to know the contract better than you actually do right now, what is the remedy for that? what, I was reading this and I don't understand what this means. Break it down to me because I need to understand this. Show up to the Saved by the Bell weekly contract classes. Take my bulletproof contracts like Mohammed and Marcy and some of you in this class who have taken it out again and again, go into our knowledge base library and go back to one of the old bulletproof contracts class. And by the way, I recommend that before the 626 bulletproof contract that you go and watch the prior Mega 13's bulletproof contract, so that when we get into the bulletproof contracts, this is going to be now reinforcing foundational information that you've already heard once before. So you're not hearing some of this for the first time, because I promise you there's going to be some stuff, especially as it comes to title policy and survey, in the survey deletions and what is included and not included as part of the title policy is going to be information you've probably never heard quite this way before, and what it really means. So highly recommend that you guys read the contract and get a new foundation for it, because if you don't understand the contract and your client is on the opposite side of you and they want to sign this thing in person and they ask you a question, there's a lot of agents that are terrified and scared that their client's going to ask them a question because they know that they don't know how to answer it. And I don't want you to be that agent. I want you to say, I'm a contracts nerd. I know this inside and out. And so elevate yourself to the status of nerd like me. Let's be nerds together and let's learn our contract really, really well, because we know the clients need our help with the contract, because all the agreements between parties are what it says in the contract. Every promise that they make is in the contract. If there's an issue with the transaction, we have to go back to see what the contract says, because everything is in the contract. So when you bring a situation to Cindy Bell, and things are coming off the rails, first thing we do is go back to see what the contract says. What are the promises that the parties made each other as part of the contract? Okay.
Quick question. Where can we find the prior mega?
I love it. All right. So Katie is going to put some instructions into the chat. When you go to your .me, the same place that you go to take your exam, there's 3 tabs. There's the learning, and then the exam, and then the answers tab. The exam tab is where you take your exams, but the tab before that was actually the learning center. And there is a learning center for Mega, and we have our entire prior Megas up there, and each one of the classes are there. And you can go back and watch those Megas and kind of just take a minute to review those. Okay, on the screen is our 1 to 4 family home residential contract. It is the piece of paper that we put together for our clients. And there's 3 different versions of this. When you're looking at this, what are the 3 things that you really notice off the cuff? I know it's kind of hard to see, but what do you immediately notice different about these, about these 3 things?
The signature.
One page have signature.
And yeah, the bottom.
Okay, so this one has signatures. This one, we see some blue ink here, right? So we see that this one is filled out and has signatures, and we see this one doesn't, but it also has some things filled in, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And what's different about this one?
Nothing.
Nothing filled in.
Nothing filled in.
Blank.
Okay. Do we call all 3 of these a contract?
No.
No. Okay. So do we call this a contract?
No.
Do we call this a contract?
No.
Okay, so then
No.
what do we call them then?
A
Forms.
draft?
Offers.
Offers.
Documents.
No, they're just forms.
A form,
point.
a draft, and a
They're
contract.
contracts, they're just not signed.
Okay.
Document.
So what in the world?
They're contracts, but they're
now-
just not signed.
They are unbinding because they're not signed or
They're not executed. They're not.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's not a contract.
So how many of you, just in normal practice, will grab a blank form and say, let me go grab a contract so we can fill it out? Whoopsie. Let's take a step back and let's call these for what they are and be very deliberate in our language from now on, because we shouldn't be using these words that are completely incorrect for the use. We should be using the right verbiage. So part of explaining the whole thing in the first place is knowing what they're called in their different stages. And I did hear, by the way, the right answers. So I heard some really good stuff coming out of this. So the first one, it is fully signed. which means the parties have made an agreement and it's fully signed. So we're going to call it a contract, but it might not be a contract yet. Whoo! I'm going to bend your mind a little bit because I'm going to ask you a very, very interesting question. Can you have a fully signed document that's not a contract?
Yes.
Yep.
Why?
Hasn't been executed.
Money hadn't been exchanged.
It's not the money, because we don't have an earnest money contract.
Date.
There's no, the seller.
I want to
They haven't
answer
said-
Mike.
Consideration?
It's not consideration.
The acceptance.
All
Yeah.
signatures
No, ever say that
and
again.
date.
Acceptance hasn't been accepted.
Okay, Ever is giving you the right answer now, so let's listen to him one more time.
Okay. It hasn't been accepted. So
Okay.
Once it's delivered, then it's accepted.
We're going to talk about what turns an offer into a contract, but you can have a fully signed offer. Somebody has to deliver acceptance. If you and I are working on a contract together and you send me I send you a counter and you take that counter and take it back to your client and your client signs it and you just email it back to me as an attachment and there's nothing in the body of the message that says my client accepts. And that has to be unilateral. It has to be in print. And there has to be a date and time associated with it. You can go back and say the time in which that you acknowledge and accept it. My client acknowledge what you're offering and they accept. In that moment, it's been acknowledged, and that's when acceptance happens. And that's when the fully signed offer turns into a contract. And so because this is so nuanced and so specific, knowing how to turn an offer into a contract, you need to have that in writing somewhere, because why is it so important that we know the date and time of when the fully signed offer turned into a contract? Because let me ask you this. If your client signed the contract at noon, or your client signed the offer at noon, I gave you a counter, you gave it to the client signed it at noon, and then you sent me an email at 5 o'clock. When was that offer turned into a contract? At noon when they signed it? No, it's not a
No,
contract yet.
At 5.
So you have to deliver, and inside that delivery, if you sent it to me at 2 o'clock with nothing, and it's just an attachment, and it says see attached, and it's a fully signed, beautiful offer, and you didn't put my client agrees and acknowledge it in there, then you don't really know when the contract turned into a contract. More importantly, now there's a legal doctrine, this really technical word. If it looks like a duck and talks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it's probably a duck. That legal doctrine says that at some point, based on the actions of the parties, that they're going to demonstrate that it was an agreement, but you don't know when that was. Why is it so important that we know exactly when it happened?
So the time clock can start ticking and we can track due dates and timelines.
That's exactly right. Because you have a requirement under the law to turn in the earnest money in a certain amount of time, which is why, Mike, when you said money hadn't changed hands, that's why that wasn't technically the answer, because you have a fully signed agreement that was turned into a contract, and we have a time period in which to get the checks turned in. So before the checks were turned in, you still had a valid contract. And so it's not the delivery of checks. It's if there is a flaw in a missing initial and someone delivered acceptance, you might have a contract that has a flaw, and that's also a thing. So, all right, the first one, absolutely a contract or agreement, as long as it was what?
Ratified.
What?
Signed.
Accepted.
What?
Acknowledged.
Thank you.
Accepted and acknowledged.
Accepted.
Is it the same as ratified? Because I guess I'm used to the word ratified. That means the buyer's agent accepted it and acknowledged it, and we're under contract. Is that, or you guys don't use that term?
No, technically ratified really just means we use the word executory, And so ratified is when they put pen to ink and put in the effective date of the contract. So in Texas, our word for ratified is executory, where the effective date was put in. The effective date happens after they said we agree. So we say we agree, now we have a date and time, then we take the date that we agreed on and we put that to ink on the piece of paper. So there's a separation between those two things. Now, when you start breaking it down and looking at it, you start realizing how important it is that all of these steps are followed, because it really does matter, especially if it goes to court and they say, okay, when did you acknowledge the contract? When did I what? Acknowledge it. Oh, I emailed it to him on the 3rd. Is that what you're talking about? No. When did your client acknowledge acceptance of the offer? We signed it on the 10th. And so you see, it becomes very important, because the answer would be, oh, we acknowledged it in an email on the 3rd at 3 o'clock. And here's the email. So we can properly answer those questions. So we can create a bulletproof contract. All right. So what are we going to call the second one? You might have already saw it come up on the screen, but what is the one that doesn't have those initials? What are we going to call that?
The draft.
A draft or form.
Why am I not calling it an offer?
Because it's incomplete.
It's not signed and you haven't
There's
presented
no,
it.
Mm-hmm. You don't have authorization from your client to turn a draft into an offer and present an offer that's not signed by your client. So an offer has to be signed by the client, because the author authorizes you to give it to them. So an unsigned form is a draft. It is simply a draft. And then you give that draft to your client, who signs it, and based on their signature authorizes you to present that as an offer to the other side. And what are we going to call this little guy over here?
The form.
Form, template, whatever you want to call it, but it is neither a draft, it's not an offer, it's not a contract, it's not agreement, it is a form. Okay, excellent. Okay, we're going to go through just, we're not going to jump into that. So there's a difference between a form and a contract. We learned that. Never call a blank or an unsigned form a contract. A contract is a fully signed agreement, not a blank form. An enforceable agreement is a contract that is fully signed and legally binding, and that it has been acknowledged. Does a contract, quote unquote, need an effective date to be legally binding?
Yes.
No. So you're telling me it wasn't legally binding between my client said yes and I scribbled the date that they said yes? When did it become legally binding? The date that I put the effective date on it? Because do we put the effective date on it before we accept it or after? Who puts the effective date on it?
I see now. It's when it's signed that it became effective.
No, it was when it was acknowledged.
Oh.
it's like the last person acknowledged on the contract, right?
How many
That accepts everything.
how many fully signed agreements have you received and nobody put in an effective date on it?
Too many, more than what I care to see.
So let's say you're a listing agent and you've negotiated this thing 6 ways to Sunday, and they send it back and said, "Okay, we agree, and here it is fully signed." And the buyer agent didn't put an effective date on it. So now you're sitting with what really is now a contract, because they acknowledged it, it's fully signed. There's no effective date. So now you have the task of printing that out or putting it through our e-sign system to add the date. Before you added that date, did you have an agreement or a contract? Absolutely. The moment it was acknowledged, the contract was formed, and now we have to figure out at what time and date did that occur, because we're going to memorialize the date and time that acknowledgement happened on the contract.
So when we do that, do we send it back for them to initial?
Nope. Nope. We put the date that we are to understand. If there is a problem about that later, it doesn't matter what the contract says about the effective date, because the effective date's not necessarily part of the contract, because the effective date is the date that it was acknowledged. And if you have a conflict about that, they're going to go back and find out, when was it acknowledged? Show me your text message, your email, because it has to be in writing somewhere. And so the effective date is when it actually happened. So if the agent was wrong and put the wrong date on it. It's not that they have an incorrect contract, because they have a perfectly valid contract with an incorrect effective date. You see? Because if the agents challenge later the effective date, they're going to go back to try to figure out when the effective date was, which very well could change the timelines, but doesn't change the fact that you have an agreement and a contract. Laura.
In a perfect world, okay, how is this supposed to, who does what? I mean, does the buyer's agent put in the effective date? Does the listing agent, how should it, who should do what? That's my question.
There is no rule for it because it depends on what happened. It depends on how many circles it went. Round and round it went. Counter, 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 counter acceptance. Okay. At the point where it was accepted and someone said, agreement, your agreement has turned into a contract. Now, this is very scary. Can you have a contract with no signatures? Yes. Very dangerous. And that's a very dangerous thing because you are an instrument. You're an instrument of the client. If you're on the phone with your client, let's just say this for a moment, and you're having a conversation, can the parties agree to a verbal contract?
Yeah.
They can. A verbal contract is absolutely a thing, but can you enforce it in court?
No.
It's not enforceable, but it is a contract. It is a very dangerous thing because agents are the ones that's going to take an offer and turn it into a contract based on delivering acceptance. So if you're on the phone with the client, yep, I got your counter. It's in my, I already sent it to my clients. They're signing it. They said, no problem. They're totally agreeing to this. We have an agreement. Did you just make a huge mistake?
Yeah.
You just delivered acceptance before your client has even given you back authorization to deliver it. But what is the effective date? The date they signed it or the date that you just delivered acceptance to the other side?
Date you just delivered acceptance to the other side.
Guess what? You just started the option period. You just burned through your client's option period because the option period is non-refundable. You just spent your client's option money. So the better way to handle it, absolutely. My client's really excited to get the counter. They're looking at it very positively. It's in their inbox. I'm expecting to get it back. The moment I get it back, I will share that with you. Did I just create an agreement? Did I deliver acceptance?
No.
I didn't. Your words matter. How you go about it matters. So I like the question, Laura. How it all supposed to happen is offer acceptance, and you're supposed to get authorization from your client. So when my client sends me back something fully signed, I will call them and say, okay, I'm about to deliver this. You authorized me to go ahead and deliver this. You're good? Yeah, I signed it. Perfect. Great. Now I forward it. Okay, fully signed, attached offer. My client agrees. I'm looking forward to working with you. Here is our contract. Here is our agreement. This is, and I put those words so that you can see in that moment that I have delivered acceptance. My client accepts, see attached, fully signed offer. No ambiguity, no questions, no problems, no missing initials, whatever. Now, the date and time that I delivered that email is the effective date. And then when they get it, they're going to go back and they're like, okay, we need to put in the date. Now, we don't have a time for our effective date. So they're all right, I got that at 6:45. So this is the date of our contract. The reason why they don't put a time is because that's going to be way too complicated for agents. Well, is it the time that I click the send or is it the time they get received? Because it got stuck on my outbox for 3 hours and I just don't know, right? So it's the date. Okay. Whew. Now, to bend your mind even more is going to be the concept of when the listing agent actually delivered the contract to the client. So when you email it, are you supposed to send it to who are you supposed to email it to? This is a very important question, and half of you
The listing agent and the seller?
No.
Okay.
No,
Yeah,
when I do it, I copy my client, I copy the title company, and I copy the listing agent. And
there is a right and wrong answer here, and
You can't, I don't think you can send it to the title company until it's fully accepted and ratified, right?
Yeah, the title company shouldn't have a copy of this thread until acceptance is
What
delivered.
was it?
I'm still listening for the technical answer because remember what I said before? There's a question that's about what the contract says. How would the contract tell me who to send it to?
And the notices part?
Paragraph 21 notices. It tells you that the contract is effective when mailed, hand delivered, or electronically transmitted as follows, which means you have an obligation as an agent to email it to all of the people who have an email on paragraph 21, which means your client email should be on paragraph 21 notices and the other agent's email address. Now, if the other agent put their own email address there, it is effective when hand delivered, faxed, or emailed and transmitted as follows. And you put in the information as whatever it says on paragraph 21. That is the answer.
I have a question about that. What if other agents are skeptical or not going to share with you the client's email address because they got to protect their their client's information.
Yeah, so the Legal One explains that for the last 3 Legal One sessions that we've had, that the agent is not authorized to put their own information in there. They're not a party to the contract. It has to be one of the parties. I'll tell you this, that you have 20 days to get the title commitment to the buyer contractually. And the title company is also only authorized to send a copy of the title commitment to the parties as of specified on paragraph 21. So if the title company sends the commitment as required to paragraph 21 and there's an IRS lien against the property and the agent was on a cruise ship and never forwarded the title commitment to their client because they wanted to protect their client and they never found out that there was a $200,000 IRS tax lien and it was a cash transaction and it funds and they inherit that lien, well, guess what? That agent now inherited that lien. So that is a true situation that happened in Texas, exactly verbatim as I've explained it. They've pushed this information into your Legal One class, which is required to renew your license. And they teach, and I teach, because I teach Legal One and Legal Two, that paragraph 21 is required to be the parties. And if the and brokers know this, and it's part of the promulgated policy that Texas Realtors gives brokers as policies and procedures manual, talking about the importance of putting the party information in paragraph 21, not the agents, because they're not a party to the contract.
Okay, let me ask you another question. How do you educate other realtors that doesn't know
You don't.
that?
You don't. If like I said, if the agent put their own information in there, you send the contract to what it says in paragraph 21, because it has to be something, and you have fulfilled your obligations under the law. They have exposed themselves and their brokerage to liability, but you do what we're supposed to do, and we are only authorized to send the contract to what it says in paragraph 21. You send it to someone else, you might get yourself in a little bit of trouble because you're authorized to send it to what it says in paragraph 21. The contract is effective when hand delivered, faxed, or emailed and electronically transmitted based on the information below. So you can physically go to the address that it says and knock on the door and hand it to them. You can fax it if that's a thing still, or you can email it. Those are the only things that you have the ability to create an effective agreement based on those pieces of information and only those pieces of information. Okay. So now I'm going to ask again, do you need an effective date for the contract to be legally binding?
No.
No, it was legally binding long before the effective date made it to the contract. Now, do you need an effective date to know when the option period started? Well, I would probably say yes. That's going to be a real big nightmare. You should have that effective date on there. Okay. Did we learn some stuff? Have we looked at the contract in maybe a different way? I promise we're going to spend 8 hours on this, but I think when we just highlight on some of the basics, it gives people a better respect for the contract. And the importance that we need to grab that contract and we need to read it, because if you were not able to answer every single one of those basic questions, then we need more education on contracts. Why do I ask my salespeople, my amazing sales agents, to memorize the contract paragraphs? Not all 23 paragraphs and all the words under it, but the paragraph titles. It helps our sales agents take ownership of the contract. And when our agents take ownership of the contract and they know the paragraph titles and how everything fits together, they begin to have a better respect for it. And our clients already expect us to know it. So the better that we understand the forms, the better we explain it and advise it. And we're able to also create solutions to problems based on our understanding of the forms better and what the agreements that the clients made in it. It's about clarity. You can quickly reference the different paragraphs quicker. You can find the closing paragraph faster. You can find the representation paragraph or the settlement and other procedures, or you can find stuff easier because you now know where it is. It makes you more professional as an agent. It gives you more confidence as an agent, and it helps you avoid errors. And errors are a really big deal when you're trying to create a bulletproof, enforceable contract. Okay, we're going to talk more about contracts on the day that we specified for that, but I always like to pepper some of that in here. Again, taking ownership of it is a test question. Have a better respect for it. Your clients expect you to know it. And then the last one is it's going to give you more confidence. Okay. In Mega Mini tomorrow, you guys are going to go through the 23 paragraphs and also the 17 articles of the Code of Ethics. Paragraph 1, party. Paragraph 2, property. Paragraph 3, sales price. Paragraph 4, leases. Paragraph 5, earnest money and termination option. Paragraph 6, title policy and survey. Paragraph 7, property condition. Paragraph 8, broker and sales agents. Paragraph 9, closing. Paragraph 10, possession. Paragraph 11, special provisions. And we're seeing some stuff about special provisions, so that's changing. We're going to talk about that. Paragraph 12, settlement and other expenses. Paragraph 13, prorations. Paragraph 14, default. Or paragraph 14, casualty loss. Paragraph 15, default. Paragraph 16, mediation. Paragraph 17, attorney's fees. Paragraph 18, escrow. Paragraph 19, representation. Paragraph 20, federal tax requirements. 21, notices. Paragraph 22, agreement of parties. And paragraph 23, consult an attorney before signing. We have flashcards for these. These are what you're going to memorize. You're going to close your eyes. You're going to recite it in front of the entire class. And when you do, you're going to get 3,000 points. And then if someone wants to do it backwards, we're going to give them a bonus. In every single mega, we've had agents do it forwards and backwards. Not everyone, but we've had megas where in every mega, people have done it forwards and backwards. In some megas, we've had everybody in class do it forwards, which means 100% of the mega class memorize their contract paragraphs. I'm hoping that that's a case for this class. For everyone who's an official student of mega, that you're going to be able to do this. But I want paragraph and title, not just parties, property, sales price, leases, earnest money, termination office, title policy and survey, property condition, brokers and sell agents, and go down them in a lightning speed. I want the paragraph number and the paragraph, because if you know the number and the paragraph, you're going to be able to go through and say a paragraph 9 closing. Where is that? There it is, and be able to find it better. So that is the type of professionalism and understanding and respect that we should have invested into the form. That same type of thing is going to be part of our National Association of Realtors 17 articles of our Code of Ethics, which are the promises that we've made to other agents. Treat parties honestly and fiduciarily, avoid misrepresentations, cooperate with realtors, disclose realtor status if buying, disclose present or future interest, no side deals, no undisclosed commissions, no commingling, all agreements in writing, no discrimination, fair housing, be competent and knowledgeable, true picture and advertising at all times, don't practice law, cooperate with investigations and enforcement actions, don't gossip, don't talk ill about other realtors. We'll use either one of those. Respect agency relationships with other brokers and agree to arbitrate, not litigate. These are our 17 articles of the Code of Ethics that we're going to memorize. Not everyone has memorized all 17, but you're going to get 3,000 points if you, through the flashcards, remember all 17 articles of the Code of Ethics. And I'm going to tell you, when you take your ethics course or when you're at the board and you're having conversations about this stuff, when you know what Article 6 is, when you know what Article 14 is, and what Article 12, which number 12 is the most violated article of our Code of Ethics, which is advertising violations, it helps other agents look at you as a leader in the profession, and it gives people a different respect for you as well. So if you're going to raise your right hand and promise to follow the Code of Ethics, we need to know what the Code of Ethics says. So we need to read the whole thing, but also at least memorize the articles and the titles. It elevates you to a completely different class of Realtor member. All right. This is a kind of a reminder from yesterday. Your job as a real estate agent is to be able to infuse at almost substantive dialogue as early in the relationship as possible, your ability, your commitment, your ethics. We talked today about the value proposition, put you in groups, and you guys talked about the importance of having a value proposition. You came up with 20 words that we're going to insert into the value proposition. These are the 3 topics that should be inserted into the value proposition: your ability, your commitment, and your ethics. Those are the 3 things that buyers and sellers are looking for in an agent, and you personally have to figure out how you're going to answer these 3 things. And so we mentioned this on Monday, but we kind of forgot, I think, as we got into the value proposition, because there wasn't a lot about ethics talked about in the top 20. And so I want you guys to be remembering, if you're going to break down your value proposition into thirds, it would be your words of conveying your ability, your words in conveying your commitment to your client, and then your words of conveying what your ethics are, so that they know that you're fiduciary. And fiduciary is partly ethics, with 2 different things, but how you're going to approach ethics as a professional. The more your client understands what you're about, the more they will respect you as an agent as well. And the 4 quadrants. We're going to be talking about this all the way through to the end of Mega: prospect, convert, close, and follow up. The 4 quadrants. There's test questions about this, but in all of our business, we have to prospect, whatever that means for us. But it should be picking up the phone and calling everybody we already know and having a conversation with them, and getting reconnected with them and getting them as part of our army of raving fans out there. You've got a huge sphere, and tapping into those spheres is a really good way of helping create a foundational set of success for your business. I think a lot of us, when we were in real estate school, thought, gosh, I know all these people and they're going to be using me to be helping them with buying, selling, and leasing, and I'm just going to be selling lots of transactions. Remember, it doesn't matter where they're from. It doesn't matter if they're in New York or if they're in Utah or where. It doesn't matter, because we still want to call them and have a conversation with them. And when they hear someone looking to buy, sell, or lease a home, we can help them find an agent wherever they're looking. We know what it takes to be a good agent. We know how to find one. We'll do the research and call agents to find out their commitment and their ability and their ethics. Do they answer the phone? Do they call back? Did they answer questions? Did they sound professional on the phone? How long have they been in the business? And that's one of the real reasons that I like using the CRS book, CRS.com, Certified Residential Specialist. They have to be in the business for a couple of years. They have to close a number of transactions, and they have to take 90 hours of education before they can even become a CRS, let alone advertise in the CRS manual. So I always reach to CRX to try to find it, because I know that they've been in the business for 5 years. They've closed 75 transactions, and they are a pillar of the 15% that remained in the business after time. So prospecting is super important. Doesn't matter where the client is, they're all a prospect source for you, because you refer that business and a check comes in the mail. Or if there is someone in Austin or Houston or whatever marketplace that you're in, San Antonio and Dallas, as you're converting people and doing open houses and converting people, your value proposition is going to be in direct proportion for your ability to convert the prospect that's standing in front of you. And the conversion of the prospect is very important. If you have a lot of prospects, but you're not getting a lot of business, then you're suffering in your conversion. We have to figure out how can you convey your ability, your commitment and your ethics a little bit better in a way that's going to get them excited about using you. But part of that just could be that they don't have a question about any of that. You've just never talked to them about it. You've never let them know that you really would like to get a referral from them. Just because someone knows you're an agent doesn't mean that they're going to think of you when they hear someone talking about buying, selling, and leasing a home. And we're leaving a lot of business on the table because we're allowing them to just find the next agent at an open house, and who knows what they're going to get. So if we really care about our spheres, if we really care about the people that are in our lives, then we have an obligation to reach out to them to make sure that they're using you as their realtor, someone who's going to care about them and take good care of them and care about their transaction as much as they do, but also maintaining that arm's length professional distance so that you can objectively look out for their best interest and help them see what they can't see and help them walk through the transaction with expertise. From the time you meet with them and get the representation agreement signed and help find them a property or get their home under contract and get them to the closing table and celebrate, at the point that you have fully executed the representation agreement that you signed with them, which is at the closing table of the sale of their home, or handing them keys at a lease, or handing them the keys at the closing table for the home they just purchased. Closing is that entire process from contract to close. And once it's closed, that is when your representation agreement is fully executed and you get paid. And so that whole close process, we have to get really good at all the nuts and bolts of listing properties, helping people find properties, negotiate the price, all of that. And we're going to be talking a lot about that, of course, in Mega. And then once it's all, like I said, it's fully executed and done, the next step is following up with them and getting referrals with them, helping them on their next transactions, getting in touch with their family members that may be moving off to college and needing a condo, or downsizing or upsizing, having kids and needing a bigger house, or just have family and friends, divorce situations, getting remarried, all of those reasons that people are going to need you. But we need to be staying in touch with them so that we stay top of mind to them, so that when they know someone also is in their sphere that's looking to buy, sell, or lease a home, that they remember you. And just remember, you get to pick how much money you're going to make over the course of the next 12 months. You pick that number. Then we can help you reverse engineer that number into a set of actions that you'll take every single day so that you can have predictable income. Remember, we need to plan and then we need to act. We have to need plan and set goals and act. Those are the three things that we need to do so that we know when we come to work every day, we know what it is that we're setting ourselves up to do. And we're going to through Mega explain to you guys in a lot of Mega Mini exactly what those practices could be to help you gain more business. We're not going to tell you how to be a salesperson, but we're going to show you how other people have become very successful and what other people have done to find extreme success in real estate so that we can. And remember, this is a 100-year-old profession, and the nuts and bolts of what we do haven't changed. We might have some tools now that we never had before, but it doesn't change the nuts and bolts of what we do. And for the last 100 years, it's been a relationship business, it's been a sales business, and it's all been about prospecting and keeping front of mind of your clients. And so we're going to be showing you, instead of you trying to figure it out on your own and reinvent the wheel, we're going to show you guys what others have done for the last 100 years to become the 15% who stays in the business, who continues to make money in this business. Could not have timed that more perfectly. When we get back from your lunch, Lisa is going to go over the point system, share with you guys where you are with points. I also am to understand a bunch of you have completed your Fair Haven and some other stuff that I'm excited to hear about. So we'll hear more about that at 2 o'clock when we get back from lunch, but it is officially 1:01. At 2 o'clock on the dot, we will come back. Elisa will have the floor. She'll talk to you guys about points, share some other stuff, I'm sure, with you. And then when we get back from that, we're going to jump into the the Power Start Your Business second half of the day.
And if you are here in the corporate office, if you want to head over to the classroom, there is somebody that would like to talk to you, and they brought lunch to sponsor today for y'all. So see you back at 2 o'clock.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm looking for the Fair Haven class.
Hey, do you need the Fairhaven link? Okay. I'm going to, yeah, hey, I'm gonna add it in the chat.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I need it too. So that's good. I'll look in the chat.
Yeah, I just found it on, the Mega 14.1 general session, recap email in our groups for group Mega. So you can locate the Mega emails and files in the Outlook and Teams.
I can't do this yet because I'm still in the process of, not by my fault, by the way, this has been very frustrating, but I'm switching from Greater Denton Wise County Association to Metro Tex because that's who Realty Texas has. What do you, is it a contract? I'm not sure what it's called with, or an association with. And I had to call them several days and email, and nobody would answer the membership phone. It would literally ring for 10 minutes, not go to a voicemail, not nothing. I was not, it's just like, am I gonna have to drive there?
I went through the same thing. I went through the exact same thing with Metro Tech.
Yes. So I can't log into, I messaged NAR and I'm like, why can't I log in? And they're like, well, your membership ended with Greater Denton Wise as of 5/31. And I was like, so yeah. So anyways, I have been emailing back and forth even while we were during the training, just trying to get this going. And someone gave me their personal phone call because I made a kind of like a complaint on their form, like I'm trying to become a member and I'm not able to because I can't get a hold of anybody. So anywho, I'm gonna call them while we're at lunch. So hopefully I'll get that going and then I can do the other stuff. But I've been trying, I promise.
Good.
All right, thank you.
You're so welcome.
Welcome back to the second half of Mega Module 2. Lisa Ormsby should have your points and ready to explain to everybody where you are. I know we're pretty early in the Mega series to already be talking about points, but we like to, at some point during every single Mega, kind of give everybody an idea who's turning in points, how you do turn in points, and where we are. And I think Lisa's got her video off and her audio off. And has that changed? It has changed. So she's on the phone. So, okay, we are going to move on. And when she is ready, we will let her have the floor. Okay, so we're going to create some productive, you got a couple of minutes, Lisa, so don't rush. We got some productive conversations we're going to have now. We're going to talk about what it is to be in some type of coaching class. And Mega is, for all intents and purposes, a coaching class. Why does every high school, college, pro basketball, pro baseball, pro football team, why do games and high school students and grammar students and even kids in cheer practice, why do they all have a coach?
To
Motivate.
To make them a better in
Player.
their field, make them better in their field.
Fine tune them as well. Correct them on their mistakes and tell them what they can do to be better.
Okay. Let's start creating a list. What are some other things that, and I hope the point is not lost on any of you.
Well,
How many of you take this profession seriously? Do you take this as seriously as football?
I don't take football seriously.
Okay.
I played soccer throughout college, so I guess I could say, like, as a team player, I would take this as seriously as being a team and being a team player.
I
Okay,
appreciate that, Jana.
I think a lot of being in sports and a sports team like that can really help in the work, business field, work field, and every field.
So how
Helping.
about raise your hand if your daughter is in cheer? Okay. Do you take this as seriously as your daughter's cheer? Your job is in real estate.
Yes, this actually helps me pay for the ginormous competitive. That's one of my reasons. You talked about this helps me pay for her to stay in competitive cheer because it is so expensive. And now she's doing middle school cheer, which is another $900 a year, plus whatever fees. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So yes, I take it seriously.
And of course, if you go to national championships, then there's travel and there's hotels.
We went to Florida.
Exactly
Yep.
right.
All-star
Right.
worlds.
My kids are in jiu-jitsu, so like when time to they train all year long, and by the time they go competitions, yes, we talk about fees for entry, fee to get there, lodging and food on the way, and just etc.
So do you all recognize that the kid needs a coach?
Yes.
Sometimes we have
how-
to get, she gets the personal one-on-one lessons. So sometimes we need that too.
Honestly, not just a kid need a coach, but anybody needs a coach, in my opinion.
Thank you, Dimitri.
Yeah.
So would they suffer without a coach?
Yes.
Yes. Because bad habit will continue for them to make mistake.
Coach is the
Whenever you practice, you have to perfectly practice your skill to master it.
So what about you in your real estate career? How many of you have a coach? Raise your hand.
I feel like I do now. That was one of the main reasons that I switched over to Realty, is because I was not getting the support and coaching that I wanted and needed.
Mm-hmm.
So I do feel like I do now.
Well, thank you. I'm glad. You do. You really do. Question. You're paying for a coach for your kids, but you never paid for a coach for yourself. And this particular position you have is income producing and pays for all of the athletic programs for the coaches that you have for your kids, and even things that you're doing. Maybe you want to learn boxing, you want to do yoga, all of these things. Do you pay for yoga lessons? What are you paying for in a yoga? Are you paying for the atmosphere? Or are you paying for the yoga instructor to teach you how to do it? So, question, how come all of you didn't recognize immediately that you need a coach and go out and find one and pay for one?
I realized it. I didn't know where to go to find one. That was my problems. Like, where do I start? I should have listened to my two friends that are in Austin, one that were telling me to come to Realty because they did see me struggling and suffering and saying how much help I needed. So I should have listened to them and came, but I just didn't know until I got over here how much better it is and how much more. As soon as they talked about this course, I immediately said, yes, please sign me up. I'm ready to be a better realtor.
Well, and so part of this and part of what we do is to get coaching. What do we have to admit?
That we don't
That
know
we need help. We don't know anything.
The answer is that's absolutely the answer, is that we all need someone to help hold us accountable and show us our blind spots and to let us see what we can't see ourselves. A coach's job is to see your blind spots. When your daughter's in cheer, their job is to see the blind spots, help them get better, but also not objectify them, but productively give them feedback that's going to help take their whatever it is, the soccer, football, basketball, cheer, boxing, taijutsu, whatever it is, and help them get the most of it and get better at it and master it. And if we can identify, Mike.
Yeah, so much of the, over many years, so much of the coaching that I saw that was out there was pretty much scams. Very, very, very risky. And even though I knew I needed help, I was very often paying for something that ended up being like Trump University.
Mm-hmm. That it ended up not being real education, and everyone got halfway through it, and it all kind of fizzled out. Okay, so part of coaching, how many failed agents that fell out of the business do you think goes into coaching and becomes a coach? Quite a bit. Question, how many of the 15% that's closing 60 homes a year are also coaches? Let me give you the answer. None. I am the only person that I know that is a producing agent on any actual level, and I've got 3 transactions going right now. There's never a time I don't have multiple transactions going with my toe in the water of knowing what's going on and selling 1,000 homes. It just doesn't exist out there. If you're going to make $15,000, $20,000 a transaction, and you're going to be closing 3 or 4 transactions a month, and you're making $50,000, $60,000 a month, why are you going to go to work making $400 to help somebody else become your competition?
Sir.
Why would you do that? The answer is you won't. So you're right to say, Mike, that it's suspicious that someone's going to say, come learn from me. I'm going to show you how to do something. The first question you should say is, what are your credentials? Part of also being a coach, the athlete has job, has responsibilities, has promises that they have to make, and the coach does too. So the coach's responsibility, as you see on the screen, is to teach you the game, teach you the rules of the game. People who know the game and the rules better, they can operate within the parameters of that game even better, and even sometimes strategically win because they understand the game better. They're going to teach you to win, not just kind of survive, but teach you to win the game. Because as a coach, are they trying to teach you to lose? Because you got two options when you're an athlete. You're going to win or you're going to fail. And there's a lot riding on this career, isn't there? That you got a lot riding on your real estate license. Do you have guaranteed expenses? Guaranteed expenses. The coach's job also is to bring out your best, to see your blind spots, to force you to practice. Now, I'm not new to this, and I'm also not an idiot. I can guarantee you that there's half of people in this class right now saying, I'm not going to make the calls. I'm not going to go do that. I'm not going to, half of the things that you're asking me to do to be a successful agent, I'm going to figure out some other way. There's another way. I'm going to do it. I'll figure it out. I'm smart. I got this. I'm not going to do that. You got to listen to the coach and listen to the practice and listen to the information and take it all in, because you're not taking a class from someone who is faking it till the making or telling you things that kind of sound good. That's not what's happening here. Because number 6, I am going to be honest with you. I'm not going to tell you what you want to hear. I'm going to tell you the truth. And sometimes you're not going to want the truth. And part of that truth is you're a salesperson and salespeople have to sell. I'm not going to do what Champion School of Real Estate does. You can, in your part-time, only working 6 or 7 hours a week, make $150,000 a year. And it's easy. That's what they tell you when you're going through real estate school, because what are the real estate schools selling you?
A dream.
Classes.
Education, continuing education.
Hours.
You're a returning client.
They're selling you the dream. Whoever said that was absolutely right. I'm going to sell you on the dream. Just come to us and we'll open the gates of the pearly heaven to you. Just, this is all you got to do. And then you will come right in, and everything on this side of the gate is going to be amazing for you. Once you pass through the gates, once you get that license and become a real estate agent, everything is going to be great. You're going to have a fantastic career. Don't you believe that? Now just come into school. They're not going to tell you the reality that, hey, yes, there's going to be a lot of work, and no, it's going to be full-time, and you have a whole lot to learn, and there's a massive amount of information that you have to be able to understand and digest and process. And this is a job. It's a career that has a lot of work to it, but you have uncapped earning potential.
The worst part was also after they motivate you to get the license, they don't tell you the fees and dues you have to pay. Like for me, when I first started in 2016, I took my class. 2017, I got my license. I didn't have a dime to sign up for Bright MLS and all of those things. So I needed $2,000 to start my business.
And what other business in the world can you start for $2,000? How much does it cost to open up the average ice cream shop? $1 million. How much does it cost to open up a farmer's insurance? They are salespeople selling very similar services to us. $1 million. And what is the franchise fee for a farmer's insurance? $75,000 a year. How many of you paid $75,000 for a franchise fee to get into real estate? How many of you got into real estate for less than $3,000? All of you. You started your business on a very low number, got your license, thinking that maybe this career is something a little bit different than it really was. However, now, if you allow me to be your coach, then if you allow the accountability and the honesty and the homework assignments and the practice, if you allow me to show you your blind spots, if you allow me to bring out your best, if you allow me to teach you the rules of the game so that I can teach you to win, if you allow me to do those things, then you will bring me your commitment. You will be open to change. Because if you want to change the future, you have to do something differently from what you did in the past. You have to be open to productive, respectful criticism. You have to follow, you will be open to doing the homework assignments because you're going to understand that Jack is not going to give me something that's just busy work. If he's asking me to do this, there's a reason for it because I only have so much time with you. And in that time that I have with you, I have to fill it up with as many productive things as possible that will help you have the very best outcome. And it is all to my benefit to help you succeed and win. Because when the athlete wins, the coach wins. When the team wins, the coach wins. If there was ever a person that you should trust with your coaching, it would be your broker. More so than anybody else in the entire real estate practice. Because you and I are in it together. I am personally liable for every single one of your acts. You'll work hard and bring the fire if you trust me. You'll be honest with yourself and me, and you'll allow yourself to be vulnerable. In a coaching environment, there is responsibilities of the coach and the athlete, and the coach has to earn the right to be the coach. And the athlete also, in order for them to really succeed, they also have to submit and trust that the coach has their back and not going to take advantage of them or waste their time or be looking out for their own interest instead of the athletes. These are the 5 things I'm going to ask of you. And the first one, I know is painful. But how many of you know how to swim? Raise your hand. Do you remember how painful that was to jump in the water the first time? Do you remember? How many of you stood on the side of the swimming pool for 45 minutes, terrified to jump in, and you made it so much worse for yourself because when you actually jumped in the water, you realized, oh, this isn't nearly as bad as I thought it was going to be. I was really making things difficult for myself. All right, I promise you that is what the phone calls are going to feel like. You're going to hold the phone. The phone is going to look like a shark with teeth that's going to bite your head off when you click the little talk button. But what you're going to find is you're going to call someone who already knows, loves, and trusts you. It's going to be a good, productive, friendly conversation, and you might even get a referral from it. In the first 5 calls, I fully expect you to get a referral from it, or 5 promises to give you referrals, and you hang up, and all of a sudden you're like, wow, I really did let fear, false evidence appearing real, I let fear get in the way of my success.
I have a question on, I wrote in my notes, did I write correctly to, it says to make 75 calls a day?
No, that is not correct.
Okay, because I was like, I don't know 75 different people to call every day.
Now,
So I wrote that down wrong.
so you partially wrote that correctly.
It was 3, I have to find it again.
You need 3 leads to come into your business every single day.
3 to 6 leads daily.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
Now, if you come into so let's talk, I'm going to break this down. I'm asking you to make 10 calls in the morning and 10 calls in the afternoon. That's 20 calls a day. That's what I'm going to ask of you to your own spheres. If you join our ISA program in one 3-hour period, you're going to click the call button 75 times on average. We have over 70,000 people in our database. Our database uses the exact same smart plans for our company database that I allow you to apply to your own customers. Again, I'll never ask you to do something that I'm not doing myself, like taking a 3-hour appointment in the calls, which I made sure I did mine before today, so that you know that I'm not asking you to do something that I myself didn't do. I spoke with a lady who is moving here from San Diego. Actually, that's not true. She lives here. Her boyfriend is moving here from San Diego and they're moving in together. I got her with an agent. I spoke with a Spanish speaking person that I got with Miguel because yo no hablo español. And I spoke to 2 other people that I was able to, in about an hour and the first hour and a half, set 3 appointments. And it's fun. It's good practice. And it's kind of fun connecting with them. Plus, I did something pretty amazing. I filled the music with the most inspirational songs that you can ever have. So, music on hold is Eye of the Tiger and other songs that get you just super bumping up, so that between those calls, it bumps up your energy. And I was sitting there rocking out the entire time, like, this music is so good. But of course, it's, you know, the most inspirational songs that I could possibly find to fire you guys up and get you excited. So for about 6 months, it was Eye of the Tiger. And of course, one of my ISAs came to me and said, Jack, I'm literally having dreams about Eye of the Tiger. We need to add some more songs. So now there's 40 songs and it just kind of rotates between each one. So every time you hear a different song, but they're all super energetic, high energy, dance kind of music, and it's really cool. So when you get into our program and you sit in there, that's where the 75 calls are going to come in. But to your own spheres, and that's optional. We're not forcing you to get into our ISA program. That is a benefit that you get as a Realty Texas agent that's open to anyone. Not all brokerages have leads. Not all brokerages have full-time staff that is administering those leads. Not all brokerages have a CRM that they use internally that the agents also use. And not all brokerages have a full suite of ISA training that gets the agents prepared to get on the phone before they do it, so that they're got some preparation, and then pay for the actual leads, have them coming into their system, have smart plans applied to them, where the agent only has to show up and push a call button and read the script that's on the screen. And then after that appointment is done, once a week, they come sit down and they listen to all the calls that were made so they can get better and better. And of course, 3 of the callers today came to me and said, all of my calls today were under 3 minutes. And I gave them a high five. And I said, that's great, because they recognize that, oops, they're slipping up. They're having these long conversations, getting way too much into the weeds when that's not what they're supposed to do. And they've already corrected that. So the next time you guys hear the cross-pollination, it'll be different, because I've been involved in several of the cross-pollinations and I've never heard calls that long. And it's like, why of all days for you guys to jump into a cross-pollination that has calls that are 15 minutes long, when that just made me anyway. So what I'm asking for you is to call 10 people in the morning and 10 people in the afternoon. And first, in order for you to do that, your people have to get pulled out of your phone and put into a CRM, and Amy McAllister will help you with that. Once it's in your CRM, then the auto emails that you send out of the system, the flyers that you can send them, the welcome, letting the announcement that you are here, the weekly social media posts can get pushed to them. Our Realty Texas monthly newsletter can get pushed to them. And we charge you nothing for the usage of, because we pay for the emails. We also pay for all the phone calls, and you guys technically don't pay for any of that usage. We're paying for that usage on our own. So that's where the calls come from. The second thing, and I know there's a couple questions, but let's get through these 5 first. The second promise is that when you meet a client and when you do an open house and when you go out into the world, that you are going to dress appropriately. You're going to dress for success. If you are not wearing professional clothes like a suit and a tie or nice professional dress for the ladies, you should dress for success. I'm sorry, but slip sandals, not appropriate for an agent to wear at an open house. I don't care what you're bringing to me as the idea that it's hot outside. Since I've been doing this, I've not done an open house where I didn't wear a suit. Every time I've been in a realtor organization and I go in front of my congressman, I'm wearing my suit. When I am in the eye of the public representing someone other than myself, I am wearing a suit, and I hate suits. Everybody knows this about me, that when I retire, I'm having a suit burning party. But between now and then, It matters how you dress. You're dealing in the financial services market, although that we really just kind of work in representation. We're dealing with people's largest purchase of a lifetime, and they need to look at us and have respect for us. And the very first way to do that is by dressing appropriately. People will have a different opinion of you when you show up wearing a suit or professional clothes. Number two, that is a promise that you're going to make me. And if you're not accustomed to doing that, you will notice the next time that you do the difference in how people react by you, and how many more people come up to you and talk with you at an open house, and how much more approachable you seem at the open house. Number three, you're going to master objection handling by learning the scripts. And part of the scripts, if you're going to be in our program, is simply listening to the cross-pollination and then also going through the scripts that we have as a group in scripts training. When a lead comes in, you're going to call them as quickly as possible. That means 20 seconds or less, but at least as fast as you possibly can. It's not always possible. You might be in a closing. I don't expect you to walk outside. I don't expect, but if you're working during the day and you're sitting at your desk, you should be answering your phone, because we should be going to work every day with a work mindset and responding to our customers and understanding that income producing tasks come first. Income producing tasks come first, which means working with our customers has to come first. And then number five, learn your value proposition so well that you have it memorized. So the next time someone asks you why, so that you hire you, not only do you hop up in your seat like this and you're so excited to tell them why, because you're ready, because you're prepared, and you've got the energy behind it. Not like, oh God, what am I going to say? All right, lots of questions on this. So let's go with those. But those are the 5 things that I'm asking you. And if you look at these 5, it's the mark of a professional. First Laura and then Knock.
I just want to add something too. I mean, I didn't realize the importance of scripts, but I took the circle dialing with Zach. Okay, and I was like really, really amazed how when he did an open house, he did his circle dialing and he used scripts, and I was kind of like wondering, why was he so confident in the things that he was saying? And because he memorizes scripts. So if you haven't listened in on his circle dialing stuff, please do so. I mean, I was really impressed.
Yep, and Zach has been a agent here since 2017. Zach and I and Lisa worked together at the prior brokerage. I've known Zach since he got his license, and I've watched his career blossom. I've watched him learn this business, and he has followed my instructions exactly in my teaching since he's got his license, and he's done and he stayed in the business, and he is a remarkable agent. Knock.
Hi, I just want to add to the CSI training. I'm on the group 1. I have to admit, at first I was nervous. Like you get to learn, you get put on the spot with the headphone, but then trying to learn how not manipulate, but read through the screen and go through the script. But after a few times, it's got easier because you feel it's build up the confidence, and then you can add your own personality whenever you talk, not just necessarily follow the script. So what I'm trying to say is the hardest step is you make the first step, but when you jump into it, things will get easier. And I able to close one lease 2 weeks from 2 weeks ago that I make from one of my call.
Good
so
job.
I still keep on going.
And the thing is that when these people get put into pipeline, sometimes they call and sometimes they close with you 180 days after. Thing is that the calls that you're making today are likely to close in 180 days from now. So over the next 180 days, as you're making these calls, you're filling your pipeline. So the closings, if you were doing this 180 days ago, you would have closings today from those calls. You do it on a regular basis. It's called filling your pipelines. And now you have a consistent set of people calling you. You're making a consistent set of outbound calls. And what you're putting out into the universe and the work that you're putting is coming back to you at the same proportion continually. But when you stop for too long, then you see a gap in coming back at you. And so if you are prospect, hold, and all of a sudden business comes and stops. And then it feels like it's coming in the cyclical wave and you don't understand why. How come I've got nothing? I can't do this career anymore. I just can't be in this scenario where I just closed 3 transactions. I don't know where my next check is coming from. And I feel like I'm right back where I started from. And people don't want to do this business anymore because the anxiety of not having your paycheck, knowing where it's coming from, burns people out of the business. But if you never stop prospecting, then you never stop having clients coming into the business. And I think people can recognize the time in which they stop prospecting. And even people have been in the business for a long time, they come back to me and say, you know what? I completely screwed up last year. I just completely just fell off everything I was supposed to be doing and I need to get back into it. And that happens and it's okay. But now at least you recognize it and know how to fix it. Marcy, I see your hand up.
I was just going to add the same thing that Laura and Knox mentioned. I'm not I wasn't a script user for my previous brokerage. I was like one of those that just refused it. And then I did Mega and learned better. And when I started using the scripts, I started getting responses back from those calls. It wasn't before I used a script, I might not get a call back. I would get ghosted or ignored. But when I use the script, it called me back. So they do work. And just being that consistent, using that script consistently, it does start to pan out. Because like I said, I was not a script user, but they work.
Yeah, scripts are all about knowing how to handle an objection. So when we talk about scripts, we're really just talking about objection handling. If someone brings you a problem, how are you going to handle that problem in the simplest way possible to help make sense of it for them? And give you an example. The rates went up. Things are more expensive. A lot of people are going to come to you and say, I'm just waiting for the rates to go down. We all know if the rates go down, the prices are going to go up astronomically, which means the property taxes go up astronomically. And so waiting for real estate to become less expensive just means that they're waiting for it to be more expensive. And the longer they wait, the longer they're going to be in retirement with a house payment. The longer that they are not gaining equity every month as the home is going out, the longer that they're waiting, that they're not putting money towards the principal of paying it off, the less equity they're building, the more that they're going to be paying rent year after year after year. So part of learning the scripts is really learning objection handling for certain situations so you can clearly articulate to the client so that they understand by waiting, they're actually waiting for things to get more expensive, but that's not what they think they're doing. So it's scripts is objection handling, and objection handling is learning how to do this business. 1,000,000% yes. I'm going to throw something else out there too. Cindy, of course, and I are very good friends, and she shares with me funny things that have happened to her in the past. And she is an incredibly good ISA. She is your sales manager. She's just not on the phones as an ISA, but I actually coached Cindy for a number of years, maybe it was a year and a half. And it was one of the things that she shared with me was someone called her back once and said, "Are you okay?" Because I just listened to your voicemail and it did not sound like you were okay at all. And that was a wake-up call for her. And she's like, oh, good grief. And it's, we find ourselves in these situations where we might have just gotten off a call. There's a transaction that might be falling apart, and then we get it, we make our calls. Is the reason why I have reputation management, where we have Vanessa Van Edwards, who is a kind of a body language expert and a human scientist, and she's going to be talking about the micro expressions and how we sound when we talk, and how happy thoughts can convey over the phone. Because when we're on a phone with someone, it's a very much of a one-dimensional thing. They can hear your inflection, they can hear your happy tone, they can hear your negative tone, even if that's not what we're intended to be sending. What they get is going to be something that, whether we want to take ownership of how we're presenting ourselves, they're going to receive exactly how we're presenting ourselves, even if we're not aware of that of ourselves. So one thing that I try to convey, how do you think it would be, what success would you have if you took 100 fishing hooks, just metal hooks connected to nothing, and threw them in a river? Are you going to get 100 fish? You're not. And if your intent is to go fishing, and you go to the store and you buy fishing hooks and you go to the river and you strategically put the hook exactly where you think you're going to catch something, and you throw that hook connected to nothing in the water, and you stand there and wait, what's going to happen? That is what I call passive real estate, but it doesn't always have to be passive. You could pick up the phone and use a script and call someone, leave a message, and then sit there and wait for them to call you. Are they going to call you back? Or do you need to call them again? And then call them again. But more importantly, when you do have a conversation with them, what is the connective tissue between you and the hook? What connects you with the hook is the connective tissue that you try to create a relationship with that person that makes the relationship an us, not a them and you, not an us and them, but an us. Oh, you're from San Diego? I'm actually from Long Beach. I lived there for a really long time. Gosh, I miss Southern California. How are things in Southern California? In that one statement, on the phone with the client, I created the connective tissue. Just enough to create a little bit of warmth and have a little dialogue that maybe is off topic enough that's relationship building. Oh, your husband's in law enforcement? My dad was in law enforcement. In fact, my two brothers are as well. That's amazing. What department does he work for? Not just, oh, he's in law enforcement. Okay, well, there's a loan program for that. That's not the connective tissue. So in every conversation, there's going to be something in that conversation that you can connect with them about and create that connective tissue that connects you to the hook, that brings you guys together. It's not just about scripts. The scripts are important because it's going to be able to relay what they need to hear, but the conversation needs to be more than just a script. And by the way, the script can't be cold, because if it's cold and you're reading the screen and you don't have any emotion behind it, you're going to get a call from someone and say, "Are you okay?" Because it sounded like you might have been crying when you left the voicemail, because they only hear that side of it, which is why we have our cross-pollination program where you guys can listen to the calls. That's why we have the mirror by the computer, so you can see your face. You can see yourself smiling, because you're supposed to smile when you're talking, so that you can see the smile on your face, because they can hear your smile. They can hear your mood on the phone. These things are really super, super, super important. So the salesperson rules of engagement is learning the script. When someone says no, are you interested in buying a home? No. Oh, do you mind if I ask why? Do you already own a home? Well, I'm just waiting for the rates to go up, or the rates to go down, or I'm waiting for the market to have an explosion. Who knows what crazy thing they're going to tell you from what they've heard. And there's so much information that is misinformation out there about real estate right now. That, oh, if you rent a home, it costs less. No, it doesn't. You rent forever. You literally never pay it off. That's not less, that's more. When we're going to get to this little guy here, but who's the very best objection handlers on planet Earth? How many of you have kids?
Toddler. Kids. My kids are the best.
Yeah, a toddler.
when there is something between you and a piece of birthday cake or a cookie or a piece of cheese they want added to the refrigerator or a juice box they want or a Tonka truck that they want at the store or a little Barbie doll they want from HEBs, they're walking down the aisle. You're like, oh, good grief, let's not go down this aisle, but I've got to get barbecues. And of course, it's on the same as a kid's aisle. When they want something, have they learned innately how to get it? And do they
Yes.
use every tool in their repertoire to figure it out? And the most important thing is no doesn't make sense to them. I want this, you're saying no. I don't know why. Explain why. Because no. Because why? Because no. Because why? They want to understand why, because no makes no sense to their brain at all, because they clearly want this badly. You're saying no, and that makes no sense to them. Explain this to me because I don't understand it. I need you guys to connect to that a little bit because our parents kind of pounded that out of us, didn't they? This natural objection handler that's deep within us has been pounded out of us. Now, we have to do the adult version because there is an adult version of objection handling that's within us that we have to not just be passive. We have to inquire and ask questions and dig deeper, because if they don't want to buy a home, that should make no sense to you at all. That should not compute. Oh, I'm happy renting. What? Now, there's a respectful way to do it. And part of it is, well, let's figure out what's in their brain that makes sense to them for renting. So let's ask some questions and boil this down, because I think if they give me an opportunity to share with them what's in my head and they can see through my eyes of what renting really means, that they will never want to rent again. So how do I get an opportunity to get in front of them and let them hear from me? How do I make that happen? And it starts by asking simple questions and building them on those. And sometimes it's, do you mind if I ask you? And start the conversation that way and start digging a little bit deeper. So when someone says no, we have to figure out what that's about, because if they can voice their objection and get that objection out, we can overcome it, because there is no reason why people are not buying homes or buying investment properties or being involved in real estate. There are just too many advantages. People are able to retire with passive income with real estate. There's absolutely no reason why they're not. If something, these are the salesperson rules of engagement. First of all, it's learn a script. Number two, when you hear something, you've got to dig deeper in that silo and try to figure it out and help them over in a productive, respectful, and adult kind of way. But I always like to point back to the kids because they're such good, innate objection handlers. We learn better tools about it as we get older, but sometimes we're just so afraid of confrontation that we just let it go. And we have to not be afraid as a salesperson to have conversations with them, because we truly are trying to help them. And if we can get them to see through our eyes, and if they're willing to give us the time and hear us out, and if we can do that productively, and we know exactly the words to use, because we only have so much time that they're going to give us to use our scripts, which are really just knowing the business really well, it's going to make a difference in you selling more homes, but also people realizing, you know what, you're a godsend. You just came out of nowhere and I had no idea, and you helped me with things. Now I'm referring you to all my friends and family. If in a transaction something doesn't go right, we don't blame other people. We do not blame other people. If something goes wrong in a transaction, whose fault is it?
Our fault.
Thank you, Rebecca. Thank you. Why is it our fault?
Because somewhere in we didn't follow through with something. Either we didn't catch timeline discrepancy, we didn't follow through all the way. So somewhere we dropped the ball mainly. That's what I would say.
I love that. I'm going to paint a picture in all of your head, and hopefully this really just ends the conversation here. Is our job not to hold them by the hand and walk them through the transaction? If you have a blind person and you're holding their hand walking through and you let them jump off a cliff, or you let them fall over a cliff or step over and fall, whose fault is that? They trusted you. You had them by the hand and you said, "We're gonna be good." And you didn't tell them, "Hey, there's a curb right here," or, "Oh, by the way, there's a power strip right here," or, "Oh, be careful on the rug," or you didn't pave the way and help them step by step. That's what our job is. Not just to grab them by the hand and say, "Okay, here we go. Now walk 20 feet in that direction and you should be good," and then leave. That's not really what we're supposed to be doing. And how do we ensure that we protect them really? If something goes wrong, how do we stop it from becoming going bad? How do we stop something from going wrong as a real estate professional is what I'm trying to say.
Jack, I had recently had to get Lisa involved and help with mine, which um the my the seller was also the broker owner of the home, and he kept wanting to put all the 3,000 earnest money into the option money. And obviously that's not what my buyers wanted to do, because they didn't want to put all of that in the option money. And he kept trying to negotiate this option fee money and trying and trying and trying. And it ended up frustrating my buyers, which I've known her for 18 years, so bad that they backed out. They just said, his hesitation with all this. And she said, "I feel like her and her husband felt like that they were being pushed around by him." And he's the one that we had to step in, because he started messaging my buyers directly, or back and forth. But I was trying to figure out, like, I was trying to buffer that as much as I could. But how do you keep your client when that's kind of stuff's going on, that interference and stuff? How do you keep your client positive when they're so, frustrated? I was positive the whole time. I didn't get frustrated, but I was just trying to keep, my clients positive. So, but obviously I did something wrong, because I lost the sale from going through.
Well, so one of the ways we approach a transaction is my position and role as a real estate agent is to advise you on what your options are. I can't change the world that we live in. And things are going to present themselves in transactions where sometimes it doesn't make sense to move forward. And that's why we have a due diligence period. That's why we have an option period. That's why you have a loan contingency. Because when you see a home and you submit an offer, you haven't bought it, but you did purchase the right to investigate more about that home to determine that if everything is what you think it is, that you're purchasing the right to buy it. And so now it's a due diligence period, and we're in the middle of this due diligence period, and we're finding out there's some things that are very troubling. So in that's why you pay an option fee, so that you can not lose an earnest money, but lose an option. And if this isn't the one, then we go find the one that is. We can't force a seller to sell. We can't force a seller to behave. We can't change the world that we're in. All we can do is advise our clients every step of the way and let them know that we have their back. And when things are going crazy, they always have us to call, and then we can always help them. But the real answer to the question is, we have to be very proactive to make sure that we are paving the road. And when we try to learn about issues that are in the transaction before they become delays. So contacting the title company on a regular basis, contacting the lender on a daily basis.
Well, and that was one of the things that I was doing. We were fast tracking the underwriting, because he had a fear, and his fear, I mean, literally words, he had been burned in the past, so he needs to take your training, because he had a fear of him,
Jenny, he's a seller, right?
accepting her offer and missing out on other offers. if they didn't get fully underwritten and approved for the loan.
So he has that right. He is a homeowner. He gets to do whatever he wants. And we don't get to have a judgment about that. It might affect our transaction, but your buyer
It
doesn't
did.
have to buy it.
It did it. So, and I had to tell them, and then he said, well, do 1,500. He kept trying to negotiate option, putting more money in the option because he was paying $3,000 a month to hold that home that he's bought. And I had to advise, my friend and client that if you put 1,500, that you could lose 15. I had to explain like everything about it. And that I feel like that was my job, is to tell them what he was wanting, but also informing them about option money.
One of the things I've always found really interesting and funny about this career is when people who are getting into this career, jumping in their first couple of transactions, they come into my office and they want to tell me stories and they think that it's going to blow my mind. Every single transaction, everyone's lost their mind. This is a highly stressful business. People are emotionally attached to their home. Everyone's looking out for their own, so they have completely opposite interests. And our job is to kind of bring people together. A seller should never sell their own home because they're so emotionally attached to it that they can't see past it. So we're not going to talk about that situation anymore, but we're going to talk more about broad situations. We know that our job is to take whatever situation gets thrown at us and to advise our clients on productive ways to get through it. And sometimes it's, look, this is what's going on in this scenario. This is what their expectations are. All we can do is make our position very clear, counter the position, and they either sign it or they don't. We can continue arguing with them. We can do whatever, but if they come back to us, then if they call you directly, then just tell them, wait a moment, let me get my agent on the phone and we can have a three-way conversation about this, because the old contract is dead, type thing, and move on. Some transactions don't make it to the closing table, but a transaction should never end the relationship of the representation agreement. A transaction terminating should be, okay, now find option B and move forward. In a normal transaction, there's going to always be something. Either the title company has completely screwed up, the lender forgot to open underwriting, and you're calling the lender saying, what's going on? I've had situations recently where the lender disappeared and then came back a week later, and then they moved companies. They transferred the file, closed the file at the old company, opened a file at the new company, and started all over again and didn't tell anyone. And the reason that we didn't hear from them for a week is because their license was inactive during that week. Things like this happen all the time. And our job is to be, all right, why is this lender not calling me? I'm going to look up the lender on NMLS. I'm going to find out who their branch manager is. I'm going to call the branch manager and say, look, we're 9 days away from closing, and your lender has been missing for a week. They don't work for us anymore. Look up the lender and realize, oh, wow, they work for someone else now. And then now I've got clarity on what happened. So again, I still am not going to throw people under the bus. I'm not going to blame other people. But the faster that we are researching things and learning about what's going on and being relentless about calling the title company and the lender and the inspector, and whatever phase of the transaction that we're in, we're doing everything that we can to make sure that the promises we've made, the expectations that we've put out there for our client, that we're putting that together as much as possible. If the photographer is going to be there on a certain day, you're emailing the photographer. Is there any issues? You're sure going to be there because my client's expecting you. If the open house is going to happen on a certain day, that you're not going to just call the day before and say, oh yeah, no, we can't do it. That we follow through on the processes and on the promises and the expectations that we set, and we do everything possible. And if it doesn't work, and it doesn't, and the expectations that we set don't materialize, we have to own it, because excuses are a disease and we should not be throwing people under the bus, and we own it. A personal guarantee My personal guarantee is that we're going to get to the closing table on time and trouble free. That's my personal guarantee. Well, what happens if it doesn't? If it doesn't, I'm going to own it, because I'm going to be doing every single thing that I can to make sure that we get to the closing table on time and trouble free. I'm going to be talking to the lender multiple times a week, if not every day. I'm going to be talking to my closer at the title company every day. Every person that's involved that touches my file are going to know that I'm involved in this file and that we're going to have clear communication. And if they're not calling me back, I'm on the phone with their manager. Now, do I do that after 5 minutes? No. But if they don't call me back within 3 hours, I'm texting them, hey, I need to get a hold of you. And if they don't text me back, there's no excuse for that. But I'm also very respectful. And if they have a problem, they're not doing something right, I'm trying to figure out how can I help them do their job for my client? How can I help them? I'm not going to throw in the bus and be hypercritical and be yelling at them and making them not want to work with me, because that's not productive for me and my client. I'm going to try to figure it out. I can't tell you how many times I've been with the lender looking at the underwriting guidelines for something, trying to figure out solutions, and we work out solutions together, because that is what productive real estate agents do. We find solutions to problems. Number one job is solution providers. So when you find yourselves in uncharted water, Jenna, you did the exact right thing. You went to your sales manager, and then you and the sales manager together work it through, because like I said, there's nothing we can't handle, but we also can't promise a buyer that they're going to buy a home. But we can promise that we're going to get them, once they're under contract, we're going to do everything we can to learn as much about the property as we can to find out if they want to move forward with that purchase. But they don't purchase the house when they submit the offer and get it accepted. They purchase the house the moment they decide to move forward. Does everyone see the difference there? So don't spend the commission when you get your contract accepted, because if you've spent your commission in your head and they're thinking about terminating, you're going to be very disappointed. Never be late. Another rule of engagement, as the top 5 salesperson rules of engagement, is never, ever be late. Now, can you promise you're never going to be late? No. I'm going to give you a little advice. If I have a 2 o'clock meeting and I'm going to be there at 2:05, what am I doing the moment I find out that I'm going to be there at 2:05?
You call your client.
You call or text your client saying that you're going to be a few minutes behind.
That's right. And now I'm not late, because my idea of late is showing up at 2:05, and I never told them that was going to happen, because I knew at 1:45 that I wasn't going to be there at 2. And so for me not to have the courtesy to let them know that I'm not going to be there at 2, that I'm going to be 5 minutes late, I've told them ahead of time, look, my ETA is 2:05, and I send a text. And then they send me a little heart or a little checkbox. I'm not late anymore, because I let them know that's happening, and now they've reset their expectations. Me, in my mind, of being late is me just showing up and not even having the common courtesy to let them know that I'm going to blow past that time. Give yourself extra time, especially when you're in the marketplaces, especially for Houston agents who have a whole different world than we live in Austin and San Antonio and Dallas. You can have a 2-hour drive between one hour town and the other. We don't have that in Austin. It could be 45 minutes from North Austin to South Austin. It could even take us an hour, but it's not going to take us 2.5 hours unless something really significant happened. That's not here every day. So make sure you give yourself enough time to get there in the first place. Number 5, don't be your own assistant, because you can't afford yourself. And if you're doing your own assistant work, now there comes a time in which, when you are a brand new agent, that you should do everything to learn it. But there comes a point in which you start farming things out, because as a brand new agent, you don't have clients yet. So you're learning systems and you're learning processes. You get your first client, you've got enough time to kind of figure it all out. You start getting more and more clients. You have to figure out how to start farming the non-income producing tasks off, like finding a company that will help you with printing your maybe your postcards. Instead of coming to the office and printing them and putting a stamp on them, the first thing you do is go to a mailing house that will send out your postcards. Maybe the second thing you do is find a sign company that can put up signs and lock boxes and things like that. So don't, at every step of the way, try to figure out ways to get things out of your way so that you have time to prospect every day. If you don't have time to prospect and you've given yourself an 8-hour day, then something's wrong. And we got to figure out how we're going to widen that gap so that on a normal day, not when you're in Mega, not when you're taking a GRI class and that kind of thing, but on a normal day, if you no longer have time to prospect, you have what's called diminishing returns. And we have to figure out how we can farm some of that other stuff off so you can focus on income producing tasks, which is prospecting, because a little bit of prospecting has to happen every single day. Every single day, prospecting has to occur. That's the number one thing we do. Laura.
Okay, what exactly, since you said, stop being your own assistant, whenever we do get busy, what is the purpose and what is a transaction coordinator? What did they do? What are the expectations of them?
Yep, I love that question.
How do
So
they help you?
I love that question.
I mean, I can go on and on, but you get the point, right?
Yeah, I do. What does a contract to close person do? That's why I'm very clear not to call them a contract coordinator, but I call them a CTC because that helps frame what it is that they do. They help you from contract to close. They help make sure that your documents are properly labeled, that everything is properly signed, that you're going to still draft documents. You're going to still do that kind of stuff, but they're going to help you with the back end administrative work. With paperwork and making sure that all of the room stuff is being taken care of. There are some agents who are struggling with using a mouse. And there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, sometimes people just really struggle with things. There's things I struggle with. A mouse isn't one of them, but there are things that I struggle with and I need help with. One of them is I can't draw to save my life, and I'm not a designer, and I need a designer, and I have a roadblock for that, and I have to farm that out because if I try to design something, it's going to be really bad. So that is not what I do. So everybody has a gap, and we have to figure out how can we figure out what our deficiencies are and find an assistant that can fill the gap that we have in whatever deficiency we have. And if it's technology, then you got to figure out how you're going to have an assistant be able to back you up and support you in the things that you're struggling with so you can focus on the things that you are good at. And if your gap is calling people and converting people, then you got to figure out how to fix that. That's not something you can farm out. But suffice it to say, what the CTC role does, they don't call clients for you and prospect. They don't call your database. They don't convert people. They take you from contract, not before contract, but from contract. So once your offer is turned into a contract, then they make sure that all of the paperwork and the timelines are not missed, so you don't miss an option period.
So do they call your client and say the time, we're out of the option period, or do they call you? I mean, how does that all work?
That is between you and the contract to close person. So that would be a question that you have to make to the
Okay.
CTC person because everybody does it differently and every agent wants to do it differently. Some agents do not want the contract close person to talk to their client at all. They want the contract to close person to call them and say, hey, look, your option's up at 4 today, or I want an email every day telling me the timelines of every single one of my contract. So that's a conversation. How do you like to work with agents? What do you recommend a really productive way to work with agents? And here's what I was thinking, and does this work? And then start the relationship and see if it works. We've got 5 different contract closing people, and all 5 of them approach it a little bit differently. So there is no standard. It would be a lot like a buyer calling you and saying, I want to hire an agent. How do agents work? Like, well, every agent approaches real estate a little bit differently, but this is how I work. Good question. And a CTC is a really good first step for an agent who's super busy, who's afraid that through the prospecting and taking classes and everything else that they're going to miss a timeline. And the contract to close person, all of them are going to make sure that these are the standard things that they're not going to mess up, making sure that your timelines are respected and make sure that all your documents and that you have a complete package ready for your DA at the end. And they're going to help you clean all of that up. So, oh, you're missing a mud disclosure. Did you realize that? Oh, I didn't even know. Is this in a mud? Find out if this is in a mud for me because I want to make sure that this isn't a mud and let them do that research. All those types of things.
Yeah, and they're only $200, right?
Well, they're all different. They all have their own fees. So if you go to our Realty Texas CTC, you will see each one of them has a fee that they are offering. Exactly right. And then number 6, trying to find that connective tissue between you and a client, trying to find some common ground, some relationship building so that you're connected in some way and that you're able to communicate. You've built rapport, and the connective tissue is really rapport that you've built with them, building trust. They totally have no concerns regarding your ethics, your ability, or your commitment. They 100% trust you. You've got that common ground, and you are listening to them and you're paying attention to them, and with empathy you're mirroring them. And what do I mean by mirroring? Some of your clients are going through a divorce. Some of your clients will have just lost a spouse. Some of your clients will have just lost a child. I have pro bonoed a few transactions in my life. I had one of my pro bono transactions was I sold a married couple a home, and his wife died overseas in a war. It was in Iraq, actually, it was Afghanistan that she was killed. Another one of my clients lost their daughter in a home I sold them, drowning in the pool, and that is a hard one. I did that one obviously pro bono as well. Um, I also existed in an environment where I dealt with a lot of short sales and a lot of foreclosures. People lost their job, have no money in the bank account, barely buy food, and they got to sell their home, and I got to help them move past that chapter and help them open a new one. In fact, one of my clients, I helped him VA short sell. He turned around 3 years later and purchased a home, a condo downtown, and his position completely changed his life. And being able to give them little stories like that also helps. And then on the opposite side, I've got clients who are getting married, moving off to college, um, retiring, and buying a home with a pool, and it's going to be their retirement house. So people purchase and sell for one of two reasons: pain or pleasure, which ironically is my very next slide. And when people purchase for pain or pleasure, we have to figure out which one that is and be what they need in that moment, because it's going to, sometimes you're going to be with a client and they're all excited. They need an agent that's going to share their excitement with them. Then you're going to leave that environment where you're leaving an environment where everyone's excited and happy, and you've got that kind of feel, because if you're not mirroring them and you're not able to pendulum swing and chameleon change from one to the other, they're going to feel that. And someone who's super excited doesn't want an agent who's not super excited, because you're not sharing in what they need right there, and you're not going to be part of that, and they're going to feel like there's something wrong with you. So we have to compartmentalize, leave all of the other things in that compartment, whether it's home, whether it's the office, whether it's other clients, and bring to that table exactly what they need and live inside that bubble. And we have to learn how to do that. And we have to figure out how to leave one bubble behind to go into another and exist in that bubble and forget the other bubbles. If you can do that well, you will be a very successful agent. But if you have a hard time doing that, and in all of the other bubbles, you bring that with you to the transaction, it's going to be very difficult for you to be a salesperson. And what's the best way to compartmentalize? Be in yoga and live in that bubble. And live in that bubble really well for that yoga, for your me time. Everything distractions out. And I know a lot of you said, I really struggle, and Laura, you were one of them, said it. I really have a hard time turning off my brain and not letting it seep in. You got to be impenetrable. And when the thought hits you, just say, I'm not ready to deal with it right now. I'm going to push that over there. And it didn't just happen. And here we are in this environment right now. That is the reality of the world we live in. It's what it takes to live in the world that we have today. We have to do that to survive. And those are survival mechanisms that we just have to. And sometimes events are so overwhelming, they're so nuclear and catastrophic, that it does ripple across all other bubbles. And sometimes all the bubbles pop. And that sometimes when you have something that magnus happen, sometimes you have to take a moment away from everything, collect ourselves, and find ourselves back when we're able to do that. But on a normal day, with just normal life stresses, and stressful enough as it is, we have to be the person that our clients need us by mirroring the energy that they have through their transaction every time we have them, which can feel like a yo-yo sometimes.
Well, Jack, what do you say in a divorce? Because a divorce can be, yay, I'm getting out of the marriage, or boo hoo, he's leaving me. So what is the appropriate way to approach?
Read that for me. On
because
the
sometimes
screen, read that for me on the
we'll
screen.
get this chapter closed so you can open a new chapter. That's it.
Uh-huh. We're going to move on from this. We're going to get this chapter closed and get this behind you.
Okay. Because sometimes they look at divorce as, yay, I'm getting out of here, and not
Yeah.
that,
You still got to tie it up and get it closed. They got to get rid of that house so they can truly move on, because in that moment they've not yet moved on. They want to move on so badly. They want that chapter closed. And so we're going to get this chapter closed. We're going to open a new one, and your best days are still ahead of you. They need our inspiration, and that's a big one. Your best days are absolutely ahead of you. 100%. We're going to get this chapter closed, and then we're going to get you settled in a new place where you are in a whole new chapter, and your best days are ahead. So I love that, by the way, and it's on the slide. There's so much. There's short sales and hardships and divorce and deaths and job transfers, which can come with a lot of stress because you're leaving behind your family and your friends. Empty nesting can come with a massive amount of anxiety. Selling a home where your kids and Thanksgivings and Christmases and different holidays and birthdays, and you watch them grow up in this home, and the home is sort of this physical representation of all of the love and care that you've put into your family and lived there. And selling it, you feel like you're crying. I had a closing here with a client, the one that I helped them prepare their home and had all the contractors out, which seemed to be a normal thing these days. But they lived in that home for almost 20 years, and both of them were in Monica's office crying at the closing table. And I told them, it's okay to cry. It's normal to cry. There's something not normal if you didn't. You guys have lived in this home for 20 years. When I sold my home, I cried. And it gives them permission to feel, and it makes them understand that you relate with them, and they know that you care. So if we have a hard time with psychiatry, we need to become a psychiatrist. If you have a hard time with counseling, we have to get good at counseling, because we are living vicariously through their life in that moment and what they're bringing to us. And they really give us a slice of their life in the moment in time. In my moment in time, I'm catastrophically dealing with this, and it's either pain or it's pleasure. And we have to be able to mirror it, understand it, have empathy for it, and help them through it. And then when we do that right, we are forever a family member of theirs. We are forever a part of the family because they helped you through either something really exciting or really difficult, but we were there for them when they needed us. And we will always be there. And every single time they call us after that, we are there for them. I have one client, my gosh, she has been married and divorced 5 times since I've known her. And I have sold a home and helped her buy, sold a home and helped her buy. And each time it's, Jack, you're not going to believe what happened. One afternoon, she called me and says, Jack, can you come down here and pick me up? I hadn't heard from her about a year and a half. And she was at a car dealer, and she and her boyfriend were dropping off a car. She asked me to come pick her up and take them to lunch because they were buying a house. You just become part of their family, and we do it right. It's a very beautiful thing because you actually are kind of like an influencer in everyone's life. You're like a pastor or a psychiatrist or a counselor, someone they respect, someone they look up to, someone they know that's going to help them through whatever's going on. And they know that you're not going to judge them. You're not going to, tell their stories and tell what their name is to everybody else who may know them, that you have confidentiality and that they can trust you. And you're going to be helping them buy and sell as the decades go, and they're going to trust you with their kids, they're going to trust you with their parents, they're going to trust you with their friends, just as if you would know someone's going through a divorce and say, hey, you should probably call my pastor, they're really good with this, or call someone that you know that can help them with that scenario. When someone has an issue with real estate, they're going to say, you really should call, no, you need to call Jack. No, I don't care who your agent is. You need to call Jack. They're going to argue with you, and they're going to say, no, you need to call Marcy. You need to, I don't care who your agent is. You need to get rid of them and call Marcy, because Marcy is the one that you need. And you're not doing that. They are. They're going to impress upon their spheres the importance of using you because of the impact that you've had on their lives. And that's something that we need to take seriously. We need to take that role seriously, because what we're doing is in a game. This is actually very serious stuff. The largest purchase of their life. They're trusting you with their house and their belongings, with their move dates and everything else. And people are going to move away, and then they're going to come right back. I don't know how many of my clients have left town and came back 3 years later, because it seems to be a revolving door in our marketplaces. All right. So the fifth item on here was mirror your client, be what they need. That is effective sales. And I hope that I made good enough examples to really be able to give you a vision of what that really means, especially through Mega. All right, you're out of break. It is 3:12. Let's get up, take some those big, deep yoga breaths, shake it off, get some energy, get some excitement, hopefully some caffeine, maybe not soda, maybe coffee. We'll do it that way. And then I will see you guys back at 3:22. And when we get back, we're going to jump into a very, very cute little commercial that you're going to like. I'll see you back at 3:22. And if you guys have questions, I'm willing to stick around for a few minutes right now too.
Jack, I have a question.
Jamara, yes, hi.
I got my name right now. So when you're making these calls, how do you keep track of who you've called?
I don't, and that's the whole beauty of a CRM. The CRM tells me when to call them, and I have notes. So when it tells me who to call, and I look and I can see whether it's their birthday, whether it's the anniversary of the time we sold their home, whether it's just a regular smart plan. And if I have a conversation with my client about something, I'm not going to forget it. I just have a good memory. But just like you, when you have conversations with your friends, you remember the conversations forever. But the CRM tells me when to call them.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. So it just means you got to get your people out of the cell phones and out of the sent items and out of the contact lists that are in your Outlook and different places in the different CRMs and databases. And some clients are going in their old e-signs and their old DocuSigns and their phone and their old phone before that and their email and their Yahoo account and their Gmail account, trying to collect all everyone's email addresses and get it into one place. Once that event has occurred and everybody is in one place, it really makes you feel organized.
Tip on how to release your seatbelt when it becomes stuck in your retractor.
Sounds like someone's taking traffic school.
Hi, Jack.
MJ.
Yeah.
All right. So let
Yes.
me. And did I get that even remotely correct?
Yes. I'm gonna put it. It's Emeje. Emeje.
Ameje.
Yes.
Thank you.
You know. So my full name is Karim Emeje.
Ameje.
Yes,
All right.
sir. Okay. Yeah.
Emeje.
Nice
Got
to
it.
meet you. I've not met you in real person, but I'm finding everything interesting, and I just want to ask one or two questions. Okay, if that's fine.
It would be my honor.
Okay, good. I'm a dealer. I sell automobiles. Okay, so I feel there's kind of some similarities. Yeah. So moving forward, once I got my license and I was doing onboarding, I realized that it was the whole picture was bigger than what I imagined. You know, it was a lot dealing with all the registrations and all that because I was trying to hit the ball running. But now I realize that no, I think I should just sit back and understand basic concepts and then put myself in that space whereby instead of trying to rush to do everything and try to know that I know it all because I sell cars, I'm a sales agent too, a car reps or whatever. So let me slow down and then try to take it one at a time. That's what I decided. But coming to join you on this mega journey is interesting. And I just want to ask some few questions, like, or just one question. We are following your blueprint, right? So
Well,
now,
that's the idea.
yes, and in doing this, I know you're talking about we have to do everything you're asking us to do, but can we add one or two scripts that we think can help us get where you want us to be?
Yeah. So when I say learn a script, I don't say learn my scripts. I said
Okay.
you'll learn a script.
Okay.
So productively, I'm never going to tell an agent that they need to emulate me exactly the way that I work because that's not going to be successful for anyone because I've only been able to figure out what works for me. Lisa and I don't operate anywhere near the way each other operate, but we actually mirror each other in the number of homes and transactions that we've sold. But the one thing that we share is being relentless about communicating with our clients, having empathy for our clients, and the trust that we build for our clients. So the foundation of all of that is her and I show up to work every day. We communicate with our clients through empathy, and that we're solutions oriented, and that we have a script for everything, not the same script, but we do the exact same thing in a completely different style, in a completely different way. And I very seldom share with people what my own script is, because I'm not trying to create little jacks. I'm trying to create top producing agents who are going to find what works for themselves, but explain to them that they need a script, and they need a script for this, and give them ideas, and then put you guys together in group breakout sessions and learn from your own words. That way, your unique value proposition, I'm not going to give you mine because it doesn't make any difference, and it's not productive, and it's not helpful because you guys aren't me. So in everything I'm doing, I'm trying to, at the root, let you build a fortress around yourself that's uniquely you, but there's a set of building blocks for everything, and I give you the building blocks, and you get to build it in the style that you like.
True. That's true, because I realized that we're all different, and what works for you might not work for me, you know,
And,
but
and the difference is what makes us beautiful. That's what makes humanity humanity, and that we have to respect the differences 100% and let people exist in those differences and thrive.
Okay, good. I'm well on track on that. And finally, I would like to also know a little bit. I was trying to see, because I'm traveling next weekend, yeah, to Nigeria, but I'll be back in 2 weeks. But I was trying to see if I could see Michael on. I just want to know what are the steps or things we need to do if somebody is overseas, let's say from Nigeria, is trying to buy a house in Austin, Texas. Okay, he doesn't work here and all that. What are the requirements that he needs? Because I've been trying to, because I spoke with before joining, I spoke with Lisa, and I told her about, you know, I might be having some, because everything I think we do is about contacts or your connections.
Yep,
You know?
100%.
Thank
Well,
you.
so
So I would like to have that link, because that's one of where my power lies as well, to see how we can also, or I can get people to buy houses in Texas or Austin or even in America without them working here, as long as they have genuine money and all that.
Yeah, so we have a lot of different agents from different countries, Scarlett from China, and different agents from different places who communicate to people where they're from, and have clients and buyers from where they're from. And they buy investment properties here. There is no requirement for them to have any type of residency. The only thing that matters is that they're able to get the money to you in the amount of time necessary not to put their contract in jeopardy, because sometimes the International Monetary Fund takes a little bit longer than we would like to get money transferred from one currency to another. So my recommendations is always to tell them two things. Anybody can buy a property in America, in the United States. That's not an issue. They just need to make sure that the funds are available in the time that's needed and what those timelines are, number one. But number two, if and when they sell that property, if they don't have a tax ID here, they're going to fall under a some certain federal tax requirements called FIRPTA, Foreign Investment Real Estate Practices Act, and that they're going to have some tax implications on selling that property, because they're not going to get the $250,000 or $500,000 exemption that somebody
Yes.
on the income tax. So they're going to have to understand that when they sell it, they're going to get hit for the taxes. But other than those two things, there's nothing else that matters.
Okay, so do you require them get their, because it just takes a month to get the tax ID before purchasing a home or after buying the house?
I would have them contact a CPA and have them talk to a CPA who will properly advise them. We don't want to be the source. We want to be the source of the source. So get them a good CPA. Maybe you find someone who can help them and give them a couple of different names as references, and says, here's a couple of CPAs that I have worked with in the past that's very, very familiar with this, and they can advise you so that you're all prepared.
Okay. Thank you very much. I really appreciate this. Okay.
100%. And welcome.
All right, bye-bye.
Jack, this might be something I need to ask Amy. With me being in Dallas, am I able to do the ISA at all?
So we have just beta tested having a ISA computer in our South Austin office. It was successful. We are now in the process of duplicating that in Houston and getting a office in the Houston area computer for people to be making calls there. And that's currently being beta tested. Miguel and Lisa are going down to the Houston office right now, or in this month, to get that stuff set up. So we're excited about that. Then we're going to be looking at other marketplaces. Currently, right now, the ISA program is literally boots on the ground in front of the computer, in front of our computer. And so there isn't a way, although we have a lot of leads, you can be involved in the program, meaning that you get live connects and that you get be the #1 referral source from the Austin, Houston, and San Antonio market for the entire company for your metro. So if you're willing to expand the horizons of your metros a little bit, that would really help us, because we have a lot of need up there and we don't have a lot of agents. And work with Marcy, because Marcy is very near you. I mean, she's a little bit east of you, but I think between you and her and everyone working together up there, I want to open a satellite office up there. We have a requirement that we can't do that until we have at least 30 agents in that marketplace. So help us bring agents into
Oh,
that
wow.
marketplace
Okay.
so we can open up an office up there and staff it with computers and get a printer up there, and voila, we are now cooking with gas.
How many do we have currently?
You'd have to get with Miguel. I think there's 5.
I was going to say, I think there's 5 or 6 is what I saw. So,
Exactly. Oh, yeah. And on your dashboard of your realtytexas.me, you can click it and it'll show you a little pin
the
on the
map.
map.
Yeah, that's what I looked at.
Okay, I got an update for you.
Laura,
this
one
mor-
second, because we got 2 hands up, and you'll be next, I promise. Dimitri, your hands up.
Yeah, thank you. So, I was trying to find bulletproof contracts from previous mega, and when I go to Realty Texas University and I go to mega videos, I see only Mega 13 promo for 2024, Mega 1301, and Mega 1401, the mindset of successful agent. But I do not see the last year before the update. By the way, update is beautiful and all, it looks awesome. But before the update, I was able to see it, and now I can't. I'm not sure, maybe I do something wrong.
That is a Katie question. She is the keeper of the keys of our learning center. I would
Cool.
recommend calling Katie, which is our help desk. And in fact, if you just
Absolutely.
open up your .me and start typing in the chat box, it's her.
No, I know that, yes. Thank you, I appreciate it. Yeah.
So at this point, she knows it even better than me because she's handling on a daily basis. So she can send you a link directly to the bulletproof contracts. I thought she said she put it in the chat. So as you were talking, I was scrolling up, but I wasn't able to find it. So she will help you with that. Laura, hi.
Oh, hi. Well, okay, I just got I gotta finish. I did all the hoops to the ISA, so I've got to do that last one with Michael, get signed up for that, so everything will be completed. And then I was calling people. I made a few calls this morning, and I've got an 8 o'clock appointment tomorrow to talk to an investor. And then from Janine, I think it was.
Yeah.
She gave me a lead, so I'm going to show a house today at 6:30 for a lease.
Love it.
So
Well, we've got a lot of agents here in the Austin market, and we are getting a lot of people moving from Austin to Houston and to San Antonio and to Dallas. A lot of people right now are migrating in and out. So the relationships that we have in the agents and the other marketplaces is really, really beneficial. And so I suspect that the more you get to know the agents in the office and communicate with them and let them know who and where you are, you will get even more of that. So amazing. So good job, Laura. And congratulations on your conversions. That's very cool. It's also very exciting. I always love to hear agents jumping into the program And after a while, like, wow, actually, this is working. I'm getting leads and closing. What?
Well, thank you. Well, Jack, that's the main reason why I joined this, because of the in-house leads and the accountability, because I knew what I was missing, accountability and follow-up. And yeah, and the support that I've gotten here, I haven't gotten with my previous brokerage in a year. So it's kind of like, I mean, and I'm impatient. Okay, I know that the ISA takes time, and I'm just a really impatient person, Shh, my little secret.
Looking, well, we all want results, and we don't want to have our time wasted. So we don't want to jump into something and we think it's a waste of time. When Lisa and I created this company, we were forced into kind of mini running someone else's company for them, and we decided that that was not productive or worth our time. And we said, if we're going to do this, we're going to create the company that we needed to have to thrive when we were doing this, and give everyone at the company the tools that we needed, because we knew what we needed. We could see in the rearview mirror after 15 years of what we had already done, of what we needed and what was lacking. And that's what we built, was let's put into place what we like and what we need, and then put into place what we're lacking, so that we can create a true brokerage where the brokerage itself is supporting the agents and helping them be successful. Because if the brokerage can make the agent successful, then the brokerage will be successful. There's a balance in all of that. So thank you for saying that. We really do care very much, but more importantly, we are invested, which is why we have all this staff people. So when you reach out to someone, you should be able to get a hold of someone pretty quickly. And we have such good staff. Lisa and I have been very blessed to attract some really good people like Miguel.
And Lisa was phenomenal with helping me with this last, what I was telling you the story about. She was phenomenal.
Yeah, actually, Lisa was sitting in my office because we were supposed to have dinner, and the one of the tail end of that, about 30 minutes, one of those conversations, I was actually sitting there listening. Yep, and thank you, Jen, and that's exactly right. I mean, when you guys need us, we'll be there for you, whether it's 8 o'clock at night, because a lot of that stuff, Jenna, was after 5 o'clock, after 6 o'clock. It was later in the evening, and
Right.
that's very, very rare to get that kind of support from an owner and a broker after hours on weekends. That's just not even a thing. So
And I kind of say, like, I kind of feel like as a realtor, I'm like 7-Eleven. We're always open. So whenever I need the support, and it's not there, that makes it hard. And I was going to ask you, I ordered, it's this book, right, that you said to get?
yes.
Okay. So that's when I ordered it off Amazon yesterday.
That got there quick.
Yeah.
Okay, it is 3:29, everyone. I
Welcome
need
back.
to do the song.
Jack here where we need Jack here where we need. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
This is just a cute little video. This is in the spirit of this little guy here in the world of objection handling. Sometimes you see these little commercials and they're just so cute. And you're like, okay, I'm going to use this in Mega. You'll see why here in a second.
No, buddy, it's almost time for bed.
I'm gonna teach you how to get what you want from your parents. Let's do that again.
There's part of my Mega videos.
Dad, I really missed you today. Can we share a bowl of ice cream and talk about our day?
Sure, buddy.
Yes. You gotta figure out what's important to your parents. For Dad, it's quality time. And for Mom, it's something else. Mom, can I play my video game?
Have you already played your video game today?
Let's do that again. Mama, can I do that for you so you can take a nap? You're so sweet of you. Yes, thank you, honey. Thank you. I love you. And when I'm done, I'll let you play my video game. Just because it works for me doesn't mean it's gonna work for you. You gotta figure it out yourself. Got it? Got it. Go get it. Hey,
So in the world of objection handling, you got to figure out what works for you. But you gotta figure it out. And children are excellent objection handlers. They are relentless. They become very effective, and they learn your ways. They learn their own. They learn what's effective. And sometimes you just look at them and you're like, you're going to be an excellent real estate agent someday. If you just keep that up, because they're not afraid to, in a less productive way. How come? Because why not? And they're masterful at objection handling, which means innately in us is an objection handler. When it gives them ability to fix what they want, they will go deeper and deeper until it drives the parents nuts. But it means that they are born with a salesperson mindset, because they know that if they need to get where they need to go, they need to be able to communicate and continue to communicate and try to figure out how they're going to change your mind. And usually I'm guessing there's a couple of examples of this in the group. You probably have a couple of examples of kids who have been relentless at getting what they want out of you. Does anybody have some examples you'd like to share?
I can. My son's 21 now, but my Lord, he was definitely oppositional defiant disorder. I will tell you that. I learned to say asked and answered, asked and answered, asked and answered. So, yes, he's the best negotiator I've ever ran across. And he's a wonderful young man, but ooh, Lord.
Oh yeah, my kids definitely know how to negotiate dessert. Because now they have heard side conversations of me telling my husband like, no, it's too close to bedtime. Like, no dessert tonight. So now it's like when they get home, they know like, hey, mama, can we eat our dinner now so that we can have dessert sooner? Before bedtime comes too soon. I'm like, oh my God, okay.
Well, when my son's 22 now, but when he was growing up, I had this fear of him being the kid in the grocery stores throwing a fit, saying no, 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 no. So I didn't tell him no. I when he asked for something in the grocery store, I avoided the word no. But when he asked for something in the grocery store, hey mom, can I have this? That's not in the budget. Hey mom, can I have this? And then he'd bring me something else, and I said, yeah, that's in the budget. He didn't know what a budget was. But my 10-year-old daughter now is relentless. She's giving me a run for my money. And she's like, and she is diagnosed with oppositional defiant disorder and ADHD. So she never gives me a break.
Yeah, my son and I went through a year-long behavior modification program where we went every Sunday all day long. So if you want somebody that doesn't give up and has perseverance, that's me. He said, you just kept putting me in stuff. And I said, I knew something was going to have to click or work at some point.
How do you channel all of that energy and all of that negotiation into a productive direction to nurture it and channel?
Exactly. And I had to swallow the big pill, like you said earlier, that I didn't know how to do that. Even with all my teaching experience and everything else, I didn't know how to do that with my own son. So
Yeah.
I had to swallow that really big pill and go in and say, I've been teaching and I can control 25, students in a classroom, but I can't control my own son. And he's going this way, and that's probably going to lead to jail. We need to have him go this way. And now, like I said, he's a wonderful young man, and he's successful, and he's great and polite. And he actually lived with my 85-year-old mom for a while, helping take care of her. So
Aw.
can't say enough great things about him, but it took a lot of redirecting.
So let's talk about that. When you have humanity having innate nature to objection handle, it tells me that every single person has this, whether it's been trained out of them, where it's been, especially the 80s children are to be seen and not heard. Those of us who are 80 and before, now the children seem to be chauffeured around in the car, and it's a whole different experience being a child these days. But I was a latchkey kid, different scenario. As we grow up, especially the millennials and older, oftentimes we have to be better and taught and bring back our ability to objection handle. Again, it has to be productive, but sometimes I think we had parents and grandparents and influencers that were so good at reconditioning us to get rid of that, that we feel like there's something wrong with asking a question, because we have been reprogrammed that confrontation is bad, and any type of asking someone a question, even if it's just a slight question, could be considered confrontation, and people are so afraid of that they don't even try. So when we allow ourselves to be vulnerable and ask questions, sometimes it can be a little bit scary, but it's a lot more scary for us to ask the questions than it is for the people who hear our question. And it's usually a lot more it's better received than we think it's going to be received, because we're already expecting the very worst response. And that's actually a very powerful thing, because if you're already expecting the worst, that's unlikely to happen. So it's going to be better than you expect. I can tell you it's going to be less painful than you think it is to do some objection handling, but the objection handling is real. But once you figure out how to get through to some of the objections, and when they tell you, I don't want a real estate agent. Oh, wow, really? Do you mind if I ask why? And I have no problem. The last real estate agent I had was horrible. They didn't care about me. And then you just kind of step back and you wait for the 19.5 minutes that they continue not stopping as they're venting all their frustrations about all of the things that's happened to them in the past by their past agent. Now they got it all out. They voiced your objection. Wow. Well, working with me, I'm a professional. None of that would ever happen working with me. In fact, I personally guarantee that my clients get to the closing table on time and trouble free. I'm a blank agent. I'm a blank agent. Fill in the 3 ability, commitment, ethics, whether it's I'm a full-time agent that's been doing this for over 20 years, blah, 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 blah. I'm an agent that's got my license. 2 years ago, right after COVID, I've got an entire management team of people standing behind me, or maybe through COVID, I decided that I'm going to follow my dreams to become a real estate agent. And this is my profession, and I care very much about my reputation and my profession. I've got a management team standing behind me that ensures that nothing gets missed. There's nothing that you can bring us that we can't handle. Whatever that's going to be, you have to let them voice their objection. And if they voice their objection, you can kill it. You can put the objection to bed, because all they have to do, and I remember when I was a new agent, objection handling is something that I heard about in my first classes as an agent, and I didn't get it initially. I didn't get that all they had to do was tell you what their objection was. I didn't get that. I didn't understand how simple it was. I thought there was something else to it. But all they have to do is tell you what the objection is. And by the very nature of them telling you it, 99% they know already it's an irrational fear. And just by them opening up and being honest with you and telling you what their objection is, they've already overcome it. You just have to acknowledge that it was an objection, and then you have to tell them that's not going to happen with me. And that is 99% of objections are handleable, 10% are not. So when someone says no and they have an objection, 90% of the time you're able to overcome it, 10% of the time that you can't. So is it worth digging into it, or should you just walk away with the original objection and not even try to dig deeper? Because sometimes the objection isn't even what you think it was. So don't try to objection handle before you know what their objection is, because you could put objections into their mind that they didn't even have before. Does that make sense? You don't want to buy a home? Well, the rates aren't that bad. Well, what are the rates? Well, actually, the reason I didn't want to buy a home was because my kid's a freshman in high school, and I'm not doing anything until they graduate. Got it. So figure out what the objection is, because objection handling in this business is really, 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 really important. Have you ever heard of the assumptive close? So Marcy, let's play with let's do you want to role play with me, Marcy?
I'll try it.
All right, cool. So let me be the agent and you can be the buyer. So let's set the stage. You're in an open house and you're looking around the property, and I look at you and I say, so what do you think?
It's okay. It has carpet, and I was really hoping not to find something with carpet.
Got it. So where are you looking? Is this the area that you're looking?
Yes.
So around Round Rock or Austin, North Austin, or what's kind of the area you're looking?
North Round Rock. We really want to stay northwest of the interstate for sure.
Got it.
Yeah, I mean we're renting in this neighborhood, but we really like the house we're renting, but we don't want to rent forever.
I really like Round Rock too. I moved here back in 2006, and it's definitely a home. So I totally get you there. I'm curious, does it matter if it's a 1-story or 2-story? Do you have a preference?
No preference on that.
None? Okay. In Texas, a lot of people are going for the single story, thinking kind of long term. So they're in Texas, our single stories, they sell quicker and for a little bit more. 2 stories with a primary down sell second. In the 2-story, the primary up. Sometimes those take longer to sell, and they're harder to live in sometimes. And so based on that, it's still no preference?
Still no preference.
Okay. Nice.
It'll probably be our forever home.
Aw, that's awesome. How many bedrooms do you need?
Minimum 4.
4. Okay, so like 3, a minimum 4. So okay, got it. What about an office? If it's 3 with an office, is that okay, or does it have to be 4?
I would prefer 4 strict bedrooms. Yeah.
Got it. And what's your not to exceed price?
Um, let's say 700.
Okay, so you're looking for something 700 and less?
Yes.
That is a 4 to 5 bedroom
Yes.
in North Round Rock. And we don't like carpet.
No carpet.
And it doesn't matter if it's a 1-story or 2.
It doesn't matter.
Cool. Now, thank you. When you take them through the interview, because now, by the way, I have everything that I need to put her in a client gateway. And typically that's exactly how it works, is I take them through an interview exactly like that. And I ask them very specific questions because I'm trying to figure out how not to exclude a home that they might like the MLS without sending them so many properties that it's going to overwhelm them. And so those 5 questions is really all that you need to get that answer. And by the way, after the client has said yes to you 5 times in a row, psychologically, they like you and they want to work with you. How many have you ever been in a sales situation where you told someone exactly what you want and then they turn around and ask you the exact same question that you just told them? Has it ever happened to anybody? Dimitri, how does that make you feel?
It's make me feel heard. That's important factor of that, but also that like seems like you're gonna take care of me, or she.
I mean, how does it make you feel when you have someone who you've just specifically told them something very specific that you want, and then they turn around in the same sentence and ask you that very question and tells you that they had no idea what you just said? How does that make you feel?
Like you weren't
Oh,
listening.
annoyed.
Unheard.
Yeah. If they said that, yeah, annoyed for sure.
Is that happening more and more? What's that, Nelly?
I just stop. Like I get off the phone with them. I get aggravated. I'm done.
Yep. So what happens when someone is just taking you through an interview and asking you questions and then completely relay back to you everything that you just said in perfect clarity? How does that make you feel?
Like you're being listened to.
It makes me
Feel
inform that
heard.
that person is thorough. They're thorough, so they
I
want
feel
to.
heard.
Keep Nelly, go ahead and then knock. Nelly, finish your sentence.
Yes, I feel like that person is very thorough, and they want to make sure that they are going to help me and get me what I just asked for. They're confirming it. It makes me feel good. I like that.
Um, uh, Knock. Thank you, Nelly. Knock.
Oh, sorry. I would feel heard and feel good about that this person heard what I say, and he or she will take care of me.
Hmm? Mike, you had your hand up too.
I just put thumbs up that they're listening to you, and it makes you feel like you're important to them.
Who else has some comments on this one? Because this, thank you, Mike. Thank you, Knock. Thank you, Nelly. Who else has got some thoughts on this? Because this is an important one.
I was going to add that it made it sound like the realtor was genuine in their questions, like they know what to ask in order to kind of get a basis to help the buyer, the potential buyer. And that when they repeated it, they actually heard the answers, the responses to the things they were looking for or weren't looking for in a property.
I like that you said not to exceed price, because once they hear the word budget, sometimes it's like they just check out. So
What I have found over the years, thank you for that, Shannon. Actually, it's interesting because that is a very strategic word that I use. I would often be in an open house and we would be talking about the price. And I don't know how many times I've had this exact same thing happen. The husband and the wife are standing in front of me, and the husband says 350, and the wife looks at him like he's crazy and says 550. So I realized after a while, wait a minute. The husband thought I was negotiating with him right now. And he thought that if he said 550, that I'm going to sell him a home that is 575, but I'm on their team. And so by saying not to exceed price, it makes them like, well, my not to exceed price is 550. And so it helps me get, because I'm not talking to you about what your budget price of a house is, because we're not budget shopping here. That doesn't happen because you're not going to like that house. We're going to go see 40 homes that you hate and then get your price right and then get you into the right price range. So 100%. And we got lots of hands and I love that. Kay and Jamara.
Jamara, go ahead, because I already got the answer while you were speaking.
Oh,
Okay, so Jack, one of my favorite shows I love to watch is House Hunters. And when I watch House Hunters, they'll ask a couple, they'll be sitting in front of the camera, and they say, "What's your price?" And there's always like $100,000 difference between each of the spouses. So, what do you do when you come across a couple like that?
well, so if I have a couple like that, they haven't spoken with the lender yet. So my first question is, all right, I see. So I understand that we've got a range here that it looks like. So I want to make sure that we're all on the same page in terms of what we're looking for, because if we start off the price range and we're too high, and then we have to adjust lower, it's everything that you see after you saw the other homes already. It's not going to be fun for you guys. You're not going to like it anymore, and the home search is not going to have that same feel. It is really important that we get the price range correct, that we talk with the lender to figure out exactly what price range we should be looking in to figure out what a comfortable payment would be for you guys. And then once we have that price range, go look at everything in the market that matches that price range so that we can find you guys a home that you love. Fair enough? How would you feel if someone said that to you?
I think that was a fair way to answer it. It make me get my stuff in order.
It makes you feel like I'm on your side. I'm not going
And
to try to.
also, I don't feel judged. Like some people don't want to be, you sound professional, you sound understanding, you get it, you got me.
And I totally, actually, going back to the original conversation, when you say the 5 things again, so you're looking for under 700, you want a 4 to 5 bedroom, North Round Rock, and you don't want carpet. When you go back down, and by the way, every time I can go back almost to every single, there's binders in here, which I love showing. This is one of them. I think sometimes it's helpful. To show you guys, you see this big thick book? Each one of these double-sided is a story. Each one of these are MLS sheets of homes I've sold personally as an individual agent. I've got binders of these, binders and binders and binders of these. There's so many that we don't even have inserts for them anymore over the last 20 years. I can remember the criteria for every single one of my clients and with the conversation and where we were standing when we had that conversation of what they were looking for. Somehow I burned it into my mind because it's so important to me that I know what we're looking for. And sometimes I'll have to ask for little clarifying questions because if the primary bedroom has to be down there, they want it to be up because they're from California and they're afraid. They learned that if all my kids are up, the beds can be messy and people can come over. And if the house and if someone kicks in the front window and tries to steal my kid out the front window, it's upstairs and they can't do that because those are the concerns of California buyers that they have. Here, it's not the concern. They want everything to be on the primary store, on the floor, whatever it is. I'm trying to get a picture of the house in my mind that they're looking for. So sometimes I'll ask, do you have a preference on if the cabinets have that dark, rich wood tones or white? Because gray tones and white, because people have a tendency that they're looking for something. And if I can see what they're looking for, I can go find it. So by the time I have asked these questions and I have what I need to put a criteria in the MLS and I've asked it, the feeling that they get is, you get me. You get me. And now when you find somebody where you got someone on the phone and you have been in the loop and you've talked to 14 different people at this organization and you said the same thing to the same person 10 times and you're losing your mind and you get someone who's on the phone and all of a sudden they remember what you said and they have convinced you that they understand what it is that you need. You don't want, no, please do not transfer me because you get me and I don't want to talk to somebody else. Can you get that other person on this phone call because I can tell that you get me? How many of you have been in that scenario? Okay. Well, it's happening more and more and more because people have less and less and less the ability or the capacity to care enough to be able to take in more information with all that's being thrown at us. They just don't even care. So when people find someone who has that ability, they latch onto them. And they're like, no, you're the one that I want. And that's how you're going to get hired at an open house. And that's how you're going to get hired in a buyer orientation, is by the connective tissue. Oh, your husband is a police officer. My dad and my brothers are police officers. Or you're from California. I'm from California. You like catfish? I hate catfish. What? Just kidding. But whatever it is, you're trying to find that connective tissue that connects you to them, first of all. And then after you found the connective tissue, the criteria that they're looking for is very important. And if you can ask the right questions, reiterate that back to them, and they now understand what it is that you understand what they're looking for, they're going to latch onto you. And it's going to be impenetrable because all the other people at all the other open houses, all those discount realtors, all those other people trying to get rid of your relationship, they're like, no. I already got someone and they got me. They understand. I don't want to try to get someone else to understand. They already understand. And Now you're talking with a lender and you have an inspector and you have a team of people that's helping you, and people, it's just the whole thing comes together. You do this right, there is no questions about discounting commissions. There is no questions. And then they're referring you to their friends. And when you get referred to someone, I don't think I've ever got a referral and the referral said, will you discount your commission? It's you were referred to me very, very highly. Are you available to help me? It's the kind of questions that I get, which is exactly the kind of questions that you will get if you do the same set of behaviors, which is actively listen, truly care, understand exactly what questions to ask. But when you ask them, you have to have this balance between being very confident and also very caring. And you got to find that balance.
It's a good advice for any relationship, honestly.
Well, yeah, there's that. This works on any kind of sales job. No matter what you're doing, this is sales training 101. Doesn't matter what it is. And that could be a relationship too. We're almost on break. We are going to get past, there's one specific one I am looking for. This. I've had this question asked to me a couple of times today on how many calls I'm going to ask you to make to your personal spheres. I ask you to make 20 calls a day to your spheres. I don't know 20 people. Yeah, you do. You really do. But you have an inspector that you purchased a home. You have an insurance person. You've, I mean, you've got more people in your life than you think you do. Just open up your phone and look, not at your address book, but at your text message history with the 800 people in your text message history that you never bothered to click save and add them to your address book. If each one of you come sit your butt in my office, I'm gonna say get in your text messages and start scrolling and tell me there's not 800 people there, because you know that there is. Well, who are these people? Exactly. We need to be a salesperson and start reconnecting with them. But even then, does it matter that they live in Austin, or does it matter that they live in Houston? No. You're telling me that you don't remember anyone you went to high school with or college, or all those people from your last jobs? There's a lot of people in your spheres. And are you trying to get them to buy and sell a home with you?
What if you live in Texas, you don't know anyone here? Like, how do you get to call people you don't
All
know
right.
here?
So where did you moved here from? DC area, right?
DC, yes.
Uh-huh. So call them. Do you like checks that come in the mail? Because they're going to buy and sell a home. You know what it is to be a good agent. You can help them find an agent in DC and get a referral fee. They buy a $500,000 home and pay a $15,000 commission. You're going to get 30% of that in the mail.
To be honest, I actually don't want them to know that I'm in Texas. They still think I'm I'm in DC because
They
when
don't
I
need to
have
know you're in
a
Texas.
transaction, I fly there. I didn't
They,
tell them I moved.
they don't need to know you moved. How are you? How's life? And does it matter where you are? The conversations that you have, it shouldn't matter where you are. It matters about what's going on in their lives and connecting with them and asking if they know anyone that's looking to buy, sell, or lease a home. And then get business. And you have two choices. You can get on an airplane and fly there and help them, or you can stay here and not pay for the plane, get 30% referral fee, and continue to reconnect with all of those people. Because I will bet that 300 people or more in the DC area that you could have a conversation with each one of them. Do you know anyone looking to buy, sell, or lease a home? And you probably 1 out of 10 of each of those people know someone that's looking to buy or sell a home right now. And if you were to start making 20 calls a day and you did that for a month, I will bet you that you would have 5 referral checks coming your way in the next 30 days from just those phone calls. So the 20 calls are not the ISA calls in the 3-hour position. These are people from your own spheres and just checking in with them. We have sisters.
last questions. As far as script
Well,
is,
I hope it's not your last question.
oh, meaning about the getting clients here. Is there any way I can like get a script? Like, because I just left the car business. I did it for 6 months and I really excel at it to a point I had to run like, I don't want this to be my life. I moved to Austin for the real estate, not the car business, because I was
Yeah.
getting really good at it. And I had a lot of leads and I had a lot of referrals and what do you call it when they go to Google reviews.
Yeah.
So how can I go about approaching those people? What script can I use to let them know, hey, I'm back in real estate, or I left the car business, now I'm in real estate?
Yeah. So I would call them back and say, hey, did you ever buy that car? Nice. Well, actually, I double as a real estate agent. So if you're having issues with the car, I've obviously got lots of connections that can help you with that. But my primary gig is actually real estate, and I'm a real estate agent. I work over at Realty Texas. I absolutely love real estate. I'm so excited to be in it. So I just wanted to call and let you know that I'm in real estate. And if you know anyone that's looking to buy, sell, or lease a home, your referral would mean the world to me. But I wanted to make sure that you knew that I was over there doing that, because if you needed help with a car or any of that stuff, I wanted you to, not think I just disappeared, because the relationship that I've created with you is super important and I really care about you. By the way, how are you? And no one's going to say, oh my God, you called me. How dare you? I'm going to call the police. They're going to be like, you know what, Kate, that is so sweet. That is, I
That's,
appreciate hearing from you.
can I share something?
Yes.
Yeah, yesterday, something shifted in me. Because I usually love to just go out there and I'm always talking to people. Like I love connecting with strangers. I love it. And I do need to work more in my leads, in my calling, in reaching out to my sphere. But yesterday, something really shifted in me when I said, you know what, I'm just gonna go, I'm gonna be even more open to talk to everyone. So yesterday, when I went to HEV real quick and I needed to do more, was, I mean, I'm trying to get my numbers, my leads and everything. I just went and there was at the entrance of HEB, there was this guy, hey, how much are you paying for your electricity, ma'am? And I don't even look at them because oh, they're gonna come and sell me. And then, you know what? I'm like, you know what? Bring it. I'm gonna sell to you. And I just like, well, let me this is how much I pay. And then he's like, oh, you're doing good. I'm like, yes, of course. And I just started talking to him and he's like, well, you have an accent. I'm from here. Da, da, da. What do you do? Anyway, long story short, he's gonna, I told him, I'm a real estate, I'm a licensed real estate agent. And he said, I gave him my card and he's gonna send me someone. Then I walked and I connected to the guy that gives food and wine. I got a lead. He needs an apartment, and I'm gonna give him an apartment with 3 roommates that, by the way, pay 125% of the commission.
They do.
Anyway, after that, I was on fire. And then when I was on the line, I was about to pay. The woman behind me, she's like, "Oh, your daughter has a beautiful hair." And then we just started talking. And at the end, I'm like, "Real estate." I'm like, "Real estate." And I give her my card. Hey, Bien, if you ever need any real estate needs, da da da. It got to the point that the girl that was like, did, I read her name. Hey, you too. And you were packing my things. I was like just handling cards. I gave 10 cards yesterday and I got a deal out of HEB.
This girl is on fire.
I'm telling you, something shifted and it is in here. It is here. Because sometimes we just go shopping, grocery shopping. No, we're always have opportunity to meet someone.
The amount of opportunity that is surrounding every single one of you is so astronomically high. There is so much, it's like a big, huge beehive just dripping with honey. There's so much opportunity surrounding you and the neighbors that you have, all the people who live around you, the people who are in your kids' uh, boxing groups or the daughters' cheer groups, or just there's just so many. Everybody needs a roof over their head, and everybody knows someone who's buying or selling a house, and everybody's leaving real estate. You're the one that survived. You're the 15%. And you need to tell everybody in the world that you help people buy, sell, and lease homes, get their information, and continue talking about buying, selling, leasing homes. And all of a sudden, you're closing a massive amount of homes. And all of a sudden, this gig gets more and more and more fun and less stressful. And it gets to a point you're like, I don't have time to sit in class. I gotta go sell homes. This is ridiculous. If I need help, Cindy's here. But once that little click happens in your brain, you start seeing opportunity everywhere, and you turn your shopping trip into a $50,000 paycheck. You turn going to Nordstrom's into a $25,000 paycheck. You're literally, and I sold a home to the person who was the cashier at the car wash. Um, as I was sitting there and talking with them, like, oh, you're a real estate agent. And I said, yes, because I was actually on the phone with one of my clients. And he's like, yeah, I've been trying to buy a home for about a couple years now. And I tried to buy one last year, but it just didn't work. There's just too much crazy stuff going on. And my wife and I, we submitted an offer on a home and we didn't even get it. And so we didn't buy. And I'm like, well, the world has changed around you now because that's not the case. In fact, now we have all kinds of inventory and buyers are getting their closing costs paid, getting the seller to come down a little bit in price. It's a whole different thing. Really? He had no idea. So there's just a lot of opportunity. So thank you, Isolde. I'm going to ask you guys to call every single person you know to tell them the good news, because when you look through my eyes and I see how much opportunity that you guys have, the fact that you haven't called every single person that you know yet to tell them that you're a real estate agent because why? Raise your hand if you've gone through every single person that you know and already called them and told them that you would like referrals. You've called them all, everyone. Raise your hand if you've got some calls to make. Okay. It's going to change your life. And every mega now, I'm going to start the mega asking you guys for success stories, for people who you've had conversations with. And I want to hear those people you were afraid to call. Oh, I just want, because you're going to go down the list. Oh, I don't want to call this person. Call them all. And then once they're all called, you're going to start feeling a lot better about calling, and you won't be afraid of it anymore. It won't be so daunting because you'll start getting referrals. And then next thing you know, you get everybody in your CXM. You're calling them on a continual basis. Remember, you get 200 people in your database. The idea isn't you're going to sell 200 people homes. The idea is that your database next year is going to be 400 people, because those people are going to give you other people who actually do close. The original 200 people will eventually buy and sell from you. But the intent for those 200 people are referrals, and you get more referrals from them and more referrals. There have been clients that I've had that I've closed 5 and 6 of their referrals, and I still never sold a home to the very first one. Kim. Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm being honest. I joined this program, just so I can get my momentum, like this training, because I feel like when I'm motivated, and when I'm not, I just struggle with getting up and getting it done. Like I have something that always hold me back. Like you mentioned something about that phobia or whatever. I think when I make money, I feel overwhelmed. Like I get so overwhelmed by how much money I made, because now I'm like checking my account, I'm counting. I get a lot of anxiety. So I know I'm good at real estate, but some days I just need someone to like push me, or like you said earlier, the coaching part I think is important. Like, I just never done it because I'm like, whatever a coach can do for me, I can do it for myself. But I believe I am my primary blocker. I am my own, motivator, but sometimes I can be my own enemy. Like I know I can do it. I just don't want to do it because I just don't feel like doing it. Even though I know I'm really good at it, I know I can make money, I just stop myself. So I think what I really need, instead of like a coach, I need someone to really push me, or like give me accountability to really let me know it's okay to make money, or it's okay to just get it done.
I'm not shy. I'm not shy at all. I will push you guys. I will give you more inspiration than you probably know or are prepared for. There's not a single person in this class that can't make exactly how much or more money they want in the next 12 months. You all have the gift. You all have the ability. All right, Lisa, I know it's break time.
I know it's break time, but I want to just comment on that too, that you all need to listen to these words. You have so much support here. All you have to do is ask. We have education literally almost every day, something you can jump into, something to better yourself, invest in yourself and your business, and become that $1 million producer. And by taking Mega, that's like step one. That's, you're just going to be amazed. But just know that we will reach out to you. The staff will reach out somewhere between every 30 to 45 days just to check in. What we're not going to do, though, is call you every morning and say, are you out of bed? Are you dressed? Are you going to work? You have to do that on your own. But we're here to help you with every single thing that you need to stay on track. Just ask. We love it. That's why we're doing it. That's why we do that every day. That's all I
Yeah,
have.
thank you, Lisa.
Thank you.
Incredible staff people that really care about our family, and that's why we have our monthly mixers, our monthly happy hour, we have our client appreciation parties, we have our events that's going on, we have our call-a-thon, we have our ISA program, we have our leads program, we have our different roundtables for Spanish speaking and for different things like that, and then we have the Tech Tuesday that we've got going on. We've got, of course, City Bells, Saved by the Bell contracts class on Monday, Tech Tuesday on Tuesday. We've got Deandra's class, which is social media class, once a week as well. And then we have all of your socials being pushed to your social, and we're sending out those emails so you can continue pushing new content out to your clients. And so we're constantly trying to pepper in as much value and as much information as we can to keep you guys motivated and keep you guys out there, keep yourself current. I'm flying across the entire country continually, going to different real estate conferences, going to NAR, serving at the NAR level as a director, serving as a chairman of your MLS, serving as professional standards chair, serving as a director of this and that, so that I can get as much information as I can and be really on the forefront of what's happening in our industry, so that I can make course corrections for us and anticipate what's coming and push education to you guys, so that we can turn these corners as the market changes and turn it with grace, and it not affect us, but actually give us and figure out what the opportunities are in all of these changes, so that we can continue to thrive and just continue selling, because we're in the best country for real estate, the best state for real estate, in the best markets of the country for real estate right now. And the opportunity is huge. And you guys have already, with what you brought here, you know enough people already where you don't even need leads. If we just first connect with all of the people you already know, then supplement that with leads. But the very first and the best lead source of all time are the people who already know, love, and trust you. And then secondly is going to be the leads of people who have responded to our ads for our paid leads, which is our entire 70,000 database. Our database comes from people responding to our leads, our ads that we put out there, and we simply call them back. So with that, it is 4:13. We're going to go on break, come back at 4:23. And I know that was a long session without a break, so I'm going to stick around here for a couple minutes for those of you who might have a couple of offline questions. Feel free to ask, but you are officially on break, and I'll see you all back at 4:23.
Jack, you talked a lot about being vulnerable. Do you or have you ever listened to Brene Brown, or do you like she talks about vulnerability a lot? Have you
Mhm.
heard of that author? Actually read her book. Think about reading it again, Daring Greatly. And it was how the courage to be vulnerable transforms the way we live, love, parent, and lead.
Mm.
But I've also listened to some of her talks that she does.
I love that. I would love you to send me a PM so that I can go and look at some of that. This sounds really familiar. I'm always adding new content into Mega, people who have a really good perception on things, and add that into Mega. So thank you for that. I like
She
it.
has, yeah, she has a new book. Whenever I just Googled to look it up, The Power of Vulnerability. And so, like I said, she does a lot of TED Talks and other talks about that. She has some really good stories too of herself. But you talking about that kind of reminds me, like maybe I need to reread some of that and, you know,
Can you type her name
relearn
on
some
the
of
chat?
that.
Yeah, throw that into chat so that
Yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah, she's a Texas gal. She went to UT. I think she now teaches in Houston as well. So she goes back and forth.
I'm trying to see because right now it's just letting me do Lisa. So how do I do meeting group chat that way?
Oh, yeah, you
I
just
think
click
it's not.
the chat in the bar, and then it will be meeting group chat is at the very top.
That's a lot on there. It's a long one because that was my Google search, but it shows a lot of her books. So the Daring Greatly one is the cheapest because it's fairly old. So that I bet that Power of Vulnerability is newer since it's more expensive.
Okay, I don't see in the chat what time we're back. I think it is 4:20. Are we back?
Well, 23 normally.
All right, Elmer, I will try to catch you before you leave, okay?
Yeah, we'll leave at your 5:30.
Okay, excellent day. I'll talk to you.
Okay, see you. Bye.
You can wait till tomorrow to do scores if you want. Not tomorrow, but
Hey, Katie, do you know what time we went to break?
we went. You're
I
supposed
do
to be
not.
4:24.
Yes, 424.
Yes.
No, 414 actually.
Went to break at 4:14, but we're supposed to be
Yeah.
back now.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah.
Welcome back. Who'd have thought that they'd Jack here where we need Jack here where we need. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Welcome back. All right, so many super exciting things to talk about over the next hour. The very next thing is going to be a video that we are going to watch from Tom Ferry. Tom Ferry is a very well-known real estate coach. He has a very, very large following, and there are going to be several videos that we share of his. And this one is very much about prospecting.
Lead generation is no longer the issue. Getting appointments, loving on your clients, and the follow-up is where all the money is. Regardless of the sources, there's one thing I know that you've got to do to add the million. So I want you to write this down. You ready? In your notes, this is going to be a long one. Get ready to write. All the money is in tech-enabled, scheduled, relentless, systematic follow-up. All the money is in tech-enabled. Tech-enabled. Turn to your buddy and say, no more memory.
No more memory.
Say it again.
No more memory.
No more like written down on a piece of paper in a yellow notepad. Gotta remember, where's my notepad? Where did I put it? Where are my leads? What's the first part? Tech enabled. Second part, what is it? Scheduled. Write down 8 a.m. to 10, 4 p.m. to 6. 8 a.m. to 10, 4 p.m. to 6. 8 a.m. to 10, 4 p.m. to 6. What time between 8 a.m. and 10 and 4 p.m. to 6 will you now be doing your appointment setting? Oh, but Tom, I'm up at 7. Well, drink a triple espresso and get on the phone by 8. Look up here, guys. Do you believe that adding $1 million is going to require some $1 million habits? Are you willing to fight for that? No different from the 100 push-ups, right? It's no different. Tech-enabled, scheduled, relentless. What does relentless mean to you? What does relentless mean to you? Now, I'm going to make some of you mad. I wanted the Atlanta Falcons to win last year's U.S. Super Bowl so bad.
Okay. We are going to give you this entire video for homework. There are 2 specific things that he says at random places in the video. So I'm going to ask you to answer those questions so that I know that you watched the whole thing, because there are some very, very valuable things in this 30-minute segment. And then you post your biggest takeaway from this video into your Microsoft Teams. And when you do that, give yourself the points. And then we will talk about some of this. All the money is in tech-enabled, systematic, relentless follow up. Sound familiar, doesn't it? Sounds a little bit almost like me. What is the tech-enabled portion of this?
CRM.
Your CRM.
CRM.
That's exactly right. The tech-enabled is going to have all of your contacts in one place, action plans, and those are auto text, auto emails, and call reminders, which are all part of our CXM system applied. Now, do you have to use CXM? No. Can you use any one of our many systems that we have out there? Any different CRM out there in the world? Yes. Doesn't matter what system you use. And in fact, we have okay. We had a live mic. There are a lot of CRMs out there you can use. You can even use 3x5 cards. You can use whatever you want. I recommend using the CXM made for realtors by realtors. And we are able to train on it and hold you accountable and see where you are with things. And you've got an entire system of people here to help you with that. So it is advantageous, but here you have a nationwide coach saying, in today's world, all of the money in real estate, remember 95% of the agents are sharing in 5% of the business, and 5% of the agents are sharing 95% of the business. So what are the 5% doing to give you the 95% lion's share? They have all of their contacts in one place, and they're calling their people, and they're making sure that they stake their claim and keep their relationships alive and continue following up with people, checking in on them, like he said, loving on your clients, calling them in the morning, having some time in the morning, in the afternoon to have your coffee and pick up the phone and have conversations with people who you know, love, and trust. And the longer you're in the business, a lot of these calls are going to be also, it's been 60 days since your client closed, and poof, there's going to be a reminder there that you call them. Hey, I'm just calling. It's been a couple of months since you closed. I was just checking in. How are you? How's the house? How are the kids? Just want to make sure, did you get that home warranty? You just remember that you have one. And how are you guys? Everything holding up well? And continue that relationship. By the way, do you know anyone who's looking to buy, sell, or lease a home? You know how important those referrals to me keeps me in business, keeps food on my table for me and my family. And if there's anything that I can do to help you guys, please, I'm very well connected. I need a landscaper. I know a bunch of them. Let me get you in touch with a couple. And if you need anything ever, please call me. Don't forget that I'm here to help you. These are the type of relationships that you're going to have. And even that, raise your hand if you've closed more than 10 homes in your career. Do you call every single one of those people in the 3 times a year? Have you called them on a regular basis? Do you have a follow-up plan all instigated into your business right now? Kim says yes. That's awesome. Kay says yes. Sorry. Who doesn't have a follow-up system on the 10 that you've closed so far? We've got a few people.
Horrible.
What's that, Shannon?
I'm horrible at follow-up.
Well, then that tells me something. That tells me if I were to ask you this question, are you getting a lot of referrals? The answer might be no. And do you want more referrals?
Of course.
Okay. So there's a really good way to call them. There's a good way to get them, and that is to continue calling them on a regular basis. Kay, I see your hand up.
Oh, it was from your previous your statement. Any
Well,
question?
thank you for having a follow-up system, and thank you for understanding what it is to be a salesperson and know that it has your service, and the service that you're selling is, it's not passive, it's active.
Yeah.
Ask and you shall receive, seeketh and you shall find, and all of those other biblical things that have been around since long before any of us have ever been alive. That's an action word that means go out there and get the business. People are willing to give us their business, but we have to go and ask them for it. And the more communication that we keep up with them, the better. Do you guys know what a EBR is?
EBR.
As a salesperson, all of you are required by law to know what this is. And what does 180 days have to do with an EBR? Existing business relationship. If you have done business with someone in the last 180 days, you have the right to call them. After 180 days, you lose the right to call them under the what? Under the do not call registry. If you don't call your clients at least once every 180 days, you no longer legally have the right to even call them at all. Although all of you are going to break that rule and do it anyway, you don't actually have the legal authority to do it. So you have an obligation to yourself to push out that EBR, because every time you reconnect with them within that 180 days, it continues that EBR relationship.
What does EBR stand for again?
Existing business relationship. And if you look up EBR and you look up do not call registry, you will learn a lot about it and the fact that it can cost you between $1,000 and $10,000 fine for you to call them if they decide that they want to complain against you. So all the money is in tech-enabled, systematic, relentless, scheduled follow-up. That means that your entire database, everything that you're trying to do and build with your business is all housed around a CRM, which is why I built one for you, because I know most agents are not going to pay for one. And if I could stick that CRM into the same place where you have to get a DA, maybe you'll use it, especially if I can take those contacts and share the contacts with your forms when you're filling out the contracts, and use that for your e-sign, automatically place the digital signature where they go, and integrate it so tightly that it texts you reminders of when you have to call someone. And when you log into your system, it says, hey, you have a phone call you need to make. This client wants to hear from you. Okay. All the money. That also means that at some time, there's a point in which you're going to sell your business. In all things that you do, consider the end. You want to keep your database alive, keep the contacts alive, continue talking with them, so that at some point, when you decide that you're just not able to do this anymore, you can still pick up the phone and call people, and then refer that business to someone that you really trust. That's going to be a business partner of yours, an agent, some type of person that you're going to sign some kind of relationship with that's going to work your leads, and you guys split it. Whether that's whatever you two agree with, but whatever the split is that you get, you guys can share. And then now your database is continually working for you, and it's called mailbox money. And that mailbox money is your retirement plan. And if you are not working your database and you're just letting these people go and never call them, what do you think the people think about you that when you don't ever call them again after you sell them a home?
I must not be that important to them.
We don't care.
I was just a check.
No, so it was just a transaction that they've
So
been
for
used just to get money. Yeah.
You just used them, get a check, just a transaction. You guys
Yeah.
feel that way, but is that true for you? Were they just a transaction for you? Were they just a check?
No.
Then why haven't you called them?
I have called mine, but not every 180 days. I definitely have not followed up like I should.
Well, the fact that you're following up means that you are less than 0.5% of agents. Less than 0.5% of agents actually work their database the way they're supposed to. So that's why in Mega, you're going to trust me as your coach, and you're going to make a couple of phone calls to put your toe in the water, and it's going to be as painful as it was that first day that you guys jumped in a swimming pool. And then as soon as you were in the water, you're like, oh, wow, I really wasted a lot of my time because this actually isn't painful at all. And this is wonderful. And it actually kind of feels good. And it's going to feel good because your client's going to be happy to hear from you because you existed in a slice of time that you helped them, and they're going to be happy to hear from you. Oh my gosh, how are you? And you'll reconnect with them and you ask them for a referral and then you call them again. And then all of a sudden, and what's interesting about time is that it's impossible really to be relatable to anything. And because it's relative, it's almost like no time has passed at all. And they're gonna be like, I haven't heard from you forever. I'm so glad you called. Which means, when is it too late to call? Well, I guess after they're dead. Then it's too late to call. But before then, it's not too late. And today, it's not too late. So, um, part of your homework is going to be to reconnect with some of these people, especially your past clients first. After your past clients, then it's going to be the people who are in your family, and then it's going to be past your family. It's going to be your extended family, and then it's going to be everybody that you can find to contact until you've gone through them all. And as you're doing that, you're backfilling in your database, making sure that everyone's part of an action plan, and then start practicing real estate as a salesperson, working a database and a CRM, because you know that all the money is in tech-enabled, systematic, relentless, scheduled follow-up. And if you put all of those people in your CRM and the CRM is helping you manage your business, it's one less thing. Because I've had three people have asked me so far, well, how do I communicate with them? How do I keep that organized? You don't. That's the last thing you need to have on your mind of who am I going to call. That's what the entire database says. We just name it to Ghostbusters. The whole idea of it is that it tells you who to call. And then you just every morning pop in there and just click who is on the next person to call until you don't have any more to call. And that should be when you come to me and say, I ran out of people to call. Well, we've got 70,000. Want to make some of those calls? Because just like 3 or 4 of you have already said, oh, I'm going to share something. I'm going to share my teams. Diana, she is one of our ISA 2s, just posted in their ISA group chat. Hey everyone, I just closed a deal with a lead from Realty Texas. About 3 to 4 months ago, I made a call during my shift and this incredible person agreed to speak with a lender. Michelle, meaning Michelle Ikonen, took that call and got him pre-approved. He was such an easygoing and free-spirited person to work with, and I wanted to share this powerful story with you. On those days when you don't feel like making calls or haven't found any leads, remember this: there are people out there waiting for your call, waiting for that life-changing opportunity. Keep pushing forward, stay committed, and know that your persistence can make dreams come true. This is one of our ISA 2s that just shipped that out and decided to type this in. And this is today. This was at 1:53 today. So there are buyers and sellers in our system that's waiting to hear from you, and you just call them at that moment. And a lot of them have been thinking about buying a home, but they came out of COVID. The rates went crazy. All of this rhetoric is going around. Nobody knows what's going on. And they get on the phone with you. And if you are light, bright, airy, cheery salesperson, got the sound of a smile as you're talking with them, you're going to connect with people and you're going to change their life and you're going to be part of their life. And now they're part of your database, and you call them and you continue calling with them, and they give you your family and friends, and it just continues to propagate that way. Camille, I see your hand up.
Question for you. What's your
I can't
your
hear
thought?
you.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Barely.
A lot.
It sounds like you're
why.
about 10 feet away from your microphone is what it sounds like.
Yeah, I'm right in front of my computer.
Okay, it's better now.
Better. So what's your thoughts? Because I'm calling to put people in my phone. I don't know if I'll ever get to them. It's 3,000. And what's your thoughts in the direct? Because I'm calling directly from my phone as opposed to my office number.
Well, do you want to call them once and only once, or do you want to know what happens if you call 3,000 people and then you're done, and then you have no idea who you called last and who you need to call again?
My problem is, and maybe I'm overthinking it, that they won't pick up when they see a 512 number.
So I think that the best thing for you to do is to sit down. So there's an app. I sent that out to you guys before. There is an app that you can install on your phone that will take all of your contacts in your phone and export it to a CSV file, and it will email it to you wherever you want it to go. So Amy McAllister will sit with you guys, help you install that app. It costs nothing. The app is free, and it will export everybody that's in your contacts to an email address that you email it to yourself. Then she will open that file with you, and she will help you import that entire file to your CXM, and then she will help you apply our smart plans. And immediately after applying the smart plans, you're going to see a whole list of call tasks pop up. And when you call the first one, after you call it, it'll immediately schedule another call for them in 90 days. And we call 90 days, 40 days, 180 days, 90 days, 45 days, and 180 days. And we cycle in this offbeat number so that they don't feel like that they're getting a call every 90 days like clockwork, to make them feel like you're part of a CRM. And we have all kinds of other things and tools built into it. But my recommendation is get them out of your phone and get a headset, and use the headset to be using the system, not be talking through your computer, but through the headset, and start calling your people and having conversations with them. And every single person you talk with, you have to ask them for the referrals. I'm real estate. This is my bread and butter. This is how I put money on the table for me and my family. And if, my goodness, if you could let anyone know that that's looking to buy, sell, or lease a home, that referral would mean the absolute world to me. You guys were really great to work with. I know your family and friends would be great to work with too. And by the way, how can I help you? And have that conversation all day long. And that's going to propagate more conversations. You're going to get more leads, more referrals, and your business is going to build and build. I mean, if you were not a real estate agent today, and I told you I can show you how to make $1 million just by calling every single person you know and ask them if they know anyone looking to buy, sell, or lease a home, you'd say, that sounds easy. I'm gonna get my real estate license. And then you get your real estate license, and all of a sudden it sounds a lot more complicated than it did before you got your real estate license. Because I know that all of you were thinking, I'm gonna call everyone and there's all this money there. And then you get your license and you think, I wonder how I can call anybody other than the people I already know. And why it's so fearful for people to call people they already know is because they are afraid of rejection. They're afraid that people aren't going to take them seriously. They're afraid that people are going to say something like, I remember you before you were an agent. Why would I use you an agent? Now you're now an agent. Why? But that's not what people think. People think, you got your license. That's so cool. I've been dreaming about getting my license. You should get your license and come to Realty Texas and then sign them up on Profit Partners. I mean, no matter what conversation you have with them, they're part of your database, because I can promise you, you call 3,000 people and all 3,000 of them at one point in their life thought about getting their real estate license. So just have conversations with people. I love that you asked the question, and that actually prompted a bunch of hands. We're going to start with Knock and then Laura.
Me?
Knock and then Laura, yes, and then Jamara, and then we're gonna push forward because we are running out of time. I can't believe it's 5 o'clock now. Knock, go ahead, please. You are on mute, so let me hit the button because I can't. There you go. Does that help?
Thank you. Hi. So I ran into a situation where I have reached out to my past clients. I call, I email, I text, I write handwritten notes, and one in a while, like the birthday or home anniversary, I even send a small gift, and it's still cricket. Like the person, so like it made me wonder, did they want to talk to me? Because I try every way that I know of. What do you think I should do in that regards?
I think that you should get into Michelle LaFortune's class that she's teaching directly after Mega. It's called Brian Buffini. And all of you, and we haven't gotten there yet, but in the referral-based business after Mega, I ask everyone to get into the Brian Buffini course. Brian Buffini course is all about the referral-based business and loving on your clients and getting your A, B, and C clients and doing pop buys. It sounds like some pop buys are in order, maybe a little bottle of champagne or an apple pie on Thanksgiving or something around that time. Go knock on the door and um, just literally out of the blue, text them, hey, I'm headed over to your house. I got something for you, and bring them a little pop by, give them a hug and say, I just really miss you guys. And I've called and I know you guys are so busy, but just wanted you guys to know how much I care about you. And here's a little pie and I hope everything's going good. No, I can't come in. I had to see you guys and just check in with you and then leave. And that's it. Now you've done your pop by. Now they've seen you. Now they realize, dang it, no matter what happens, I can't get rid of this girl. So might as well let her in my life.
Yeah. Can you mute me again, please?
All right. Jabara, see your hand up.
Just really quick, you mentioned the headset, and I didn't think about that until you said it. And I haven't taken the class yet, but is there somewhere where we can order a headset in advance so that we're ready when the class comes up?
Amazon.
Jabra, get with Amy McAllister and she will send you the best headset in the world. It's got noise canceling. Dimitri said, he said Amazon. I really actually recommend going to jabra.com and buying their headset. I've purchased headsets for all of our computers. So all of the headsets that you use here at Realty Texas, obviously, they're tried and true. They work with our tech and they work perfectly. They have 12-hour battery life. They're super comfortable. They don't mess up your hair. And more importantly, they have noise canceling so that you can be in a room and other people are talking and they can't hear the other people that are talking. So it gives you a really good experience. And that's what I recommend.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, back to the free app. Okay, I have a bad habit of like texting people and not adding them to my contacts.
Never too late.
So I've got a lot of text messages. So will this app just pull from
Nope.
the messages?
Nope,
Or I
it
have to go
won't.
back and do every single one of them?
You got lots of saving in your future. So I can tell you that even I fall into that sometimes and I'll go back through and I'll start saving. One of the cool things that you probably don't even know about yet, you probably don't know this is a thing, but when you install the Microsoft Office 365 on your phone, I don't mean the Outlook app, but I mean going into your settings and adding mail, Office 365 and typing the password, and it actually uses your phone's calendar, your phone's email app, and your phone's contact app.
Oh.
When you click save on your text message, it actually immediately shows up in your Microsoft Outlook on your desktop because it's synchronizing between the two. So, and then you can go into Outlook and you can save them as a category. So, but suffice it to say, no matter what you do, you're going to need to go back through and save each one of those so that it's a contact in your phone. If you set it up on your phone the way we ask you guys to set up your apps, it shows up in your Outlook and it shows up all over, and the calendar is working and it's integrated with Android and iPhone. But That's what I said. If you guys come and sit down with me, I can guarantee you that I can go through your text messages and there's probably 800 people that you've never saved as a contact. You got to go back through and start saving those people. And sometimes you got to go through the message and try to figure out, okay, oh dang. All
Yeah,
right,
who exactly are they?
I know they emailed me too. So next thing you know, you're in your sent items looking for their email address so that you can get their email address, phone number, and named all in one place. That is part of building your database. There is no better time well spent. So instead of watching 3 hours of Survivor, let's watch 3 hours of text message scrolling.
How can we schedule a day to sit down with you?
Okay, so it would not be with me, it would be with Amy McAllister. So if you go to realtytexas.mobi, Amy McAllister's on there and you can add her to your calendar and do the one-on-one calendar, and she will help you guys get all of that imported. There's also a video on it, but I recommend sitting with her.
You mentioned a Brian earlier. I didn't catch the last name.
Brian Buffini. Brian Buffini is the coaching program that Michelle LaFortune is teaching. Brian Buffini is a huge coach. It's called the Buffini program. It is a real estate referral-based business program that teaches you how to, and in fact, it's not just an instruction. It's actually more of a group. It's a group of people holding themselves accountable. You become part of a chapter and you guys meet on a regular basis, and the meeting is all about creating pop buys. Now, today's pop buy is going to be, today is National Hot Dog Day. And so we're going to go and buy little things that's going to make that cute. We're going to stop by 5 past clients' houses and we're going to do pop buys and just, decorate a 2-liter bottle of Dr. Pepper with something cute. Just little things that they do that's really well thought-provoking and cute and just meaningful. And they do their pop buys and they do their postcards. It's all about loving on your past clients. And so it's, you guys can meet socially together, either on Zoom or in class. Title companies do this. Realty Texas does it. There's these little chapters that get put together, and they have multi-broker chapters. They've got broker chapters inside brokerages. Michelle LaFortune is a Buffini instructor. We asked her to go and get that, and she did. And this will be the second time she's done it. We get small groups to come together, and it's all about loving on your past clients. So the Brian Buffini is the Buffini program, and we will be sharing a lot more information about the Buffini program and Michelle LaFortune and the dates for that class coming soon. We just finally got the date settled yesterday, so I'm not ready to even get that in here yet, but I'll be setting that out as homework.
I just want to add, there's
Jack?
also a Facebook group that is wonderful for Popeyes.
Thank you, Laura. Someone said, who said Jack?
Me.
I know.
So
I see you
what is
found the
the
unmute button.
I'm working on the cell phones, and I'm here at my kid jiu-jitsu gym. Sometimes the Wi-Fi doesn't want to work with me. So but anyway, is there fees associated with the coaching program that you refer us to?
Brian Buffini has a fee. Yes, that is. I don't know what it is. It's, I think, like $2.95 to something. It's something. I don't know. Lisa can do a little bit of research to get the number and put it in chat, but I don't know the number off the top of my head. That you do have to pay the Brian Buffini program. You don't pay us. You don't pay Michelle LaFortune. You actually pay the Buffini program, and they give you all the materials as well as a lot of other really cool stuff, including a bunch of postcards and things that you can mail out. But there is a fee to that, but it is time well spent. And I recommend that you guys become Buffini students for the rest of your life and pay the $2.95 annual fee or whatever it is, and stay in that forever and continue meeting with those same people. People who meet on a regular basis in Buffini program are usually some of my top producing agents. All right, lots of good questions. Goals. If you want consistent results, we have to be consistent. That's what the CRM kind of helps us. We listen to the calls that you make internally. We don't listen to your own calls because we don't even see them. But when you come into our ISA program and you make calls, we, as you saw yesterday when you went into the ISA cross-pollination, we heard those calls, then we all kind of talk about them. We have the ISA 1 group and the ISA 2 group, and we leave those comments separate, and we let them all kind of help each other get better. And we use the village mentality to make sure that we can elevate the competency to a baseline, so everyone's working with the same baseline. And then myself and Zach are one of us are always in that meeting to help you guys take it to the next level. Zach is one of our coaches, and me as well. Okay, so plan your day, plan your week, plan your month, and plan your year. We have annual goal setting for the year. We always recommend people jump into Mega in January to help at least a couple of these classes to help push and create your pipelines for the year. And then on a weekly and a monthly basis, and on a daily basis, you guys should have what is going to be your prospecting time on your calendar already hard coded, so that when you're meeting with clients, I meet with clients at 11, 2, and 3 daily, or 11, 2, and 4 daily, or whatever time that is, and tell your clients, yes, I make appointments daily at 11, 2, and 5. What time works for you? That way you're able to time block your schedule, and you can make sure that you have time for everything else, so that if you're helping schedule a closing, you can schedule the closing at 9 o'clock in the morning, and that's not going to interfere with your first appointment. You can have your call in the afternoon and in the mornings, and have your time blocks so it never interferes with your client appointments. Most professional salespeople have certain appointment time that they have is available, and if no one has an appointment that day, then they fill it up with income producing tasks, but it's already blocked off on their calendar. So they block those 3 times so it can't get blocked out. But in reading the shift book, I'm going to tell you what I always read this to the class. Successful people, page 75 for those of you who have the book already. Successful people annually time block 3 things. Successful people. Okay, so people who are successful in real estate, they annually time block 3 things. First, they make a list of all of the vacations and time off they want to take for the year, and they time block them off on their calendar. That's the first thing. Why? This way they've guaranteed to themselves, their family, and their friends that personal time off comes first. I'm not I'm not living to work. I'm working to live, and I'm doing that for my family. And now my family is my priority. So in January or December, when I'm doing my business planning for the year, I'm going to time block my vacation, my anniversary, my spouse's birthday, my friend's birthday, and time block all of that off in the calendar, so that that is my commitment. And then I'm going to work around that time, because it says now they're simply working in between their time off instead of working all the time, and as a result taking too little time off too late. And I think we can all relate to that. Secondly, they take out their calendar and they time block a few hours every single day devoted to the one thing. What is the one thing?
Prospecting.
I mean,
I will accept one of 2 answers.
Prospecting.
I will accept prospecting or lead generation. Either one of those is fine, but that is the one thing. So we have to make sure that we have a goal, and that we have a plan, and we have a plan integrity and goal integrity, and we act according to that plan, because if you're not, you must. Otherwise, you're living in chaos. You're absolutely every single day responding instead of actually taking control of your business. You are responding to everything that's happening, and that's not a good way to run your business. About 5 years ago, however many years ago, I was on Facebook and I read this thing. And sometimes you read something on Facebook or you read something and it just creates such a crystal clear image in your head that you want to share it. And this was during COVID, and I pictured my agents living inside of this chaos, and I said, gosh, I hope that's not how all my agent salespeople are existing as they're working from home. So I'm going to read this. I've got to be the most scatterbrained person in the world. I needed my phone charger, went to my room to get it, noticed clothes on the floor, halfway picked them up, then thought about an outfit I wanted to wear and picked one out, then thought about a bracelet. Couldn't find it, so I wandered around, finally found it in a drawer in the kitchen, saw dishes, so started doing them, then decided I was going to throw the laundry in, so I went back to my room, got the laundry together, went back through the kitchen and noticed another cup, put the laundry down, cleaned the cup, then heard an email come in, so I went back to my desk and started working, had to make a couple of calls, and then realized I still needed my phone charger. How many does this sound like maybe you could have fallen into this trap?
Me.
Can you picture that whole loop happen?
Yes.
I picture the whole thing like it could happen to anyone.
It
And
happens
so go ahead. Yeah. It could happen to anyone, right? How do we stop that from happening?
I stay in the present. Just stay on task. Just stay. So
Time blocking, planning, calendar.
time blocking, that's what it is, right?
That's right. That's exactly right.
I have time blocking, but it's still, I mean, I'll see something in the kitchen. Ooh, I need to go clean that up. Oh, I gotta go do this. I have horrible ADHD, so
I do too. And ADHD can be either hyper focused or hyper unfocused. And so hopefully that we can train our ADHD to be hyper focused on making sure that even if the house is on fire and you sell smoke, you are going to make the last 3 calls before you run out of the house as it's burning down. The power hour is the source of your income. It's the source of the castle's income it's paying. It's going to be the legacy that you leave behind. It's going to be the multi-generational wealth that you leave behind. These phone calls are going to be your paychecks in 3 months. And you want paychecks in 3 months. And if you're not making calls today, you're going to arrive to a point in which you're not going to have paychecks coming. And then you're going to come into the office sick to your stomach, scared, upset, frustrated, not happy about this career at all, and asking someone to help you. So the best way that we can help you is make sure that we have on our schedules time block, and that you have your database, and that you're calling your database on a regular basis. And once your database is set and your smart plans are set and you're calling people on a regular basis, you're set. You know exactly what you need to do, and you're running into a regular basis, and all of a sudden this career just starts feeling like you're on the train tracks, and that you are got momentum behind you, and that things are going well, and you're continually hearing back from clients and getting referrals, and you're taking incoming calls. Oh, hi, I would love to get a referral from you. Oh, thank you so much for thinking of me, because you put all of that in motion from conversations that you had in the past, and the money starts coming. The 500 and $1 million is not a hard amount of money for an agent to make in this day and age. It is for 500,000 is 42 grand a month. That is not a bad salary. It's 10 grand a week. It's not a bad salary. It's $1,700 a day. It's not a bad salary. It's $260 an hour. And at the $1 million mark, it's double all of that. But we have to focus on income producing tasks. Time equals money, and you only have a very finite amount of time to prospect. So when we go back to TK Dixon and we look at what just happened, he needs to time block and say, on these 3 hours, I'm going to focus my morning, or my 2 hours in the morning, I'm going to make call after call after call. And if I have to use the bathroom, or I need a cup of coffee or whatever, it's going to wait until I am done with my prospecting calls. And then I'm freed up to go to the next task. Whether it's dishes, whether it's laundry, whether it's an inspection, whether it's a meeting at the board, whatever that is, that you have a certain time to make your prospecting calls, and that's your money making time. That's where your money comes from. Your money doesn't come from getting representation agreement signed. Your money comes from setting appointments to get the representation agreement signed. Because if there was no appointment, there was no representation agreement. If there was no representation agreement, there was no contract. If there was no contract, there was no sale. And if there was no sale, there was no check. And you reverse the train all the way back to that initial call that you made. That's where the money came from. The income producing task of the train is the call to your past clients. That's where the money's going to come from. So we have to really respect that and realize that that 2-hour time block in the morning and the 2-hour time block in the afternoon, that is where your money's going to come from. And don't get confused about that. Don't get confused that the transaction that you have working right now is where your money is coming from, because it's not. The money came from the original call that converted that in the first place, because you don't have to be involved in that transaction. Remember what it said in the book. Remember this shift book. It said that all of those tasks could be farmed out. You can hire someone to put up a lockbox. You can hire a showing assistant. You can hire a contract negotiation person. You can hire a CTC. I don't recommend half of that, but you can hire all of that out. But the one thing that is really going to upset your ability to have income is not actually doing the prospecting and converting the prospect into an appointment in the first place, which is where the money comes from. So it's really important that if you want the income, you want this consistent income, you have to do the consistent prospecting. And that is definitely working your database. And your database is hopefully not only your entire sphere of people that you know, but all your past clients as well. And the more that you're closing, you close 50 transactions a year, you're going to make 150 phone calls that year to those people, because you're going to call each one of them 3 times. And maybe the third time it turns into a couple of phone calls, because now they're referring you to someone. And after they refer you to someone, maybe you take them out to lunch, and you have part of your business processes. Well, I have to eat on Fridays. And if I take my client out to lunch, I get to eat for free, and they get to eat for free, because I can write the whole thing off. So on Fridays, I'm going to take out past clients to lunch, and just, so you've got 52 Fridays minus holidays that you have an opportunity to take a client out to lunch and you both eat free. Why would you not want to do that and use that as a write-off? So focusing on income producing tasks, which is going to be outsourcing everything that you possibly can, and reconnecting with everybody that you know, letting them know that you are in real estate and that you would love their referral. And that's what it takes to make the money. Okay, it is 5:10 and I have a whole bunch of stuff to go over. In fact, I had about 30 things to go over that we're not going to get to. So we're going to definitely take this class into tomorrow. I mean, into Friday. And yeah, into Friday. Sales agents should make no less than 20 calls a day. We talked about that. That's 3 leads a day for the 500 mark, or 6 leads a day for the 100. So when I'm talking about leads, this means when you're calling your people, if you don't get 3 leads that day, then you need to jump into another source, because you need 3 incoming leads a day. So if you've got 500 people in your database and you're making 40 calls a day, you should be extracting leads. The goal is leads from them. And you can also be running Facebook leads. We actually show you guys how to do that. You have all the tools built into your platform to run Facebook leads yourself, just exactly as we are. You have different methods to come in and pay nothing at all and sit there and work a 3-hour shift and try to get your 3 leads. But 3 leads per day is what you need to make $500,000 a year. And by the way, that's Monday through Friday. So that's all you need. 3 leads, but you have to work until you get those 3 leads. And that's where the money's going to come from. It's not that you call 3 people and you're done. It's you call 20 people in the morning, or 10 people in the morning, and 10 people in the afternoon. You've called 20 people, and hopefully out of those calls, hopefully you've got 1 or 2 of those. And now we're trying to find the third one. So you become a prospecting magnet. You start realizing, all right, I need to inject my spouse into this. I need my kids to help me with this. And you all start realizing that you need a village to help you with this lead generation thing. And all of a sudden, as Isolde said, I was an HEB and I was lead generating because I need leads. But now if Isolde realizes I need 3 leads a day, and that's my goal every day, is to get 3 leads and then keep up with those leads, then that's what energizes people to get into the program, because not only do they have a goal in mind, but they know exactly what that goal is. They know how to achieve that goal, and then they put in the work to figure out, how am I going to get my 3 leads? And they're asking their spouses at work, so did you get me a lead today? Because I need one, because I only got 2 and I need a third one. So did you help me with that? Okay, go back to work until I get that 3rd lead. And same thing with your kids, and more conversations that you're having. You realize I've only got 2 leads today, and you're sitting at HEB and you're talking to the cashier. By the way, do you know anyone that's looking to buy, sell, lease a home? Because I need my 3rd lead. I need it before I get home. And start trying to figure out where you're going to find them. And when you get into that habit and you do this, let's say you do this for 30 days and you make this a habit. Do you think all of a sudden you're going to start generating more than 3 leads a day?
Oh, yes.
Yes.
That's the reality. Is all of a sudden the first week, it's like, this is hard. Where am I going to find 3 people? And then after you make this your habit, you realize you've changed your behaviors and you're having conversations about real estate nonstop. And the next thing, all of a sudden, that's not what's broken anymore. What's broken is the other thing. Where am I going to find time for all of this? How am I going to figure this out? I need to figure this out because this is a lot of time. And that's where the time management aspect of this really, really comes in, because that becomes the hardship. And that's a good problem to have. I need more time because I've got too many clients. Okay, I am going to cut you guys off here. It is 5:13. Lisa, you got anything? We will do scores on Friday.
And
I can't.
yeah, we'll
Thank
just,
you, Jack.
but keep up the good work. I'll see you all tomorrow in Mega Minis for our debrief, and we're going to start working on our contracts. And if anybody's brave enough to recite tomorrow, and I know Friday, Jack will give you that opportunity as well.
Thank you, Jack.
And work on.
Thank you so much.
Have a great evening.
Bye, everyone. I'm going to send you guys all out an email with the
Bye,
exam
guys.
so that you have that, and as well as a roll-up from today's class with a video that you will need to watch. So thank you, Lisa. Thank you, everyone. Good dialogue in class today. I think we are on a really good track with this Mega, and I'm very excited. I hope to see all of you in Mega Mini tomorrow and then back in Mega on Friday. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so
Have
much.
a great evening. Bye-bye.
Bye.